the month, you know what that means. It's time for the Teesside Owner-Driver Sprint Series. It's round number 7 of 8, the penultimate round of the 2022 Championship. And it's down once again to the business end. Championships can be wrapped up today, particularly in our Bambino class, with Chloe McGill only needing to ride shotgun to Buddy Hugo to take the championship at the end of the day. We'll keep you up to date with all the championship permutations throughout. From myself, David Sullivan, and alongside me, Mr. Tom Butterworth.
Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all well at home, and everybody here at the circuit watching live as well. As David said, yes, we are indeed down to the business end of the championship. Very tricky conditions out there this morning during the warm-up. Lots of people going off and having little incidents and things like that. I can assure you that the weather out there at the moment looks nothing like what we have here on our stock images. It's cold, it's damp, and it's very, very greasy.
Yeah, it hasn't particularly rained overnight, but obviously the moisture in the air has meant that throughout that race day, or throughout the morning practice, those drivers that have been going out on slicks have been finding it rather difficult. I think it's going to be a decision to make early doors for some of our drivers as to whether they go wets, even though the track doesn't have any standing water on it at all. Like I say, it hasn't rained overnight, but I think that in terms of its grip position, I think we're going to find that potentially the wets are going to be the way forward for the first couple of classes out there, particularly through into the Honda Cadets. Then I think we might see some drivers opting for slicks. But then, Tom, around about 11 o'clock, we are expecting to see the rain come, and I think that will be with us for the rest of the day then.
Yeah, I think it's set in. It's going to be set in, but we'll see how it goes. It's going to be certainly difficult to make those choices, especially as and when the rain is going to be coming, as to what tyres you're going to go on. I think it will normally get at least one mixed condition race, won't we, where it'll be dry at the start and wet at the end, and possibly even vice versa. So.
Yes, and of course that extra dynamic as well of Pro Kart, the seniors of course not being allowed to use wets at all, so those drivers will be out there on slick tyres. On screen though, that is the conditions that we have here then at Teesside Autodrome for our race day here for round number 7 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. As you can see, the cloud actually quite high at the moment, Tom. We're expecting them to come in. It's the rain coming in from the south of the circuit, so we'd expect that South Bank would be the first one to get it when it does come. And of course, that is the last one to dry. Yesterday, throughout practice, it was actually quite sunny here yesterday, but South Bank and Hairpin 3 with the tree cover down that far end. As the sun comes up, it dries the back straight, and then the early part of South Bank. So drivers were turning into South Bank on the normal line.
Flat out,
and then halfway around we're just understeering all the way out to the outside of the track.
Yeah, that's not a pleasant experience, especially when it does go like that and it catches you out. The first time you come through it, yeah, it's you feel like you're going to be going the car park route and having to pay to get back in.
Of course. So we are about to go racing with Bambino once they're leaving the dummy grid. Thank you for everybody that's already got in touch via the live chat comments. I know Sean F, his comment went in pretty much when the video hold screen went live about 7 days ago, asking for the pit lane weighbridge camera to be in place. That obviously wasn't at round number 6 because we didn't have one in place there, but I do believe it is back this weekend, so we'll be able to see all of our drivers coming off the track. Michael Burke has been in touch as well. He's been in touch from Australia as he is, and Jasper as well, joining in with the Australian contingent. More comments coming in as well from a few others, so thank you for everybody that is already getting in touch early on. If you do want to join in with the live chat, you will need to press the subscribe button to the Alpha Live channel, and whilst you're pressing buttons you might as well hit the like thumb as well, and then we can that will boost that. Of course, Alpha Live getting very, very close now to the 29,000 subscriber mark, so we could probably edge over that this weekend because there is plenty going on across the Alpha network. We're covering TCR at Snetterton as well as Wilton Mill, so there's plenty going on, but thank you for choosing Teesside Karting for your racing action here on this Sunday morning. Yeah, the comments still coming in thick and fast as well. It's good to see that Sean F is still watching, by the way. He commented 7 days ago, and I think he's just been sitting patiently by his computer, waiting for the race day.
I hope you had snacks, Sean, for the wait.
Comments coming in as well from our either Ireland or Isle of Man contingent. Finn Collister, he should have been here this weekend, but I think he's deferred his entry into the November round. We've seen him once. He came for the double header in junior Pro Kart as well. And Kales Cole as well, who we've seen here karting, but her career has taken her more to circuit racing recently in Formula F1000, which I know that a lot of people here at Teesside keep one eye on her racing career.
Yeah, well, I covered the Croft round for Alpha.
I remember I messaged you, didn't I, on the Friday?
Yes.
I think she'd had a bit of a tough time in practice.
Yeah, it wasn't the best weekend, but had some really good pace, but wasn't the best weekend for cows, unfortunately. But yeah, the Cole family are well supported here at Teesside in all of their endeavours. And it looks like we've got Bambinos heading out onto the dummy, off the dummy grid and around on their rolling up lap for heat number 1. I will just apologise in advance that I might not be sounding my usual tip-top self today. I had a bit of a rough day yesterday, not feeling very well. But here I am, and David will take you through the grid.
Extra raspy from Tom.
Yes, sexy voice.
That's a matter of opinion. The grid then for our Bambino class sees our championship leader Chloe McGill on pole position with championship vice champion at present Buddy Hugo alongside Sebastian McCarthy and Grayson Crawford on row 2 with Freddie Blackshaw and Sebastian Crawford on row number 3. Then we have James Pybus, Eli Scher and Amelia DL shown as your 9 runners, although considerably, Tom, we've got a lot less of them currently out there on track at the moment. I'm just having a quick look, I would say out of the window, but they are still quite misty from the overnight. So I think we may only get 7 or 8 runners here in this, Tom.
Oops, sorry, the 22 has just gone round hairpin 1.
Probably Grayson Crawford in the 22 kart. So they're making their way round. I think we will wait for that.
Alpha have also got the Civic Cup on as well.
Are they on the TCR package as well, the Civic Cup? I think they are.
I've just had a ping come through for that. So if you have liked and subscribed for the Alpha Live page, you'll get an alert for that as well. That's a good championship, Civic Cup.
Really close, isn't it?
Great racing in that.
There's Grayson Crawford then rolling into position. So it looks like we could be down to just the 7 runners, Tom, in our Bambino class.
So here we go then, heat number 1 about to get underway for the first time today. It is going to be Bambinos headed off by Chloe McGill. Buddy Hugo in 2nd place. Let's see how they start. The green flag is up, it is down, and they are away, and we are racing here at round 7 of the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series. Good start from McGill and Hugo, both just slotting into place in 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, what we will see, Tom, potentially, we're racing to laps at the moment, but if it does rain later on, then laps will change down to minutes. Because obviously the lap times will come down a huge amount, or go out a huge amount, and therefore we'll need to ensure that we get the full race day in before the weather conditions beat us. Chloe McGill comes to the inside very, very early on out of hairpin number 2, and Buddy Hugo then slots straight in behind as well. It's the top 2, not only in this race but also the championship, begin to break away. Already at the front with Sebastian McCarthy in 3rd place. When they come over the line in a few moments' time, we'll be able to tell you the order for our 7 runners, as that's Freddie Blackshaw and Grayson Crawford coming out of hairpin number 4. Over the line then for the first time here at Teesside, Chloe McGill leads from Buddy Hugo and Sebastian McCarthy. Freddie Blackshaw's got in front of Grayson Crawford, who qualified in 4th place. That's Blackshaw up into 4th, with Crawford then down into 5th. James Pybus and Sebastian Crawford, their nose to tail still in 6th and 7th place. We see Grayson Crawford in the 22 on the back of Freddie Blackshaw. As Blackshaw goes slightly wider, they're going to take differing lines, and then Crawford comes to the inside. It's all about getting to the inside early in these Bambinos, Tom.
Down the back straight, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, they don't scrub off the same sort of speed, do they, out of hairpin 2?
No, and you could see Blackshaw took the conventional racing line. Crawford held it tighter on the exit and didn't cost him any speed, although that certainly has, as he has a half spin around hairpin 3. So that's going to cost Grayson Crawford some time, and it'll take a while to build that engine back up to full revs again and get up to speed, and that'll cost him even more time. Yeah,
these Coma C50 Bambinos, they only pump out maybe 4.2, 4.3 horsepower for them top-end engines, and yet they still rev to somewhere in the region of 10,000 RPM, which is some 50% more than what the Honda Cadets do.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, they're pretty amazing little engines, these, aren't they?
The thing is, as well, is that all of the power, though, comes in the top end of that rev range.
100%.
Them half spins or being slow out of a corner is why you can see, like, even if they're slow out of a corner, you can see drivers opening up gaps of 10 kart lengths.
Oh, it can take, the best part of a quarter of a lap to build the speed back up again once even if you just lift off the throttle in the wrong place and lose momentum.
It is a momentum class, and it's one of them classes, Tom, that whilst it teaches the driver the fundamentals, the acceleration, the braking to an extent, although not a huge amount, particularly around here at Teesside, where it is pretty much flat out for our front runners, and the actual steering control and that sort of thing, because the tyre's not as grippy, be running that LeConte all-weather groove tyre, is that it's not overly easy, certainly if you're going straight out of Coma into a cadet class, to transition, because going into this corner, for example, flat out in a Coma, you then have to go into a Honda Cadet where you actually have to brake and get it stopped. And if your natural mentality is to carry all the speed in, it takes a lot to be able to transition. As McGill seemed slow out of 2, which allowed Hugo to get alongside, but it is a long way round, particularly in these Bambinos, all the way round South Bank.
I thought Hugo was going to cut to the inside then, but McGill covered it off well.
Got a little bit of slide there, didn't he? Did Hugo, and that's lost him a kart length or two.
You can see him just watching McGill through the corner as well, not particularly picking out his own apex, just following in the wheel tracks of McGill, certainly through hairpin 3. If you watch where his head is pointing or where the helmet's pointing, you can see exactly what he's looking at, and I thought that was quite fascinating.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look, Tom, at the all-important thing for the day, which is the weather radar. Looking at maybe precipitation in around about 30 minutes, and then whilst we will get breaks throughout the day, I don't think they're going to be breaks long enough to allow the track to dry. So I think when it does come, whilst it may stop falling out of the sky, I don't think the track's going to have sufficient time to dry in between those heavy showers.
And I think you could well be right, but if a dry line does appear, you can guarantee that somebody's going to gamble.
Yeah, well, we saw it earlier in the year, didn't we? I know it didn't play out. It was in Junior Pro Kart with Leon Wilson. On that day, he was at the back of the grid. The rain started to come ever so slightly with the drizzle, and he was the only driver to go out on slicks. Now, on that day, it didn't work out for him, and in fact, he actually came into the pits halfway through because it wasn't working out. But on another day, that could have been a hero move.
Well, if you're mid-pack or towards the lower end of the pack, it's well worth having the gamble sometimes, because if you're realistically, if you're going to finish outside the top 10 anyway, might as well roll the dice, and you never know, you could become a hero. Grayson Crawford has made his way through, re-caught and now passed Freddie Blackshaw after that earlier half spin, and he's going to work on Sebastian McCarthy here down the back straight. You can see the push he gave there to McCarthy. He definitely knows he's there now. He's left the door open as well.
I was about to say, even if this only amounts to a 4th place for Grayson Crawford, massive confidence boost for him, because he must have fallen 4 seconds or so behind Blackshaw. So then he's coming through. Sliding that 22 around though, isn't he?
Yeah.
In comparison to the others,
seems to be having fun out there.
McCarthy sets a personal best though with a 1:03 dead. Having a quick look at the lap times for the front runners. There's still some 2.5, 3 seconds off optimal dry times, particularly qualifying yesterday. Both McGill and Hugo were sub 1 minute. We know only when the conditions are perfect that they can go into the 57s as they did earlier in the year when the lap records were tumbling down.
That's what I was just going to say. There's, as we see, Crawford now having another look on the inside of McCarthy, but McCarthy got a flyer down that back straight, all of a sudden gapped him. But the conditions here today are far from ideal for lap record pace. It's going to be, you know, there's a lot of moisture in the air.
Yeah,
there's moisture on the track.
Lap traffic, Tom, in front of our race leaders, and they've both managed to negotiate James Pybus well. Pybus with good awareness to stay off the optimal racing line and allow the two leaders to come through. 22 seconds, so they'll be seeing the last lap board when they come round next time, with the lap times being round about the 1 minute mark. They're not going to get round in the remaining 14 seconds or so. McGill seems to have opened up a bit more of a gap on the previous lap to Buddy Hugo. Did set the fastest lap of the race, the only driver to go under the 1:01 mark with a 1 minute 9:24. Seems to be using that much wider line round hairpin 3 to her advantage, Tom.
Yeah, just as we are about to start the last lap and the last lap board goes out perfectly timed, they're just run us through the permutations of the championship for Bambino, which is going to get wrapped up today.
Well, it will get wrapped up today if Chloe McGill stays within 10 points of Buddy Hugo, which is basically Hugo winning all the races and then McGill in second place. And if McGill adds this race as a race victory, that would mean that she would need a third place to Hugo winning the remaining races. So McGill certainly at the moment is, at the very least, adding another finger to the trophy.
You could say she's in the driving seat.
We could. We probably won't.
Thank you to my hype man in the back of the commentary box here.
I thought you weren't feeling very well. Round hairpin 3 then for the final time. One final opportunity really here for Hugo to get a run out of hairpin 4 and try and get alongside Chloe McGill. Through the dogleg she comes though for the final time. The checkered flag awaits, and it awaits the champion-elect Chloe McGill to win heat number 1 here at Teesside Autodrome from Buddy Hugo. At the moment it was Sebastian McCarthy in third place. The next driver through over the line will be James Pybus, who is a lap down, having the leaders gone through. So Pybus will come through and be classified in 7th place. There was a 3-kart battle going on, but it looks like Blackshaw's dropped away as Sebastian McCarthy holds on for 3rd place from Grayson Crawford. Great finish for McCarthy. That's his best finish of the season in 3rd place. Crawford, and then Blackshaw, who looks like he's had a half spin or so in the final few laps, because last time we saw him was right on the back of the McCarthy-Crawford battle. And then Sebastian Crawford comes over the line in 6th place.
There we have congratulations to Chloe McGill, who has a little drift around hairpin 3 in celebration. Just having a bit of fun out there now. Very much enjoying how this day has started for Chloe McGill. So that wraps up heat number 1 of Bambino's already. And there we have the thumbs up to the camera as well. Well done, Chloe. And we will move on very swiftly. We're awaiting the start of Heat 1 for Junior Pro Kart, and we're going to have a little bit of trouble bringing you up the graphic for the grid at the moment, because we seem to be having a bit of a technical issue here. However, David is working his thumbs very hard here on his phone in the commentary box, and he's going to try and bring us a grid in a moment.
Well, I can't in terms of timing, because the round 7 results aren't actually on alpha timing yet, and that's where we get our grids for the random grids from.
Right.
From there, so we haven't got them at the moment. We'll try and obtain them, but it does involve it's more than just alpha live. It's the timing system as well that needs updating, and then that ties in. Now, what we can do, Tom, is have a little bit of a spotter's guide, which is going to be difficult because the commentary box windows are have got mist on them to some sorts. But Danny Bean is the first one out of the dummy grid, with Harvey still in second place. Then it looks like it's going to be Sebastian Pereira and Christian Oblag, if they're coming out in the correct order, which I have no doubts that they will be, because as we've seen in the past, Tom, junior pro karts, they definitely know how to grid up quickly. Junior pro karts then making their way round. Danny Bean is indeed on pole position, with Harvey still rolling into the P2 berth. Then Christian Oblang's rolling into 4th place. Don't know who's coming into 3rd. In fact, it is Oblang. He was originally rolling round to grid up into 4th, but he's been positioned up in 3rd place. Then it's going to be Sebastian Pereira in P4. He's on the outside of that second row.
Oh, here we go, David. We have a grid.
Ah, we do. So then, after that, then, so at the moment, it looks like that Pereira and Oblag could be the wrong way round. If those grids on the screen are correct, it should be Pereira in P3, the O plate, with Christian Oblag, the 76 car, in P4. Then it'll be Marty Gilfillan and Sophie Pawsey on row number 3, with Joe Arnold and Maximus Shields row 4. Ben Arnold and Harry Brown will complete the grid in row 5. Just looking out the window once again, Tom, and it looks like Gilfillan's been lined up on the outside in 4th place, and still don't think we've got this one right, Tom, out there on track. The grid should be Danny Bean and Harvey Still, so the front row is correct. Sebastian Pereira is now in 3rd place, which is the correct position, but then at the moment, Oblag and Gilfillan have been gridded up in the wrong start positions. They need swapping round, so the 76 and the 14 need to be redressed ever so slightly, I believe, and that should have us sorted. Oh, I do think we are missing one runner potentially. Nope, not sure that we are, because I think I've got 10 out there, and we did have 10 on the grid.
We've got a missing grid slot there, have we?
Yeah, it looks like, well, we've got 6 on the inside and 4 on the outside. Looks like we are going to go racing anyway, because the start line marshal does indeed have the green flag in hand. Green is up, green is down, we're away and racing. Harvey Still from the outside slot, straight in behind Danny Bean as Pereira tries to get alongside. It's through then into single file for that D chicane. Marty Gilfillan gets forced wide as they make their way through the chicanes for the first time. Bean still leading then, and takes the tighter, more defensive line to the inside. You can see the drivers, Tom, still scrabbling for grip out there. Oblag down the inside of Pereira, and then runs Pereira wide, very wide indeed, as Pereira takes the scenic route onto the grass, and Maximus Shields in the background making the move down the inside of the 2 of Arnold.
Yeah, everybody on slicks, but as you can see, it is very, very tricky conditions out there, especially into hairpin 3. They head over the line for the first time. We will bring you a running order, which is Harvey Still from Christian Oblag, from Danny Bean, Maximus Shields, Joe Arnold, Sophie Pawsey, Sebastian Pereira, Harry Brown, Ben Arnold and Marty Gilfillan, your 10 drivers. Although that order is about to change as Sebastian Pereira went down the inside there of, I think that was Sophie Pawsey. Is it Sophie Pawsey with a new helmet?
Yeah,
based on...
No, it looks like that could be Max Shields'
other
helmet. Yes. And Shields with a late move down the inside of a very wide Danny Bean.
Yes, it was a bit after you, Claude, down there, wasn't it? As Danny Bean sort of opened the door and just allowed Max Shields straight through. We're after you, Max, as it will be.
Well, yes, of course. So through comes Shields, then down the inside. That moves him up. And so now the top 3 in the championship, albeit in a slightly different order to how it is. There's
robust.
The move from Joe Arnold down the inside of Danny Bean. Sebastian Pereira going backwards at the moment, Tom, in this one, although it looks like he could get the run now down the inside of Danny Bean into the right-hander at South Bank, although Bean's going to try and run that one all the way round the outside, and I think Bean's going to hold on. Just looking out the window, looks like he's managed to hold on there, and then has a spin, unfortunately, on the outside. So did hold off Sebastian Pereira all the way round the outside, and then ends up facing the wrong way. He drops all the way down to 9th place then, as Harvey Still comes over the line to end lap number 3. Gap with half a second, then back to Christian Oblag. Decent amount of field spread at the minute, Tom. Looks like everybody's sort of giving each other sort of half a second or so in terms of track time. Just having a quick look, we are in the 49s. Now, we know that these Pro Karts can do 46s, the lap record of 45.9 held by Maximus Shields. So they are still some 3 seconds off in terms of the lap times.
Yeah, it just shows how slippy it is down there, as we saw on the opening lap and continued to see through hairpin 3, just how much understeer the drivers are having through that corner. They're putting in armfuls of lock onto the steering, and the kart is just ploughing straight on at the moment. There's no front end grip on any of these karts. Maybe something that the mechanics watching these opening few heats might be wanting to build into their karts for, you know, cadets coming up and Rotax and things like that.
Yeah, amazing though, isn't it, Tom? The fact that we've had actually no actual rain and the track is still so slippy out there just because the overnight moisture, as Arnold tries a different line and almost opens the door up to the O-plate of Sebastian Pereira. And hairpin 3 particularly, Tom, is the slippy one, because the water from South Bank, with it being a banked corner, runs towards hairpin 3, and despite the fact that it looks like it's actually flat over start finish, it is on a slight gradient from the D chicane all the way back to South Bank, so it does sort of collect in there, the moisture, and whilst they don't really get any standing water down that end of the track, it is a case where it is the last part of this Teesside National Circuit to dry out, as Arnold sends a move down the inside of Maximus Shields.
Pereira's going to follow through as well, so thank you very much. Took advantage of that one, and yeah, you could see the difference as well between hairpin 1 and hairpin 3. Here now, they turn in and there's just next to no grip. They're going wide. Sebastian Pereira, you know, again, armfuls of understeer, can't get the kart turned in, but then you contrast that with hairpin 1, and it's very pointy.
Oh, into hairpin 1, yeah. We saw Shields on the previous lap was sort of throwing it in, wasn't he? Akin to it actually being a full-on dry setup, as Pereira finally makes his way through on Shields. They'd pretty much been side by side for half a lap or so. And,
the other place that was very tricky, certainly in morning warm-up, was through the kink just over start-finish line. We saw a couple of people going off there in junior Rotax, was it?
Yeah, it was probably the first time I think one of the faster classes had actually been out on track, and some of them were finding it rather difficult trying to push and seeing how much they could push on slick tyres.
And it wasn't very much, not through that section anyway.
No, not at all.
So hairpin 3 and 4, as we said, pretty tricky, but then also as they come through this section here, the back end was starting to come round on some of the really quick karts on slicks as well. So that's not a grippy section either. Sebastian Pereira sets the fastest lap of the race in 4th place.
Lap times are tumbling though there, Tom. 0.3 of a second quicker was Pereira and Arnold on that previous lap than anybody else had been. So their lap times are starting to come down, and Oblag, Tom, is going backwards.
He is, as is Shields as well. Surprisingly, both of these front runners in this class are now going to be in 4th and 5th, and although Oblag with a full send down the inside at hairpin 3, that found some grip. Must be right on the inside where that concrete run, is there?
No, I think he's... It could be wrong, Tom, because it's difficult to spot when they're doing 60 miles an hour, but I think Oblag's on wets. And that's why he's so quick down there at the slippy corner, round the second part of South Bank and into 3, and the other drivers are sliding wide. But then through here, the dry part of the track, he's you know, the slick shod runner in Pereira and I think Arnold as well are really starting to come into this.
I think you're right, David. I think he is on wet.
Just because the rear wheel is a lot narrower. They're running on a 180 rim in the when the wets, and there we are. Yeah, definitely. Look at the front right. You can see the tread pattern on it.
So is Max Shields on wet as well? On wets as well. Is that maybe what's halting his progress? Final lap board is out, and it goes out to Harvey Still. Joe Arnold in second with Oblag, Pereira, Shields, Brown, Pawsey, Bean, Arnold and Gilfillan. Bean, in fact, has just made his way past Pawsey in the 77.
See whether Pereira can get this run now, because Oblag on the previous lap. And there's contact then between Pereira and Oblag. Pereira, I think, expected Oblag to go more defensive to the inside as chop back to our leader. And then Pereira's gone very, very wide round hairpin 3. There you can see him almost rejoining the track. Out of the final corner, though, comes Harvey Still to extend his championship lead with the Heat 1 victory from Joe Arnold, who sets the fastest lap of the race on the final lap. Oblag, Pereira and Shields then complete the top 5, with Sophie Pawsey coming through in 7th. So I think it could have been a timing issue potentially that dropped her all the way down, showing her all the way down the order. Then it's Harry Brown, Ben Arnold, Danny Bean and Marty Gilfillan completing your junior Pro Kart runners. Although actually there on the final lap, it looked like Pawsey. It showed her as a 44, and I think there we go. We're going to have that redressed actually on timing, Tom. That there is a potential that she could have missed part of the track out, particularly down there. If you get hairpin 3 wrong, you can cut through the barrier and come back into the pit lane. So Sophie Pawsey does drop down then into 10th place. That will put Harry Brown up into 6th with Ben Arnold, Danny Bean and Marty Gilfillan in front of Sophie Pawsey. We'll keep an eye out on that one, Tom, because she's currently coming back into the pit lane between Shields and Brown. So as we see them coming in now from our pit lane camera.
Should we do, just while we're wrapping up Junior Pro Kart, should we do a quick update on young Miss Frame? How is she doing?
Well, hopefully she's going to come and speak to us later on. Her sister Caitlin will be out in Senior Pro Kart, and I think she's then going to come in after one of the Senior Pro Kart races between that and the Bambinos, as it takes the Bambinos a little longer to grid up. And she's going to be able to speak to us for herself. So I'm not going to spoil it.
That's Amy Frame.
I will allow Amy to do the talking when she joins us in the commentary box later on.
Great stuff, and we will move on very swiftly to our first of the cadet classes today, which is going to be Cadet Pro.
Honda Cadet Pro then saw a really, really tight qualifying session yesterday, with the top 5 drivers split by no more than a quarter of a second. Ben Robinson, though, will start the day on pole position, with Stanley Clark alongside. Joshua Sullivan and Holly Swan share row number 2, with our already crowned champion Thomas Potter starting in 5th place with Alfie McBain alongside. Then it's Jack Collinson and Amy Peacock, William Howard and Edward Rye, with Ewan House and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson on row number 6. The runners then completed by the 11 of Sam Hayes. Now, let's have a quick look at row number 12 on this one, Tom. We've got Ewan House joining us here at Teesside for the first time. You will also notice when his numbers come up on the screen down the left-hand side that he's the only driver not actually running a number. He's running some letters. He's running the S and the A. So the S, that's because he's the Scottish champion, and the A because he's the Association of Scottish Kart Club Champions, which is a championship involving 4 different clubs. If he wanted to as well, he could also run the IGP plate from where he won the Irish Grand Prix earlier in the year as well. So it's been a stellar season for Ewan House. Not the best qualifying session yesterday, but we know he's got the talent to come through. Alongside him, though, will be Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. We'll be seeing a lot of her throughout the day, as we will as well of Edward Rye. Those two drivers are going to be racing in 2 classes, with Rye in Micromax and Stansmore-Wilson making the jump up into Minimax as well. And by that jump up, Tom, she qualified a superb 6th place yesterday, the highest of all the new Minimax runners. We've got a few of them as well in Harris Ali and Alex Lynn. And she's inserted herself right into that midfield battle very, very early in Minimax.
Yeah, we thought that might be the case, actually, to be honest with you. And also, speaking of things that are the case, is you can just pick it up on camera ever so slightly, but it is raining down there now.
Yeah, we've got some light drizzle. Is there
anybody? It looks like everybody's on wets from here. Potentially, our pole sitter is on slicks, potentially.
Normally, we'd look out the commentary box window, but the outside of it is hazed from...
I can just see through a slight gap, but I can't... I think they're slicks.
Oh, nope, they're wets.
Okay, no, they are wets.
Not the first time you've been not the first time you've been wrong, Tom. It won't be the last either.
No, it won't. Don't tell the wife. I'm due back in at the opticians this week. To be honest, I think it's probably overdue. But anyway, it is raining. It looks like everybody is on wets.
Here we go then, Tom. The greens in hand. Our Cadet Pro runners go all the way down to the first corner. They don't go through the D chicane at the first time of asking, and it looks like everybody is tentatively away. At least the top 5 are into single file. The rest of them will need to sort themselves out by the time they come round towards that D chicane. Potter already has found a way past Holly Swan, as has Jack Collinson. This is the first time they're going to really find a heavy braking zone into that first hairpin 1-2 complex. Clark goes slightly wide. Sullivan was trying to run all the way around the outside of him. They've sorted themselves out. There was their 2 and 3 wide initially in the background, but they've slotted in behind each other. Good start from Ewan House as Amy Peacock, who qualified a season's worst 8th, Tom, for our championship runner-up. If she scores enough points today, Robinson still has an opportunity of getting that as Sullivan gets the cut back on Stanley Clark, as Alfie McBain in the 8 has a spin down there in the at hairpin 3 and 4. Over start finish they come then as they make their way through, and as the circuit rises up through that D chicane as you see now, Tom, at the top of the screen, we are racing to time, not laps.
Yes,
which
correct.
is a direct effect of the weather conditions. Holly Swan's made 2 places back up, Tom, back up into 4th, having dropped down into 6th. She's found her way past Thomas Potter and Jack Collinson. Amy Peacock, though, the driver on the move, as Ewan House defends off William Howard down that back straight. Sam Hayes, Tom, another driver who goes very, very well in the wet, as he rallies it round the outside there with a dab of opposite lock.
Yeah, big rear end swapper on there as Holly Swan is now making moves on Stanley Clark for 3rd. Does the up and under and times it brilliantly, and takes 3rd place away.
Great move then from Swan. Now Peacock is in front of both Collinson and Thomas Potter as they make their way through. When it looks like rain, Tom, it doesn't actually look like actual drops coming out of the sky, but it does look like it's just that fine rain.
The fine rain that soaks you through.
That one.
As opposed to the drops coming
Change
out
for the
of
lead,
sky.
Tom. Round hairpin 1 and 2. Sullivan has found a way past Robinson, and down the back straight they go. Quick helmet tap, although he's closed up on Robinson fairly quickly in the last couple of laps. So whilst he does want Robinson to work with him and not try and return the favour, the early race pace from Sullivan has been reasonably good. We saw this actually at round 5, which was the last round that he competed. He missed round number 6. In the early phase of that race, he actually he went really, really well in the early phase of that in very, very similar conditions. And now what he doesn't want, though, is Robinson battling with him too much, although Sullivan opens up 3 or 4 kart lengths through the D chicane. So as the rest of the field makes their way through, it's Sullivan leading from Robinson, then Peacock, Swan, Collinson, Clark. Potter's dropped down into 7th. Sam Hayes has moved up from 13th into 8th place in front of House, Howard, Rye, Stansmore-Wilson and McBain, who had that early race spin. One to watch for me, though, Tom. Amy Peacock in the 17, absolutely flying in the early phase of this race.
Yeah, she had a stellar last lap, overtook Holly Swan and has already gapped her and is now already onto the back of Ben Robinson here. And Sullivan's going to need to get his head down and try and make some headway here as Peacock, smooth as butter, straight through on the inside of hairpin 4. On Ben Robinson, made that one look very, very easy.
Ooh, Robinson tried to get the nose back down the inside of Peacock, and that's cost him a few kart lengths. You can see that he's already dropped back now into the clutches of Holly Swan and Jack Collinson. Swan might even have the nose down the inside. She doesn't. I thought she could have kept that one in there. Expect Peacock, though, to be making some moves sometime soon, Tom, because the pace that she's had since finding the way through, particularly out of hairpin 2 and onto this back straight, down towards South Bank. Sullivan once again with a helmet tap as he then goes slightly more defensive anyway, so it's almost as if he's giving one message but doesn't believe that it's going to happen.
That was Jack Collinson really forcing the issue there on Holly Swan through South Bank corner. Put his nose on the inside as Amy Peacock repeats the same move she did on Ben Robinson on the previous lap. This time, though, it was on Sullivan for the lead and again made it look easy. She just breaks a little bit later, turns in late, gets the cut back and gets a brilliant drive off the corner, and there she goes into the lead.
The top two, though, now, Tom, are going to have slightly different contention to play with because Collinson has found a way past Ben Robinson and Holly Swan.
Yeah, Collinson, again, with another flying lap as well. So Swan with the early pace, but is now starting to drop off. Potter now down in 9th place. Wonder if he's gone for the intermediate option that he's tried a few times in the past, where it's a very, very well-worn wet tyre and has served him well on a drying track. But
this track's not drying, though. It's getting wetter.
It's wetty.
Yeah,
yes, it's getting worse. Yes.
It's going the other way. Hayes, Tom, once again, is starting to make his way through. We know he can drive well in the wet. He has done here before. Ewan House as well has made his way through into 7th place as Potter goes very, very wide. They're definitely... Are they on... Is that slick?
No, I think they're very well worn wets, David, from the looks of things. Amy Peacock with the fastest lap of the race of 53.5.
Oh, she gapped Sullivan by 1.5 seconds almost on that previous lap. And that's not a case that Sullivan's going backwards, because the gap to Collinson, although he has closed in by 7/10 on that previous lap, is that Peacock's pace, Tom, in these weather conditions, she is absolutely flying.
Well, she was a 1.5 seconds quicker than anybody else on circuit that lap, not just Sullivan. I mean, everybody else is running very similar lap times, except for Amy Peacock, who's done a 53.5. Pretty much everybody else in the 54, high 54s, low 55s.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a huge amount of pace that Amy Peacock's got here. Whatever they've done with the setup of that car is working, and if the weather conditions stay like this, she's going to be set fair for the rest of the day. That is the 27 of William Howard now moving through on Thomas Potter. So that's a re-overtake, I believe. So Potter must have got through somewhere on that lap, and
when they
and
come through, Tom,
re-overtaken.
When they come in at a much slower pace, Tom, I would be interested in them types of Potter. Now I think they are wet because they're using a gold rim, and you don't normally use a gold rim, but he's gone very, very wide there. And Edward Rye is down the inside. That promotes him into the top 10 as well. Just looking out.
They are wet, but they are very well. Yeah, I mean, you can see just in the difference between the karts in front, how much more tread they've got.
Yeah, just looking out the window, Tom, the battle for second place as we now catch it up on screen as well. Sees Collinson finding a way past Joshua Sullivan. Sullivan's going to try and run round the outside, although it's a long and optimistic way round the outside. Not in the dry, because we've seen it happen a few times this year, but in the wet, as then Sullivan gets into the back of Collinson, and that forces Collinson wide and up and over the grass.
Yeah, just caught himself out a little bit on braking there, Sullivan, and into the back of Collinson.
Well, I know he's been very late on the brakes through there, Tom. You saw him earlier on in the race. He was actually pulling kart lengths, fairly big kart lengths, actually, when he was catching up to Robinson and then moving away.
I think he just got caught out by how much Collinson did brake into that.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye out there for the warning. Now, if there is just the two of them and they finish as they are, then it's not beyond expectation that we just see something like a +1 position and swap them back round. So we'll see how they are, but there's still 25 seconds to go. The final lap board is out as they cross the line because we are racing to a time. So now it's going to be as they come over with Peacock, then Sullivan and Collinson, Swan, Robinson, Ewan House up into 6th, Sam Hayes as well. So the two drivers from the back 2 rows on row 6 and 7 making good headway up into 6th. And obviously you start where you finish, Tom, as well. So that's going to give them a good opportunity to go forwards in Heat 2 and 3. Half a lap remaining then this time as Collinson comes to the inside. Sullivan runs in very, very close. Collinson not at all happy with that one. The half a lap to go. Peacock, though, Tom, is already exiting hairpin 4. It's going to be a dominant victory for the driver of the 17. Amy Peacock puts a marker down for the day by winning Heat number 1 here at Teesside Autodrome. Then it's going to be side by side over the line. Collinson gets the cutback on Sullivan and grabs 2nd place on the line. Collinson in 2nd, Sullivan in 3rd, with Swan, Robinson, House, Hayes, Clark, Howard, Potter, and then Edward Rye in 11th place in front of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Alfie McBain.
Fantastic action as always in our Honda Cadet class. And your Heat 1 winner, Amy Peacock, now heading round on the slowing down lap. And that is a brilliant result for Amy Peacock. She was absolutely flying. Her fastest lap is 0.4 of a second faster than anybody else out there. She did set the fastest lap of the race, obviously, but for, generally speaking, she was the best part of a second a lap quicker once she hit the front.
0.4 is light years in Honda Cadet Pro.
Oh, it's massive, yeah. Absolutely massive. So congratulations to Amy Peacock, winner of Heat number 1. Collinson in 2nd and Sullivan rounding out your podium.
Amy Peacock, Tom, still awaiting a final victory here at Teesside Autodrome. Obviously, Potter's had a fairly dominant season, so to speak, and then we've got the and then Robinson won the round number 6 final. So we've still got Amy Peacock awaiting her first final victory. Looked to be fairly set for it at round number 5, and then the rain came just before the final. We are just looking at everybody, Tom, is on wets, that's for sure, but Potter's look very, very scrubbed. Is the best way to describe those tyres.
Yeah, almost a cut slick, aren't they? So we will move on to the second of our Honda Cadet classes, which is Cadet Clubman.
Qualifying for our Honda Cadet Club class saw Samuel Yeadon on pole position with Charlie Eyeball alongside. Then Sebastian Benson and Jake Walker with his best qualifying of the season in 4th place. Joey Swan and Mason Dinsdale on row number 3. The visiting Charlie Quine over from the Isle of Man. He'll start in 7th place with Riley Buckton-Young in P8. Then it's Matty Prinku Wright and Riley Sims-Ezard completing the top 10 with Layla Berryman and Mason Webster on row number 6. Ashton Carmichael and Henry Colburn, they're on row number 7. Ollie Carter and Harry McLaughlin on row number 8. Toby Turner starts 17th with Morgan Cooney starting 18th, but did actually qualify inside the top 10. And just having a quick look yesterday, Tom, that was because there was a failure of technical compliance at scrutineering, and that's what's dropped Morgan Cooney down. So he's got work to do, coming through from 18th place. Now, what we do need to look out for, Tom, here in this race, and hopefully when they grid up, we'll be able to get a quick zoom in of the number 6 kart. Not that you're going to need to zoom in, Tom, because it's not exactly subtle. I think it was the first thing you noticed when you walked in the walked down the grid this morning, is that number 6 kart, including part of its rear bumper as well, and the rest of its number board, with the exception of the 6 with the yellow part of the background, is unmistakably pink.
It is very, very bright pink.
There is a reason for that, and we'll come to it now. Unfortunately, Tom, however, it's not a happy reason. At round number 8 here last year in Senior Pro Kart, we had a driver who ended up finishing the day in 3rd place in our senior Pro Kart novice class, and that was a driver called Chrissy Rouse. Now, he's not really famous for driving Pro Karts, but he was famous for riding bikes and riding them very quickly on the British Superbikes package, driving the number 69 machine. Unfortunately, an incident at Donington Park a few weeks ago meant that Chrissy Rouse is unfortunately no longer with us. Riley Buckton-Young, the driver there in P number 8, 4th on the right-hand side row, his dad, Mark, is paying homage to Chrissy Rouse this weekend. Did want to actually change the number as well to 69, but unfortunately Ashton Carmichael has already got that one, so you can't change your number mid-season, so he's having to continue running the number 6. There is the kart
and you can see
with pictures
of
as well of Chrissy Rouse on there, a popular rider.
Oh, he was a very welcome addition here, wasn't he? He was popular while he was here for a
round. Yeah, he was from up here as well, from Newcastle. So from everybody at Alpha Live, Teesside Karting, particularly as well from the Buckton-Young family, we
extend our condolences
to the family and friends of Chrissy Rouse. Looks like we are gridded up though, Tom. So unfortunately for us, it's happier times ahead as the engine notes rise. The green flag drops and we are away and racing in Honda Cadet Club. It's a good start from the top 4. They slot into a single file format by the time they make it towards the first corner round the national loop. Cooney was slow away from 20th place, although that could just be because he doesn't want to get things. And we've got a driver off already going up and over the grass. Looks like that could have been Mason Webster, who's dropped back out of the initial pack. Then they're 3 and 4 wide heading down, and there's contact there between Swan and Dinsdale, side pod to side pod. No harm done, and we're almost 5 wide as we head down the back straight towards South Bank.
Yeah, as they head round there for the first time, they're still not managed to get themselves into any kind of order just yet. They're certainly not in line. As they're feeling their way round this track for the first time, and it is Swan that's gone round, unfortunately.
Swan facing the wrong way. At the front, though, Tom, we're just having a quick look to see who it is, and it's Charlie Quine, who's come through from 7th place to lead on the opening lap, makes up 6 places. I can only assume that it rains a lot in the Isle of Man, and he's got a lot of practice in these weather conditions, but what an opening lap for the 101.
Yeah, fantastic start from Charlie Quine, already gapping Samuel Yeadon as well, who both of them have pulled away from pole sitter Charlie Eibel, who's going backwards and is going to be in 5th place as they exit hairpin 2.
Dinsdale's made a move down the inside there. He's alongside Jake Walker, although that's not actually for position because he was in front of him before, so it looks like he's just finishing off the move. Charlie Eibel sliding wide halfway around South Bank. Sebastian Benson then trying to get down the inside as Matty Prinku Wright and Riley Sims-Ezard side by side. Mason Webster, Tom, starting to make inroads back through this field. He's going to do 2, or at least I think down the inside there, as he tries to get alongside Riley Sims-Ezard. And of course Webster was well down on that previous lap, having gone slowly through the first corner, made up 1 place on Toby Turner, back up into 10th now. Was well off the back of the pack. Didn't lose many places at the start, but was 2 or 3 seconds back, having bounced over the curbs. And there he is, down the inside of Sims-Ezard. And down the inside of Prinku Wright as well. So looks like we could have 2 moves done there by Webster. Could it be 3 by the time he gets round the outside of the others? They're 3 wide down the back straight as we cut to the next camera. We'll keep an eye as they come in. He's going to try and go all the way round the outside.
Brilliant.
Of Riley Buckton-Young.
Where's he been all season?
Well, it's been dry all season, Tom. He's a demon in the wet. Round the outside of Sebastian Benson as well.
Is he going to go at the inside here?
And on the inside of Charlie Eibel. Sensational from Mason Webster.
Mason Webster. Congratulations. That is a brilliant lap.
9th to 5th in 1 lap for the driver of the 2.
I know we had Thomas Potter as one of the drives of the season earlier on this year with his entire race where he was absolutely flying, but that's the best lap of the year by any. I mean, there's no ifs, buts and coconuts about that. Yeah, Mason Webster has just given us the best lap of the year.
Every corner was a needle thread, wasn't it?
Oh,
there
was brilliant.
There was Karts left, right, and then there was Mason Webster front, left and centre.
That was superb.
That rhymes, by the way.
So Charlie Quine still heading this one and is now pulled away to the tune of 2.7 seconds. We've got Young up the inside as well.
Eyeball, yeah.
Yeah. Eyeball really struggling with this one. No, right, Eyeball was your pole sitter, and he's going to be moving down to 7th place. Webster's lining up another one here. It's Samuel Yeadon.
He took 1.8 out of him, Tom, on the previous lap as well.
So what kind of pace is he doing? Is he quick enough to catch at the front? He's a 10th quicker than Charlie Quine.
Fastest lap of the race is Dinsdale, though, in second, although he is, even at a 10th, he's got a big way to catch up that 2.6 gap.
Yeah, that's going to be very difficult to catch up 2.6 seconds in just over 3 minutes. But there is Webster now having a look on the inside of Samuel Yeadon. That's going to be for 4th place.
He's got it done as well, Tom, out the window.
And we're looking at Prinku Wright as well now, moving on the inside of Sim Zezard. And again, Prinku Wright now passing Charlie Eyeball, who was on pole position. So Prinku Wright having a good few laps here as well and starting to move forward. Webster, as you said, David, has got that move completed and is now in 4th place. 6 seconds off the lead, though. He's going to need to really go some if he's going to try and win this race. What's Webster's best finish of the year?
Not 4th.
Okay.
Like I think 6th or 7th so far this season, but on the days that he was 6th or 7th, he was starting 6th or 7th. He was not starting in P12. The actual overall race time, Tom, as well, bearing in mind, obviously, he's come from a lot further back, had that opening lap issue as well, where I think he bounced over the grass a little bit. If the weather conditions stay like this, he's going to be right up there.
Yeah, he is. He is, definitely. I mean, that, as I said, that is by far and away the lap of the year. 100%.
Yeah,
is it 5 or 6 over? I think it was 5 overtakes.
It was four overtakes, but obviously he was threading the needle. 8 tenths he's taken out of Jake Walker, Tom, for 3rd. So Walker in 3rd with Webster in 4th. Still 2 minutes remaining, so we're going to get 3 more laps in here.
Dinsdale setting the fastest lap of the race again,
He's chipping in, isn't he? And
2 minutes left, 2 seconds to go. So going to have to catch almost a second a lap here on Charlie Quine, but it is going in the right direction for Dinsdale.
Joey Swan has caught back up and is starting to make some inroads into the field. He's back up to 17th, and he's actually caught up now as Prinku Wright tries to stick one down the inside of Riley Buckton Young. Riley Sims-Ezard as well there, Tom, and trying it on the back of Charlie Eyeball, running well inside the top 10. Having a quick look out the window, Tom, and as now Sims-Ezard's going to try and go around the outside of Eyeball. I think Eyeball's going to run him onto the rumble strip. Webster takes another 9 tenths out of
Walker.
And is now within 3 tenths of the 84 cart.
So that'll be for the final position on the podium. Dinsdale again, another 2 tenths quicker, but I think he's going to run out of time here to catch
contact, Tom. Contact there as Webster went down the inside of Walker. Walker probably didn't even know he was there, such as the closing speed that Webster has in the last couple of laps. Walker then down into 4th place now. Hasn't lost too much because the field spread on the front was there, but Webster is up into 3rd place.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't really see that one on camera, but that is that's Benson passing Yeadon now as they exit South Bank and go into hairpin 3. So that is for 5th place. Charlie Quine now, he got the message and picked up the pace, set a fastest lap of the race, and then immediately beaten by Dinsdale by another 10th. So we've got 30 seconds to go here, so we'll get 2 more laps. 1.6 seconds is the gap.
Dinsdale's obviously had to come through as well from row number 3. Quine had to come through from row 4, but did so all on the opening lap.
He did,
with a sensational opening lap. So this is going to give Dinsdale some confidence, certainly going into the heat number 2 later on, when we do expect it to be probably even wetter than it is now. The time at the top is elapsing at the top of the screen. The top 3, Tom, are miles away from the rest of the field in this one. We've got a yellow flag out at the D chicane. Keep an eye out for that, because I don't know where that is. The yellow is out, last lap board.
Here we go.
That's Layla Berryman, beached on the outside. Looks like she's waiting for clearance to come back on, although the grass does drop away there. Dinsdale once again sets a slightly quicker time than Charlie Quine, although the gap nowhere near close enough. Oh, I'm just getting a report actually there, Tom, regarding the incident where we thought Webster and Walker had come together. Just getting an update that there wasn't actually any contact between the two of them, that the 84 appears to have spun on its own, and Webster then had to thread it down the inside. So just getting an update there from one of our spotters on the bank. Out of the final corner though, making the visit over from the Isle of Man. Very, very worthwhile. Charlie Quine wins for the first time at Teesside Autodrome. Dinsdale in second place, and Mason Webster a career best third here at Teesside Autodrome. Then it's Walker and Benson coming over the line, nose to tail for fourth and fifth. Yeadon, Princu Wright, then it's Buckton Young, Eibel and Riley Sims-Ezard completing the top 10.
Yeah, brilliant result there for Charlie Quine. Coming through, as David said, from 12th on the grid. Did it all in the first, from lower down the grid, and got that move done, got those moves done on the first lap, made his way through. Brilliant result for Mason Dinsdale as well in second place, and there is your winner, Charlie Quine, on camera. And then Webster as well with that fantastic drive, and I think it was around lap 4, taking 5 different karts in one lap, down the inside, round the outside, every which way, and got that done, and a well-deserved podium. Welcome back, David.
Thank you. Just been outside, it's been emotional. Just because Mason Webster there, who's coming in third place. For our long-time viewers here at Teesside Autodrome, will remember Mason's first couple of outings here at Teesside. He was getting lapped not once but twice, Tom, in heats. It's been a long process, but he's stuck with it. And if there's ever an advert for perseverance, hard work and resilience, it's right there.
Practice, practice, practice. That's what we always say. Seat time is very important, and you know, it just experience is everything in this sport. And I know these are all cliches, but it really, really is. And you know, Mason Webster with the first podium, and in the wet conditions as well, just to show that there is real class there. So congratulations, Mason. Congratulations, Charlie Quine, as well.
Yeah, let's not take
with a brilliant drive.
Yeah, let's not take anything away from our race winner. That opening lap from Quine really set the stall out, where he just got to the front. 6 overtakes on the opening lap, taking advantage of potentially other drivers being a little bit more tentative on that opening lap. And it's all about confidence. Quine got to the front and then just dominated the race from there. Quine, Dinsdale and Webster then, your top 3 in the Honda Cadet Club class.
And that will move us on to our next heat. Junior Rotax heat number 1 is coming up, and your grid is formed as such. Lizzie Mentier is going to take pole position with Nathan Jensen in second. Sam Stoner, a new name to the grid, in third, with Ben Horner in fourth. Zach Turner in fifth, and Monroe Renard in sixth. Seventh is Catherine Potter. Eighth is Amelia Pennington. Ninth is Alfie Warbank, and 10th Melissa Adrian. 11th Addison Smith. So some new names here, David.
There is. Well, there's some new names, but also there's some names that were in Mini and that are now in Junior, Addison Smith being one of them.
Yeah.
Seemed to be very, very quick yesterday. Didn't have the easiest of 3-lap practices this morning, as he did rearrange the start line tyre wall, pushing on the slicks. But yeah, the pace is certainly there. Now, the reason that he's moved up, he's currently third in the Minimax Championship. Not 100% mathematically tied up in third, although it does need the driver in fourth to be consistently taking seconds and wins to be able to take something into the final round. But Addison Smith has pretty much run most of this Minimax season, Tom, somewhere in the region of 6 to 8 kilos over the Minimax weight. So the fact that he is third, the fact that he's won a final, has been battling it out with Jared Fox-Whiteley and with Lewis Goff for much of the season, is amazing, just given the fact that he's obviously been hampered a lot by the fact that he's carrying more weight. Now, each kilo is probably, what, a tenth in terms of time, maybe half a tenth.
Yeah, probably around,
Yeah.
half a tenth.
I'd say half a tenth,
somewhere
so, yeah.
in between there, yeah.
So he's carrying 6 to 8 of those. You know, it's the fact that he's up there. Now he's moved up into junior, which is going to be much more into the range for him. I'm expecting, you know, maybe not this first round, the weather being a bit thing, but going through the winter series and into next season, one to watch for me in Junior Max here at Teesside.
Yeah, we're still awaiting them heading out on their 2 rolling up laps here. And in fact, just as I say that, there they go. Heading out off the dummy grid.
Random grids, of course. Tom, the first of our 2-stroke classes here. We also have the addition of Micromax for the final 3 rounds.
Championship permutations.
Well, the champion isn't here this weekend. He's already wrapped that one up in Finley Watson. And I can actually understand why he's not here, because it's a long trip from Dover. And he's been making that trip every round.
Yes, he has.
To come all the way up to Teesside. Hasn't done a huge amount of the practice days either, because that's been his travel day, really. Ben Horner there in the 12, another driver who we've seen earlier in the year racing in the Minimax class. So juniors, Tom, it's probably the biggest junior grid we've had all season. It's started to fill out towards the second part. Now we've got a couple of drivers to keep an eye out for. We know Monroe Renard has been out in the Teesside Karting Academy kart earlier this season.
What do we know about Sam Stoner and Amelia Pennington?
Well, I know a lot about Sam Stoner because I've been watching him all year in the JKC Championship, and he's a driver that on his day can be running right at the front. Now, it's his first time up here at Teesside Autodrome for 38 of Sam Stoner, so we'll keep an eye out on his progress as to how much he's managed to gain out of his 6 practice sessions yesterday. So he's probably had around about an hour's track time to learn this Teesside National Circuit yesterday. So we'll keep an eye out. There he is with a black helmet on the second row, right behind your vice champion-elect Lizzie Mentier. Over the line, then they come. It's a good start. They are given the green flag at the first time of asking as they make their way down towards that national loop for the first time. Mentier leading from Warbank. Stoner's going to try and get a nose down the inside there. They're still 2 and 3 wide. Pennington has to relent and drop back in. So she's there in the JDR colours, the blue, red and white. The 21, the red rain oversuit. You'll notice,
3 wide, 3 South Bank.
The 69 kart there, Tom, of Monroe Renard. Whilst it has got the Teesside Karting Academy on it, it is the unmistakable pink colour of Bella Franklin's kart, which I believe may now be in the hands permanently of Mr. Renard.
Okay. So coming across the line for the first time, we've got Mentier, Stoner, Potter, who's had a good start from, I think, 7th on the grid. Wallbank, Pennington, Turner, Jensen, Renard, Adrian, Horner and Smith.
Potter, Warbank and Pennington all making big gains on the opening lap, making up 4 places each.
Yes, indeed. And that's Renard up the inside of hairpin 4. Looks like taking Nathan Jensen for 6th place. Jensen didn't look too happy with that move.
That was Turner, actually.
I think. Turner?
Yeah, Jensen there is the white helmet on the outside in the 34 with Ben Horner just trying to go down the inside at the moment. Then
lots of people really struggling with the conditions out there at the moment. It still doesn't look overly wet. Really, really struggling with the getting the front end turned in, and then it's massive power oversteer as they're coming out of the corners.
You can see these karts with that much, a lot more power than the Hondas. They're coming a lot wider over start finish, aren't they? Because they're almost sideways.
Yeah, 4-wheel drifting over the start finish line.
Yeah, Turner there with a bit of a drift.
Yeah, massive. Yeah,
when
Turner's really struggling out there at the moment.
When they go wide round, normally in kart it's the karting line, isn't it? They say when it's offline around the outside. Here over start finish, when they're going wide and sideways, we call it the Grinsell line.
Yes, we do certainly over start finish. Yeah, 100%.
I'm just having a quick look at some of the comments. We'll come back to them in a few moments because
I know we call it the kink, this corner here that they're just going through now. Tempted to rename it. maybe just in the wet. Maybe we'll just call it Grinsell in the wet.
Well, see over there, just looking at that camera thing, normally over start finish, obviously, there's a line of tarmac down the middle. As Stoner gets the cut back on Alfie Wallbank, that moves him.
That was classy.
Yeah, that looks like they've actually had a change back as to where they were. Wallbank's going to come back down the inside on Sam Stoner, and then Stoner's trying to come back down the inside of Alfie Wallbank.
And
this is the amazing thing about the wet, isn't it? Is that every corner becomes an opportunity because one line always compromises. You know, whether you're tight in, it's wide out, or wide in, it's tight out. There's much more of a compromise.
Yeah.
Having a quick look in the CQ Racing 101, it really does rain in the Isle of Man. We do not doubt that now after Charlie Quine's amazing race victory in heat number 1.
Well, that'll be Charlie Quine's account, won't it? That's messaged that in.
Yeah, yeah. To be fair, they were commenting during the race. Now, I know he was leading and he was comfortable, but don't drive and use your phone, folks.
Yes, yeah. Unless he was texting us from the steering wheel. Very much doubt that's actually Charlie Quine. But yeah, Charlie Quine's account.
Oh, Addison Smith down the inside of Sam Stone. I imagine Charlie Quine's on the car when you're like, message, commentary box.
It'd have come out in German or something if he'd done that, though. I don't know if you've ever tried it, but it doesn't work.
Addison Smith, Tom, who started this race from the final row of the random grid, is now up into 5th place, finds a way past Sam Stoner, and in front of him, Alfie Wallbank, not too far away either. Just 2 more quick comments to look at. Max Shields has just put, wets were really destroyed and pretty much down to slicks. So I'm using Christian Oblak, Max Shields.
Oh, okay.
So he's put, I'm using Christian Oblak's tactic of saying I'm going to win and putting it in the chat.
Oh, good. Yeah. Well, that worked out quite well for him, didn't it?
Kels Coles, is there many senior Rotax out today? I haven't really looked at the entry list in senior Rotax. I will assess the situation and come back to you shortly. Over to you, Tom.
So your leader is Mentier by 4 seconds now. Potter in 2nd place with Amelia Pennington 3rd. So we have an all-female podium as it stands at the moment, which, of course, as we always say, is female drivers are hugely supported here at Teesside and have been, well, for as long as time has begun, really, as long as they've been here. Really, really well supported, and now we're seeing in junior Rotax, Mentier and Potter and Pennington right at the front of this grid. Alfie Wallbank is in 4th with Smith 5th, Stoner 6th, Monroe Renard 7th, and it's Ben Horner, Melissa Adrian, Zach Turner and Nathan Jensen. Sorry, David, you were going to say something.
No, I was about to say that. We have roughly 130 drivers signed on here at Teesside Autodrome, which still amazes me how quickly this championship has grown from the 50 or so that we were getting 4 years ago. Just testament to the way this championship is run. But also the fact that I think it's 10% of the paddock, Tom, is female drivers.
Yeah.
You know, we'd have one more as well if Amy Frame had 2 working limbs for junior Pro Kart, which we'll catch up on later on.
Yes.
As to why
she
doesn't.
Bring you the update on that one.
There's not many championships anywhere, Tom, be it karting or anywhere else. Addison Smith, Tom, looks like he could have had a drop down. We'll come to that in a few moments.
Yeah.
There's not many championships, be it karting or elsewhere, that can boast a
10%.
grid of 10% of female drivers.
Yes.
Mentier sets the fastest lap as Smith drives past Alfie Wallbank as if he's in glue, and through he comes. Now he's going to need to pull away fairly quickly, Tom, in the remaining laps or so, because as you can see from Addison Smith's front nose, it is bouncing around. Turner's in the pits.
Yeah, we've had a first retirement of the day, in fact, in any of our classes, and that's Zach Turner has pitted and out of this race, and Addison Smith now into 4th. He's 12 seconds off the lead, but I'd like to point out, started last.
Yeah, he's going to need to pull out 5 seconds on Wallbank though, Tom, because as you can see, look at that nose, it's bouncing around. What's happened there is that too much pressure has been applied to it, either in terms of finding a way past somebody or potentially even the opening lap where the concertina effect into a corner comes together. and it pushes the nose in, drops it down, and that is an automatic 5-second penalty that is not up for discussion.
And as we start the final lap of the race here as well, it is still Lizzie Mentier from Potter from Pennington. Big gaps between them all, so big field spread here. This is your closest battle on track. This is Smith and Wallbank. Renard sets a personal best lap with a 50.5. How are we looking pace-wise at the moment? No, obviously it's very greasy out there. Mentier with a 47.6. Fastest lap of the race. Last time across the line as well. So
6 seconds off. That's 6.5 seconds, Tom, off. But there she is, taking the checkered flag and victory in heat number 1.
There it goes, Lizzie Mentier. Then it is Catherine Potter in second. There goes Amelia Pennington crossing the line in third to make it an all-female podium here in heat number 1. Fantastic to see. Then it is Addison Smith and Alfie Wallbank. It looks like it's going to be Sam Stoner coming across the line in 6th, and then we're going to have Monroe Renard, and then we have Ben Horner, and it will be Melissa Adrian and Nathan Jensen in 9th and 10th. And that's it already. Heat number 1 done for Junior Rotax. Your winner, Lizzie Mentier, continuing her run here at Teesside of podium finishes and being perennially at the front this year. She's done really, really well. As we said earlier on, she is going to be more than likely a runner-up in this particular championship, but has shown great pace throughout the year and taking another heat win. And that moves us on to Minimax Heat number 1.
Class of the season so far then in Minimax, and it's going to be Lewis Goff on pole position with Ben Adrian alongside Jared Fox-Whiteley and Charlie Vary on row 2, then Joseph Yao. He starts in P5. The very impressive Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, she debuts from 6th place in the Minimax class with Sam Robson and Oscar Waugh on row number 4. Then it's Harris Alley and Alex Lynn and James Philip Byrne completing your grid. Obviously Harris Alley and Alex Lynn making their way through. What we're just doing there is we're just checking, because it's wet, Tom, what we're checking is the side pods to the rear wheels, because they're not allowed to protrude, and that's what is just being checked in terms of by our scrutineer Ben, just making sure that there's no protrusion there, because I think the wheels have to be within a certain distance from them side pods.
So you can't run them too wide.
That's it. Well, I think it's the wheels can't be further width out than the pods. Yeah, yes. That's the thing. So.
Yes, you can't run can't run it out too.
Yes.
Move the wheels out too much on the axle.
So I think then it's the side pods mainly, because we've seen that a lot actually in Pro Kart recently, particularly obviously juniors, because they're allowed. There's almost a 25mm difference, almost 30 to some extent, between the width of the slicks and the width of the wets. The wets being a lot narrower. And obviously then they're not allowed to sit inside the profile, I think, of the side pods, so you've got to move the side pods in.
Right.
Mini's making
genuinely
their way
interesting. I didn't mean it to sound like I wasn't interested. You gave me a look of, have I just bored you? No, you haven't. That was fascinating. Thank you for that.
It's almost like I looked at you and just gone, thanks, Tom.
No, I appreciate that. I didn't know that before, so thank you for that, David. So rolling up lap, or sort of first rolling up lap underway. So Harris Alley making the step up here this weekend into Minimax.
Yeah, just they'll get 2 rolling up laps. Kels Cole's question about how many seniors are out. We've got 11 senior Rotax. Gary Stead has been on saying Finley Watson has made the journey from Dover for racing. Just having a quick look, actually. I'm just getting a bit of an update on that one. Just having a quick look at senior Rotax, because I think that we might have a... Finley Watson is here, Tom. He's gone senior. So won the championship in junior, and he's going to race against some of our seniors. Draggers, as you're saying, what class has the most amount of karts? Well, cumulatively it will be Honda Cadet, but we split them because between Pro and Club because they've got so big at one point. We're getting 40 entries. So actually on track will be Senior Pro Kart. They complete the cycle of races before we go back to Bambino. And the good thing with them is no matter what the weather conditions, they're always on slick tyres.
Correct.
Which apparently there isn't any rain at the moment.
But it is still very greasy out there, and everybody's on wets.
The thing is, Tom, with that is that yes, the wet will be quicker, but it will ruin them very quickly.
It's going to cook them, isn't it?
Because they need standing water, don't they? Away we go then. And right the way round the outside, looks like Ben Adrian's had a good start, but then gone slightly wide. Fox Whiteley tries to get to the inside, and then Isabella Stansmore-Wilson gets squeezed out as the field concertinas together through the chicanes for the first time. Fox Whiteley is through on Ben Adrian, who's gone backwards now. He's behind Charlie Very and Joseph Yao as well, as Stansmore-Wilson takes to the rumble strip. On the outside, Harris Alley with a good start, Tom. Always goes well in the wet, actually, in the cadets, and it looks like that is passing straight over into Minimax. It's been a good opening lap then from Harris Alley. Started in 9th place and will come over the line, I think, inside the top 6. Goff then leads from Fox Whiteley, Very, Yao, Harris Alley up into 5th place in front of Oscar Warren, James Philip Byrne, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Ben Adrian, Sam Robson and Alex Lynn.
Yeah, it's Goff from Fox Whiteley. So this is battle resumed again, isn't it? This is what we've seen at the front all year so far, is Goff and Fox Whiteley going at it.
Yeah, it's all in, Tom. This class has not failed to deliver all season.
No, it hasn't.
It's not failing to deliver now either, as Fox Whiteley delivers an overtake down the inside of Lewis Goff and leads the way as they come round hairpin 4.
Yeah, Goff turned in extremely late into hairpin 3. I'm surprised he even made the corner, to be quite honest. I thought he was going straight through the cut through there.
It's one of them. It's where it's probably a quicker line if you don't leave the door open.
Yeah, if your exit's not blocked by a cart that's overtaken you.
Yeah.
But yeah, as we see Goff now in 2nd place with that Lando Norris inspired helmet.
Well, it is his logo, the LG4 that he uses, is very similar in style.
But it is it's definitely been inspired by Norris.
He had a mid-season helmet colour change, didn't he? He started season silver and blue. Harris Alley, Tom.
Flying.
Hasn't had the best of seasons, even by his own admission. I interviewed him yesterday, and he said, well, part of the decision in moving up early into Minimax is because it's been a really tough season here at Teesside.
That was in Honda
Cadet, although actually on the national stage in the Cadet Kart Championship, he's finished inside the top 5 there. So, but always goes well in the wet, although contact into the back of Charlie Very there. Probably not enough to actually drop the nose because it wasn't very hard, and then Very has a helmet tap and Harris Alley disregards it completely and moves through into 3rd place.
Yeah, you don't get a lot of working together in Minimax, really, do you? Because there tends to be a fair amount of field spread, as we've got the
Oscar War.
Yes.
Round. Stansmore-Wilson gets past James Philip Byrne, and that was after the yellow flag actually, because War was there, so that will be good.
Yeah,
Harris Alley, Tom, moving away from Charlie Very.
Good lap times as well, relative to the people around him, although Fox Whiteley, that's part of a second quicker than anybody else.
Quicker on the previous lap than Lewis Goff.
Yeah, so absolutely flying is Fox Whiteley at the moment and doing everything that he needs to do to keep this championship alive.
Yeah, another driver there on track, Tom, that we're seeing at minute 66 of Alex Lynn, another driver who's making the move up. The kart livery very, very similar, very familiar actually, because it's exactly the same as Lewis Goff in the white, blue and yellow Optimum Motorsport colours.
You can see them drifting out of South Bank. The power on these Minimax Rotax karts, as you said, David, earlier on, completely different to the Honda Cadets, and you can see them just having to try and control that power, blip the throttle as they're heading through South Bank, which at that point of the track is normally absolutely flat out.
Some of these drivers would be primed for the drift score they have on here at Teesside as well.
Yeah, I was going to give them points, actually, as
Harris
Ali
slides through
into second place.
Yeah, straight past Lewis Goff. Now what he's going to get is a very, very quick lesson in robust racing, because Lewis Goff and Jared Fox-Whiteley, both of them, we know from their racing earlier on this year, absolutely no quarter given. And whilst Harris Ali certainly has the pace, I think, here to get past Lewis Goff in these slippy conditions, he's not going to have it quite as easy as he has in his ascension up to third place thus far.
Yeah, it was kind of like Lewis Goff was, for want of a better phrase, almost half asleep, and then Harris Ali sent it up the inside, and all of a sudden he give his head a shake, and away he went again.
Yeah, imagine as much of that.
Now he's going again.
I imagine as much of that surprise was that the driver that was coming past him was the rookie.
And there he goes again. There's Harris Ali through again at South Bank corner. Goff can't return the favour this time.
Ali this time, Tom, learning from the previous lap. Much
Although
tighter,
again,
yeah, and then round the outside this time for Lewis
Goff.
Goff.
Gets such brilliant drive off hairpin 3.
Yeah, he's slowing fast out.
Yeah, as Fox-Whiteley sets the fastest lap of the race once again, and he's a second and a half quicker than anybody else on track now.
Ali's just dropped away a bit there, Tom, from Lewis Goff.
Yes,
Let's see whether that car's not going anywhere near as quickly as it was.
No, it isn't, and he's just lifted the flap on the radiator as well, so I'm not sure whether he's having water temperature issues.
No,
there's something
wrong.
No,
he's having frustration issues there, Tom. The 76 car, and what was going to be a stellar opening race for Harris Ali, looks like it's going to go the wrong way. Yao down the inside, and Harris Ali then he's found some sort of pace, because he's had a bit of a bump and run there on Joseph Yao. Yao's going to have the cutback, and I'll be honest with you, I think that cart's coming into the pit lane. Harris Ali, arm up in the air. I think he's going to give it another. He's giving it another lap, Tom. Obviously, he's starts where he finishes, you see. So if you can keep that kart going, it's not like he's not wringing the neck out of it there as he bounces it over the curves. But he could be starting the next one in 5th if he's just got to keep it going.
I've also noticed that we're back on laps and not time.
We are back on laps
because it stopped raining now.
Yes. Although I've completely forgot, maybe Honda's race to time. Just races go into races here, Tom. There's so many of them. It's great.
So we're looking at Fox-Whiteley, who's just about to come over the line to start the last lap of the race.
Such is his pace,
another fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, such is his pace. He's lapped Ben Adrian, who is 4th in the championship.
Well, I'm just. The question I would have is he taking too much life out of these tyres now? Is he going to need them later on in the day, potentially?
Well,
and winning by 7.5 seconds as it is at the minute.
Well, it depends how many, because wets are open.
Oh, so they can just throw them at it.
Well, to an extent, but obviously you're going to have scrubbed inters on for this one, and then obviously as it rains more later in the day, you might put a deeper tread on. And obviously there's only 4 races, so you can only throw 4 sets at it, worst case scenario. But Jared Fox-Whiteley has been almost a second a lap quicker than anybody else, and comes through to take a dominant Heat 1 victory in Minimax. Lewis Goff crosses the line. Will be in second place in a few moments. That's Ben Adrian, who's a lap down. Goff in second. Very and Yao come over nose to tail in third. Then it's not going to be Harris Ali. I think it's going to be Oscar Waugh coming through. Another debutant, Tom, here at Teesside. He's going to come through. Harris Ali's going to lose out to Stansmore Wilson in 6th. And then with Harris Ali in 7th place, James Philip Byrne will come through in 8th. But Harris Ali, Tom, from 7th place, can certainly challenge in the next one, although, probably not as much as he would have done from what could have been a potential 2nd or 3rd place in the early part of that one. So commiserations to Harris Ali, but we'll certainly take confidence out of what's been a very, very good first race in Minimax.
Yes, indeed. Good debut for Harris Ali. Unfortunate with the technical problem that he had, but still managed to finish 7th, so still good going for Harris Ali. And as you said, David, there's plenty of opportunity later in the day. Congratulations once again goes to Jared Fox-Whiteley on the first win of the day. Lewis Goff, there we go, coming across the line in second. and Charlie Vary in third. And that moves us on to Micromax Heat number 1. So your Micromax Heat number 1 grid is going to look like this. It's Edward Haynes taking pole position, and Caden Simpson in second, and JJ Plowman third. Then it's Riley Murrow, Austin Oman, and Ellis Child in 6th. Buddy Hugo in 7th, Drew Davidson in 8th, Edward Rye 9th, Leo Livings in 10th, and Jack Hutchinson in 11th.
JJ Plowman, Tom, obviously off 3rd place. He moves sideways out of the Honda Cadet class, having run in Honda Cadet Pro. Also, Tom, some big names in this one. We know Edward Haynes, he's going to be quick because he's always quick.
He always is.
But also, Tom, big names making the move up straight out of the Bambino class. Not only here as well, but obviously on the national stage. Keep an eye out for Riley Murrow, the 2022 Motorsport UK Bambino British champion. Austin Oman here as well, who won the Bambino Championship here last year, and who's finished in the vice-champion position in the Motorsport UK Bambino Championship. And as expected, as soon as Bambinos are done, they're straight up into Micromax. Plenty to learn, though. It's a rolling start, of course, for our Micromaxers as they make their way round. The 43 of Edward Haynes dictating the pace, with Caden Simpson alongside. They're going to get 2 rolling up laps, so they're going to go again and just and get some more heat into them tyres. But Simpson with a career best qualifying in 2nd place for the 77 kart. So we'll keep an eye out for these, because the qualifying yesterday was was dry. This morning, very slippy.
I've just been told it's stopped raining. Fully now.
Fully stopped raining. Let's have a quick look at what the...
Thank you, Chris, who's our cameraman up at South Bank Corner, for giving us the update.
According to AccuWeather, it says rain starting in 1 minute, but them clouds seem very, very high and a lot whiter than expected. I was expecting it to be very, very grey all day. Edward Haynes here, Tom. When I say dictating the pace, I reckon he could probably walk quicker than that. He's slowed them all down to make sure everybody's into position. The Teesside Karting Academy kart there of the 66 of Edward Rye, who pulling double duties. And through they come then to see the green flag. Will it drop? It will, and we're away and racing. Simpson slots straight in behind Edward Haynes as they make their way round the national loop. It's Ellis Child then in third. It's JJ Plowman in 3rd place as Child further back tried to make a move down the inside of the 22 of Riley Murrow. And then Simpson tries to defend into the corner. Then they're going to be side by side, and it's going to be Austin Oman who's going to get pushed through here, and Simpson is going to be high and dry on the outside.
Yeah, just got freight trained, didn't he, down the back straight by all 3 of them working together and pushing themselves along. Oman has now dropped to position. Is that Plowman in 2nd now? Yeah,
he's adapted really well, Tom, to the Micromax.
Yeah, there's a fair few of them have been moving up classes and picking up very well, as we saw earlier on with Harris Ali as well. So it seems to be a bit of a change of class later in the year, and all of a sudden there's they're finding their feet again.
But it's that interesting dynamic, and Teesside as a championship probably runs later into the year than most others. Our final round isn't until the end of November, so the championship running a lot forward. That's why we see it hugely in Bambinos, because as Drew Davidson makes a move down the inside of Caden Simpson, as soon as the British finishes in Bambino, the Bambino's gone and they're straight up into the next class, readying themselves for next year. Yeah. And they almost get a quarter of a season's racing just at Teesside, with the championship running later. Obviously, we run a winter series, of course, which this year we'll see the traditional O-plate meeting here at Teesside between Christmas and New Year. So if you fancy racing on a Wednesday and a Thursday, Teesside Autodrome is where the action's at between Christmas and New Year. We'll bring you more details on that going forward throughout the day. Also on the Teesside Owner Drivers Facebook page as well. So give that one, get yourself on there and join that group, because that's where you find out all about not only about what's coming up, but also our drivers as well, as we have all of our interviews go on there and quotes from our drivers in the week preceding each race meeting as well, so you can find out a little bit more about all of our drivers. There's Davidson, Tom. The next one on the picking list is Riley Murrow. And he moves up into 4th place.
Yeah, Davidson flying along at the moment with that distinctive helmet that he's got. Well, mind you, Riley Murrow's is pretty distinctive as well. Heading through, 6 minutes to go, or 5.5 minutes to go, actually. We've just had a little change in the clock there, but 5.5 minutes to go here. It is now Plowman from Haynes, Oman, Davidson, Murrow, Simpson, Livings, Rye, Child, Hutchinson, and Hugo. Buddy Hugo, of course, stepping up from Bambino, so doing double duty here today, running in Bambino and running very well, as we saw with his 2nd place in heat number 1.
Yeah, he did that in the last round as well, didn't he? There as Simpson overcooks it slightly into 2, opens the door for Leo Livings and almost Edward Rye to get down the inside.
And that's another Lando Norris-inspired livery that he's got on the car. Not the helmet like Lewis Goff, but definitely gone with it on the sticker kit.
Well, it's an LN car anyway, so
but it has CS on it instead of LN.
Yes, he does, doesn't it? I remember that because I interviewed him in the last round.
That'll be CS for Caden Simpson.
Nothing gets past you, Thomas.
Nothing gets past these, my friend.
Except me when we're karting.
I was going to say, I'll leave the, might push back the optician's appointment now.
Half race distance for our micros is almost upon us. So these two drivers, Tom, Livings and Rye, appear to be closing in on Murrow. Let's have a quick look where they were at the last lap in terms of the distance. Quite right, it's 0.4 of a second, but Edward Rye down the inside of Leo Livings, who leaves the door very, very open, and Edward Rye sliding through in the 66 car. Both of them, though, closing in. Keep an eye out down the left side. The gap on the previous lap was 9/10, and including an overtake for Rye, who sets the personal best, takes a huge chunk out. But in terms of lap time, nobody is getting near the front. I think
no. JJ Plowman's having a brilliant drive.
I was about to say, have we missed something? And we have, because JJ Plowman's miles away at the front.
It was about 3 or 4 laps ago. There was a move. We missed it off camera, but yeah, Plowman took the lead. And has just driven away from Edward Haynes to the tune of 2.7 seconds at the moment.
No, I missed it completely. Can I have your optician's appointment?
Yes, you can. Would you like as we look at, that's Edward Rye now passing Riley Murrow.
He's getting to grips with it as well, isn't he?
He is, yeah. A lot of these kids who are stepping up are really starting to make their mark. What I was going to say is, I have a friend who bought laser eye surgery on eBay. That's the genuine truth. Was
it buy now, or was he bidding against somebody else? Does he even know how much he bid?
I don't know, but it probably was an auction. But no, he bought laser eye surgery off eBay, and he's like, it's the best thing I've ever done.
I'm not sure it's worth the risk.
I'm sure there was more to that story. I don't think he had to go to Turkey.
Did he even know he was buying laser eye surgery? Maybe he was in the market for a strimmer or something.
Came out like Superman with the eye lasers. Never know what you're going to get. Anyway, this battle here with
Livings is through.
Yes, he is now, but Murrow's been fighting it hard, and he's still fighting it hard. Going to get the cut back here and get good drive off of hairpin 4 as they head through the kink side by side over the line as they come in front of us, and it is Murrow has held position in front of Livings, so that's a good battle raging.
Fastest lap, or personal best for Edward Rye.
We're looking at Austin Oman here and Drew Davidson.
Fastest lap of the race, Tom, still goes to Edward Haynes. But then since then, it's also, pretty much most of the runners,
that was on the opening lap.
Yeah, almost all of our runners have been faster on the opening lap, with the exception of Plowman, Davidson and Rye.
I know why. Because they don't go through the chicane.
Go through the chicane, do they?
That'll be why.
But even so, they are coming over the line a lot slower.
As Davidson takes a trip across the rumble strip on the exit of hairpin 4. That's not the quickest way across there.
7/10 he needs to find off the back of Austin O'Man. And this remains 1 minute.
Well, the good news is that with our commentary box here is the condensation is finally starting to clear on our window, so we can actually see some of the track out of the window, which is good.
It's still hazed, but we can see a bit more than what we did this morning.
Yes. I have texted Kat actually and asked if we can have a brush.
Does anybody have a big squeegee? Could I have a sponge and a large bowl?
To help us clear that. But anyway, it is Davidson has now made the move past Austin O'Man and taken third place away. So it is Plowman now 5 seconds clear of Haynes. Then it's Davidson. Then Haynes. Then Davidson. Now it's Austin O'Man in 4th place. Edward Rye in 5th, although Austin O'Man has come back up the inside of hairpin 2. Very late move. Couldn't quite get it done, or couldn't quite get the drive off of the corner and lost momentum mid-corner, and that's allowed Davidson to hold on to 3rd place. But O'Man has not given up on this one. Then it's Rye, Murrow, Livings, Simpson, Hutchinson, Child and Hugo.
On to the final lap, Tom. JJ Plowman's just coming up to some lap traffic, although he's negotiated that round the outside of the national loop. The gap, 5.49 seconds for JJ Plowman. Consistently between half a second and a second quicker than anybody else out there on track. His first weekend, Tom, in the Micromax. I think he was due to have practice over in the Isle of Man last week, but the opportunity wasn't there. So his first time out was yesterday morning as he makes his way round hairpin 4 for the final time through the chicanes. Welcome to Micromax, JJ Plowman. A superb victory in his debut race in the class. Comes through in front of Edward Haynes. And then it's going to be Drew. Is it going to be Davidson? Will it be O'Man? They're still battling it out as they come out of the final corner. Looks like it's going to be Davidson to hold on. Davidson will take 3rd from Austin O'Man. Edward Rye as well comes through for 5th place. Great opening race in the Micromax class for him. Then it's going to be Riley Murrow and Leo Livings in 6th and 7th respectively, as we await Simpson, Hutchinson, Child and Hugo's already through. So Caden Simpson and Jack Hutchinson will come through 8th and 9th respectively, with Ellis Child in 10th place, completing our runners on the lead lap.
Yes, congratulations. A win on debut for JJ Plowman. Really making himself very much at home here in this Micromax class early doors. So well done, JJ Plowman, in these mixed conditions. Although it has stopped raining, the track is still very greasy and wet. So tricky conditions here. And we will move on to Senior Rotax Heat number 1. So the final race of our 2-stroke classes is going to be Senior Rotax. And heading the front of heat number 1 is going to be Arthur Lothian. Then it's Lee Bell, Paul Swan, Ashley Savage, Finley Watson and Emma Brown. Daniel Kell making a return this weekend with Chris Stoves and Shane Collinson, Martin Fisher and Andy Ambrose going off P11. So Dan Kell making a return to the Teesside grid after doing some cars this year. He's been racing some cars and classic Fords, I think it is, that he's been doing. So making a welcome return, our previous champion. So we will await them heading out onto the grid for their double rolling up lap. Still, as we said, mixed conditions here at Teesside today. It has stopped raining at the moment. Oh, way up. It is mixed conditions here. That was peace, wasn't it? I think that was, he was saying peace. Or 2 minutes Turkish. It's still mixed conditions here. Very, very greasy track. It hasn't rained, well, for a while now, probably a good half hour or so, but it is still very greasy, and it's not very warm out there either at the moment, so the track not drying up really at all. Let's see if anybody goes on to slicks. I doubt it. It's going to be a big gamble, although I can see a start line marshal with his hand out, and it looks like it might be spitting again. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'm going to get updates as well from South Bank Corner as well, I'm sure, at some point, that will keep us up to date on the weather. So once we're on the rolling up laps, we'll talk you through some championship positions and things like that as well. In the comments, we've got support coming in for JJ Plowman on his win in that Micromax Heat. Frida Yeadon saying well done JJ, and that's echoed here in the commentary box as well, so please keep your comments coming in. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the Alpha Live channel, and then you will get a little ping through, a little notification every time that we go live. With every single stream that we do, which is a fair few over this weekend. Well, hello, David. Welcome back.
Hi, Tom. One of the things of commentary is that you need to keep your throat well lubricated. A side effect of that is the frequency of your trips to the toilet.
Thanks for that.
Not a problem. We were having a few issues getting senior Rotax out, because I think we had two of them. Oh, Finley Watson's had a little bit of an excursion going through the chicanes. There he is.
We had two of them.
We had a few of them who were struggling to get through because of all the pro cars were already arriving for their race. So we were just waiting for a few of them. I heard you mention as well Dan Kell,
yes,
making a return back to the championship after his season in the Northern Saloon Car Championship. Both himself and his dad Stephen racing Ford Sierra Cosworths.
Oh, so I was right. It is classic Ford.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Still not let me have a go.
See, I do
yet.
listen to you.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah, they've still not let me have a go yet, though. So they're going to roll round. And Cal obviously running the one plate, of course, as our champion. I always do like it when drivers run the one. I think it's. I know some drivers actually they sort of like they'll build a brand round a number F1 style.
Yeah, 44.
Yeah, and sort of stick with it. So,
yes.
It is a bit different when that happens, but obviously Kel won the O plate, didn't he? So ran the 0 and then now he's running the 1.
We've got some drivers on slicks. Some
Yes.
brave drivers on slicks.
We do. Kel's on wets. You can see the good thing with the wets for our Rotax classes is that they have whilst they're treaded, down the middle there is a groove.
Yes.
And that makes them a lot easier to see than the cadet classes. But yes, we do have some slicks. Swans on slicks. Lothians on slicks. Kel, I think, could be the only one of the ones right at the front on wets.
Yeah, pretty much everybody's on slick. I think Kel's the only one on wets.
Well, we're about to see
this could be an interesting...
Yeah, we're about to see if it's going to work, aren't we?
It's a gamble. Or maybe everybody else has gambled and he's taking the smart option. Let's find out as they head into the National Loop for the first time. It is Swan at the front of this one, moving away at the front already as they tiptoe their way around hairpin 1 for the first time as Lee Bell gets into the back of Dan Kell.
Yeah, early doors, if the wets are the way to go, Kel is going to make his way through. And then if the track begins to dry, it could well be that Kel begins to go backwards.
Wow.
Although we have actually seen, Tom, in the past with... in the cadets particularly, the wets aren't a huge amount slower, actually, than the slicks. On a full dry track.
Yeah, sorry, no, on a slightly greasy track.
Yeah.
The wets aren't on a full dry track. They're probably a good second and a half slower. but this isn't a full dry track. So,
no, well, we saw Harris Alley last year actually, managing to stick with the rest of the pack at the front. I think he was finished 9th on wets.
yes.
On what was pretty much a dry track. Finley Watson, Tom, in his first outing, I was about to say, is going to lead in senior Rotax, and he did for a bit, and then Swans had it back. And now Watson definitely leads as Ambrose forces his way through on Paul Swan.
Yeah, that really was forcing his way through as well. So we've got Ashley Savage as he made his way through as well. In fact, he has. So Savage taking advantage of that situation and has moved through to 3rd. We've got Paul Swan has not triggered the timing coming over the line that time. He's shown as a lap down. Of course, he is actually in 4th place on the road.
Keeping an eye out for Kell, though. He's on them wet. The
What
lap
was the lap
times,
time?
Well, the lap times are still 6 seconds off full dry. So you'd expect Kell to be driving away at the front of this one. Oh, wheel banging, more wheel banging.
More wheel banging. There we go. Like Morse code on the side of Ashley Savage's kart there, as well, he went side to side with Paul Swan. And that's allowed Collinson to come through now.
Collinson around the outside. Rumours of rain at South Bank, Tom, and we could actually see a little bit of it there on the screen. Maybe Kell's just gone out with the idea of taking it steady.
Hey, that's not taking it steady, is it? Shane Collinson gets a big chunk of curb.
I'll take full send with a side of full send,
Yes,
please.
I'll have some angles, please.
If it is beginning to drizzle, it could well be, Tom, that Dan Kell's just gone out and he's thought, I'll take it really, really steady. If it doesn't dry, it doesn't dry, and I've got random grids anyway. But if it starts to rain, then everybody else is going to be sliding round and he's going to be able to drive through. So there he is coming through hairpin 4, and he's going to be, I think, down, he's in last place, doing 50s. He could well just be taking this really steady, not to kill them wets, hoping that in the final 2 laps it rains.
It tips it down, yeah. He could well, of course, just be trying to hold on to the tyres as they are. You know, trying not to burn them out too much. If this gamble has gone the wrong way, better to try and keep them in decent condition.
I mean, it is slippy. You can see there Bell taking the scenic route round the outside of South Bank.
Saw that on, I think it was lap 2. He was so wide, he was almost in the grass, and he was like trimming the edge of the grass all the way around the exit of South Bank. You know, a good sort of 50 yards of
extra
onto the edge of the tarmac. So it is Watson now, 2.7 seconds clear of Andy Ambrose. Then it is Shane Collins and Martin Fisher. Oh, hang on, we've got Paul Swan somewhere in there as well. His transponder's obviously not triggering as they go over the line because he's shown us 3 laps down.
We'll keep an eye out at that at the end of the race then when he comes over, because we should be able to pick out where he is. He's going to be 4th at the moment, I think. Behind Collinson and between Fisher.
He is 4th, yes.
We'll keep an eye on that, and then obviously hopefully at the end of the race then he can be inserted into his correct finishing position. Watson though, Tom, is 1.2 seconds quicker than anybody else on track.
And to say this is a debut in senior Rotax is a bit of a lesson, isn't it, really? This is amazing work from Finley Watson.
Draggers Worcestershire, what's class is the fastest? Well, this is our fastest class. Normally, the flat record is in senior Rotax is our fastest lap time around here ever. It's in karting, it's 40.902. 40.902. So we're still 4.5 seconds away from that sort of lap time at the moment.
Finley Watson pumping in another fastest lap of the race.
We're certainly getting into that thought process now as to whether slicks are the way forwards, because whilst wets may be quicker, it's whether they're going to last the entire race.
Well, Dan Kell on the wets is currently now 31 seconds off the lead, so that's an experiment that definitely hasn't worked.
No, I don't for 1 minute think he's pushing. I think he's preserving them.
Yes.
I think he was expecting. If it did rain, then it's going to be fantastic. Kel's not in the championship battle. It's just a race back for him and just an opportunity for some seat time. So he's the Ashley Savage, Tom, has dropped back.
Yeah, he has.
I don't know whether that's because he's had a spin somewhere.
He's in with the Bell and Brown.
Yeah, because he was up there originally, wasn't
battle.
he, between with Collinson, Ambrose and Watson.
Yep.
In the early phase of the race. Lap times continuing to come down, though. Watson on the last lap was a 44.105. And he's coming through now. We'll see whether he's to start his final lap. Getting quicker, 43.8, Tom. The lap times are coming down. The track will dry, and obviously when Senior Pro Kart go out in a minute on their slicks, they're going to dry even more.
Well, the lap times are coming down for everybody. Yes, they are. Most drivers are putting in personal best lap on lap. However, Finley Watson is 1.3 seconds faster than anybody else.
Yeah, unreal times.
What a debut this is from Finley Watson.
Moving up from juniors into seniors for the first time.
I mean, he's coming up with some pedigree. Let's not beat about the bush.
Oh yeah, he's won the championship. So there's contact there then between Arthur Lowthian and look like, is that Emma Brown?
It was Emma Brown.
And that's going to allow Christopher Stoves to come through. And in all the excitement there in Hairpin 2, Finley Watson has already taken the checkered flag and the victory by a considerable margin. That's Arthur Lowthian facing the wrong way. I think Emma Brown might have tried to return the favour with interest down there into Hairpin 3. So Watson, Ambrose and Collinson are your top three, with Fisher, Bell, Stoves, then Brown, Ashley Savage, Arthur Lowthian, and then it'll be Dan Kell coming through. Now we've got to keep an eye out for Paul Swan, Tom, because he should be, he will be credited, I think, with fourth place. His transponder not working and being shown as 4 laps down. Your race winner, though, Finley Watson, for the first time in our senior Rotax class.
Yeah, congratulations, Finley. What a debut that was, winning the race by 8.8 seconds. See how those tyres hold up for the rest of the day. He certainly pushed those pretty hard in that one, and Ambrose and Collinson seem to be fairly comfortable in second and third, not over pushing themselves. Of course, Dan Kell, we think, has eased off quite a bit to save his own wet tyres. It was the only one on wets, and it was a gamble that didn't pay off. So we will move on to our final Heat 1 of the day, which is going to be Senior Pro Kart.
Random grids for Senior Pro Kart. We'll see the 183 of Alban Dowell on pole position. He's got David Brewis for company on the front row. Mark Tate and Thomas Braid on row number 2, with Callum Booth and Connor White on row 3. Then it's going to be Jack Morris alongside Lennon French on row 4. The top 10 completed by Simon Dougherty and Steve Nichols, with Caitlin Frame and Josh Folkers 11th and 12th respectively. Jessica Alexander starts 13th with David Mack alongside. Brandon Truman Reddish and Gracie Mitchell share row 8, with Gareth Plackett and David Brown on row 9. 19th is Harry Nottage. He's got Asher Blythe alongside him, with Scott Tate and Connor Lucas on row number 11. Harry Roddis and the debuting Liam Gallup on row number 12. Then it's Alfie King, Thomas Hewland and Jack Hewland. As we start getting down towards our novice runners, they will start every one of these random grids from the back of the pack, and then whatever points they amass throughout, then that will give them their positions for the final.
You can hear that low rumble of the mass start here of Senior Pro Karts as they head their way round to the grid. Back into the 4 strokes we go. All on slick tyres. There are no wet tyres available for Senior Pro Kart, and we've got
Steve Nichols
taking an adventurous route around the outside of South Bank Corner and finds his way back into position again.
His tyres are going to be a lot wetter than everybody else's in that first corner.
Yep. And all that time he spent warming them up on the way round as well as just he's just poured cold water on them, quite literally, as he's gone across the grass there. So cold and wet. So it might just take us a couple of minutes here just to grid them up. Obviously, it is a very large, although I say that, and we've already actually got the final 3 rows are already making their way forwards. So we've got a couple of battles here that are going to rage in the sort of in the mid pack. We've got Jess Alexander starting alongside Josh Folkus.
The top 2 in the championship coming into this one.
We've also got Asher Blythe, Connor Lucas, and Scott Tate as well starting down the order there. All 3 of those are together, so that's going to be another one to keep an eye on.
Marshall making his way forward. Thing to note, Tom, as well with Jess Alexander is that car is very red, white, and black now.
Yes, I saw the picture on social media last night of the brand new car for Jess Alexander moving across the metaphorical divide here at Teesside.
Across the paddock.
Across the paddock from MS and onto Apollo.
Green flag in the hand of the start line marshal then, as our Pro Karts will go through the chicane the first time of asking. Great start from David Brewis. He sweeps round the outside of Alban Dowell, as does Mark Tate, as the drivers make their way into the chicane for the first time. Looks like they're all cleanly through as they head then down and towards through the chicanes and heading down towards hairpin 1. Brewis leading from Tate. This is where it gets interesting, Tom, as the it gets tight in there. They're 3 and 4 wide. Folkus sends it round the outside of 3 or 4 drivers. Alexander as well is coming through. In the background, they're 4 and 5 wide down the back straight. They're going to have to sort themselves out as they head down towards South Bank. Gracie Mitchell on the inside. Then the Scott Tate runs wide by having very little grip. You can see them all scrabbling
at the wheel, yeah.
Trying to get it stopped. And then there's contact there between Harry Nottage and Connor Lucas. The top 2, though, breaking away slightly.
Mark Tate's had a very good opening lap, taking the lead now.
Yep, from David Brewis, Connor White, Callum Booth and Jack Morris. Yellow flags out as we've got a couple of spinners, and then Gracie Mitchell gets heavy contact.
Alban Dowell, who was our pole sitter.
Yeah, I think it is. His nose cone. Front end yeah, definitely there. Well, there definitely isn't, because it's there being collected over start finish. And Connor Lucas as well, Tom, I think was involved in that, because he's making his way through the chicanes.
Yeah, must have been involved. Yeah, very far down for Lucas. Came across the line in 19th. Wow, that was...
Brandon Truman Reddish off into the tyres. Was that self-inflicted,
no,
or did he have
don't
some
think
help?
it was. The 16 gave a bit of a push.
Here we go. Ah, that'll be David Thompson-Mack.
Yeah, here we go. Just going to go straight into the back and push straight on. That's a bit more than a bump and run, that one, I think.
Yeah, it's bump and stop, wasn't it?
Yes, a bump stop, yeah. So we'll keep an eye on whether there is anything coming in the way of stewards' decisions on that one.
Looking at the drivers, Tom, that had issues that were involved in that incident, Tate, David Brown and Connor Lucas all dropped between 3 and 7 places. Alban Dowell dropped 15, but that's because he's off. Steve Nichols is already in the pits. And it looks like Caitlin Frame has been shown as 1 lap down as well. I think Gracie Mitchell was involved. Definitely saw her make contact in the middle there as well.
Yeah, I think she was in started mid-pack and is now in 21st.
So it could have been that there was just something happened in front of her. Just having a quick look at the battle for the championship. Josh Folkus and Jessica Alexander are currently nose to tail. Over start finish, it was Alexander in front of Folkus, and that is still the case.
Yeah, made an overtake on that lap and got through on Folkus.
Now, when it comes to rain as well, Tom, we know Alexander can go well. She dominated the wet winter round last year at Wilton Mill and won the final by somewhere in the region of 8 seconds. And Wilton Mill is another track, Tom, that we'll be going back to for the winter series, as well as Three Sisters in Wigan. So we are once again taking the Teesside owner-driver paddock on tour.
Bit of a shake of a head there coming out of hairpin 4 for Folkus. Not sure what that's all about, but that's got huge amount of understeer coming through the D chicane as Alexander now overtakes Morris through the National Loop. You don't see that happen a lot.
No. So the Morris has gone wide, or there's been an overtake forced there, but either way, it's still not the grippiest of tracks, is it, Tom? Lap times are 48. So there's 2.5 seconds off the times, but I think probably slicks are the way to go.
Yeah, I think so, definitely. I mean, of course, they don't have that option in Senior Pro Kart anyway, but and the next class will be Bambino's that only runs treaded tyres. So you're not really going to have to make a decision for another probably 15 or 20 minutes or so for our cadet runners. We've got a warning gone out for the number 8.
Thomas Hewland is currently running 19.
Got a few people dropping down the order. Gareth Plackett is dropping down the order like a stone.
He's dropped 10, hasn't he?
Yeah, wondering what's happened there. Has come across the line in 21st place. Jess Alexander, second fastest lap of the race in a row. 47.4 is a good 0.6 of a second quicker than anybody else on circuit at the moment, with the exception of...
I was just saying, she's got past Callum Booth already, Tom. So
yeah.
She's going to be up into 4th place.
Yeah. We've got Folkus again with a shake of the head coming out of hairpin 4. Not sure why. Obviously not getting the drive or the grip that he needs, perhaps, coming out of that section. But still, you know, 7th place, not bad. Not a bad result.
No, it doesn't need to be winning every race either, Tom, in this one.
No. Sends it up the inside of Jack Morris into hairpin 2. Got that one nicely parked on the apex.
Although the extra points for 6th will help.
Well, yes. And still 4 laps to go as well. So we'll be making moves onto the back of Callum Booth very shortly, I'm sure. Meanwhile, Connor Lucas at 24th after the incident through the D chicane. Who else was involved in that? Gracie Mitchell is up to 17th now.
Another fastest lap from Alexander, Tom. Half a second quicker than David Brewis in front. And now she is in front of David Brewis.
No,
with a move down the inside.
A second and a half quicker, not
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, in fact, no. What happened there, Tom, was Alexander went down the inside of David Brewis. There was contact between the two of them. Alexander then allowed Brewis to come back through to sort that one out, and then Brewis realises that Alexander's probably quicker anyway, and has elected to let her have the track position down the back straight. But Alexander there, obviously realising that the move down the inside was robust, and allowed David Brewis to come back through into hairpin 2.
Well, the other thing is they're in different classes as well.
Yes.
So Brewis is in the over 40s.
Which is because he's got the white number rather than the black.
Correct. So you can see Mark Tate is currently leading that class. So essentially, it doesn't really matter where David Brewis finishes in terms of Connor White, Jess Alexander, Josh Falkers, Callum Booth around them, etc. Because the only person who's in the only ones who are in that class at the moment are Tate, Brewis and Doughty.
I mean, points-wise, obviously, it's not where you get the full maximum points for class wins. It is where you actually finish.
Yes.
So it still matters in terms of that. But I know what you're saying. He doesn't need to get himself into a battle that is unnecessary. Last lap board is out for Mark Tate. The gap is 1.3 seconds. Connor White closing in slightly, but 1/10 with 1.4 seconds remain. The gap is probably a little bit too much.
Well, Alexander was 0.8 behind and was 0.4 quicker, so it's going to be pretty tricky from there to get onto the back of Connor White. But don't rule anything out when Jess Alexander's involved. That's Folkus going past Brewis in hairpin 2 now, so that's Folkus up to 4th place. So has made his way past Callum Booth and now David Brewis. So that is Alexander and Folkus 3rd and 4th. But it is going to be Mark Tate coming across the line to take the checker flag and victory here in heat number 1, and very proudly celebrating that. It is Connor White who holds off Jess Alexander for 2nd place. Then it's Folkus, Brewis, Callum Booth, Jack Morris, Asher Blythe with a great race coming through to 8th place and taking the fastest lap of the race on that final lap. Then it's Harry Nottage and Scott Tate rounding out your top 10.
46.9, Tom, on the final lap means that we're pretty much within half a second of the normal race pace for the front runners. I know lap records are a bit different because we're down to 45.4s, but generally it's 45 nines, 46 dead, isn't it? So we're within a second. It's definitely, as it stands, for me, it's definitely slicks over wets.
Yes, it is, but what I would like to point out is how dark it suddenly got out here on circuit as well. It's the clouds have definitely got a lot greyer. We were expecting rain around about 1 o'clock to set in, between sort of 12 and 1, to set in fully.
AccuWeather says it's going to be raining soon, but then again, it has said that a lot this morning. And we'll see. Looking at the screen there, though. Looking at the screen there, it looks still looks misty and wet, doesn't it?
I think AccuWeather might be not so accu today. It's not been brilliant, has it?
in AccuWeather.
In AccuWeather, yes. So it is going to be a case of putting your hand out the commentary box window, or as we have been getting constant updates from Chris, who's positioned as the cameraman on South Bank for us today.
Our weather correspondent.
And that's his camera there. That's his camera there. So thank you, Chris, for feeding us the updates as well. That is very much appreciated, as always.
Doesn't seem overly windy, though. That's the thing. I know that the clouds have got to come in from somewhere, but doesn't seem the windiest. Although I think one of the clouds looks considerably greyer than the rest of them.
It does, yes. He's actually sent us a photo and drawn an arrow on a rain cloud in the distance.
You'll get another one in a minute with some spots coming out.
Yeah, it's the one there that's just above the trees. Anyway, so heat number 2 is going to take place for Bambinos. So this will be the first heat of the second batch. So we haven't got a grid graphic for your Bambinos, but we will get them as they roll around the grid, roll around the lap. We'll bring you a grid of how they're actually going to line up. Oh, I can hear some engines as well. Yeah, sounds like they're about ready to go.
Normally I'd just go back to like the previous race results, but yeah, round 7's gone from timing, so we'll wait on that and we'll watch them come round. Obviously, we know it's going to be Chloe McGill on pole position with Buddy Hugo alongside. They were the top 2 in the first race of the day. It's going to be Grayson Crawford and will be in 4th because I think Sebastian McCarthy held on to 3rd. So McCarthy will start on the inside of the second row. McGill getting the practice in there, getting to the white line.
Just cleaning it up, I think, isn't she? For lap 1. So it's definitely McGill and Hugo at the front of this one. And we've got the 22. Is that Crawford?
Yeah, Grayson Crawford. I think he'll start 4th, though, because Sebastian McCarthy held on. They normally hold them and send them forwards 2 by 2.
So almost there now with Bambinos. As we've said many a time here, if you're unaware of how this works, because the Bambinos are of an age where they are, pretty young, between 5 and 8 years old. They get a helper with them at the start on the grid just to give them a few last-minute words of comfort and advice, a little pep talk and calm the nerves. As they are about to go racing, and you'll see Chloe McGill get a little fist bump in a second. Oh, not done it this time. Normally they have like a little secret handshake, like the Fresh Prince kind of thing. And here we go. Green flag is up and down, and we're away and racing in heat number 2.
Oh, McCarthy didn't get away at all.
He did
well,
not.
Blackshaw
did.
Sweeps through from 5th place to come all the way round the outside. McCarthy then down into 4th. Crawford drops to 5th as well. And a good start from James Pybus. He's got past Sebastian Crawford on the opening at the start, although Crawford is back down the inside into hairpin number 1. Chloe McGill, Tom, has got a massive gap at the front of this one.
Left everybody for standing at the start of this one. And Hugo trying very much to go with, but we'll see whether that gap is going to close up or not.
We'll keep an eye on the timing as they come over, but it is McGill from Buddy Hugo, Sebastian McCarthy and Freddie Blackshaw, with Grayson Crawford, Sebastian Crawford and James Pybus. We'll keep an eye out again on the lap times as they come through. Certainly through the chicanes, Tom, where it's single file, there's definitely a full dry line through there. And I think hairpin 1 as well has certainly been helped out massively by that gaggle of senior pro karts.
Well, once they get some heat into those slick tyres, they really do run quite warm, and with the near 40 of them going over that for 10 laps, you can do the maths.
The heat of 2 engines as well helps, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, yeah. Do the quick maths, and you'll see how quickly they're going to evaporate that water, which is exactly what seems to have happened. Although we are, as we've said, expecting more rain very, very shortly.
Whoever's going to the grid, Pro Karts next as juniors and the Cadet Pro afterwards, I imagine that they'll be arriving with slicks on and then the wets ready to put on, just in case, because
yeah,
we could have a last-minute change. Obviously,
we could see somebody gambling with inters again.
Yeah, obviously, once they're out on track, nobody's coming in for an F1 style 2.5 second pit stop.
In fact, that's, again, as I said, if I'm starting outside the top 10 in cadets, I'm with the rain incoming.
You're
taking the gamble on a very, very worn wet. I'm taking the gamble.
Buddy Hugo closing in along with Chloe McGill on that sub 1 minute mark, Tom, which is 100% dry times.
Yeah, Buddy Hugo, fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute .040. Going to come across the line this time. Both of them actually lost 3/10 that lap, which is surprising. But Hugo is now closing in onto the back of McGill, brought that gap down from well over a second now to just under 3/4 of a second, and still moving towards Chloe McGill visually. Moving towards her. The question is, can he get through when he gets there? Still 4.5 minutes to go here.
I think he's inevitably going to get there, but getting past in these Coma C50 Bambinos is not at all easy, particularly when you've got a driver of McGill's quality at the front. But in any case, you know, we've seen all the way down the grid is that it's not the type of class where you can just send a move down the inside, because they're not exactly hard on the brakes.
Yeah, you need to have quite a bit of an overspeed coming out of one of the corners, probably hairpin 2. But the problem is that McGill is very wise to this and immediately will just chop across and cover that inside and drive straight down what is their right-hand side of the track, left as we're going to look at it, and cover that off. So Buddy Hugo, his best opportunity is going to be coming out of this corner here, hairpin 2.
Yeah, just to close up. I mean,
but there you go. You can see McGill immediately moving to her right and covering off that line. So Hugo's going to have to drive clean around the outside there and then cut across into South Bank. And very, very difficult to do in these karts.
Yeah, he took 1/4 of a second out of McGill on the previous lap. But McGill looks to have more pace this time round and has sort of stabilised that gap at what was half a second on the previous lap. Looks to be fairly stable this time as well.
Well, it was a 1 minute 1.1 for McGill. Then it was a 1 minute 0.3. Then a 1 minute 0.4. Now she's back into the 1 minute 0.1s again. Buddy Hugo was doing minute flat, and now all of a sudden he's lost half a second.
Yeah,
of pace.
It did look like it had stabilised.
So they're up and down
it's actually
a little
gone
bit.
out further, hasn't it, from McGill? So
they're up and down a bit in terms of pace.
In fact, I would even suggest
Sebastian McCarthy going well with a 1 minute 1.4 in third place.
Well, Blackshaw and Crawford are battling it out behind Tom. But I would even suggest here that McGill might even open this out to over a minute. Sorry, over a second, sorry, because she was down to almost under half, and then she's been opening it up in the last couple of laps. So I don't know whether she's been given the hurry up or whether just the tyres are coming to her at the right time of the race.
Well, Buddy Hugo, again, he's just done a 1 minute 0.9, so he's lost pace by 0.8 of a second over what he was doing earlier on. So McGill has kept her pace there or thereabouts, sort of between the 1 minute flat and 1 minute 0.4 sort of second bracket. Buddy Hugo's been a little bit more inconsistent, certainly over the last few laps, and seems to be dropping back a bit now. We're looking at the Blackshaw and Crawford battle, and that is Blackshaw retaking fourth place from Grayson Crawford, who had got in front. Like to see that. Crawford going this way and that way and trying to find a way through.
He's probably driven an extra 10 metres down that back straight by just chopping to side by side, hasn't he?
He has, but I quite enjoyed it.
Freddie Blackshaw.
It was, I'm not quite sure which way to go. I'm going to send him a dummy. No, I'll send him another dummy. No, I'll send him another dummy.
Exactly. Don't let them know what's happening. You know, keep them on their toes.
Keep them guessing, yeah.
42 seconds remaining, so that's going to mean that we'll get one more lap for our race leader before they see the last lap board. Junior Pro Kart, they'll be out next. I expect every one of them to be on slicks.
Well, Buddy Hugo's found a 10th, but the problem is Chloe McGill's found another 2 tenths. So that gap again has gone out to 1.9 seconds. So it was within half a second.
Yeah, McGill was chipping like a quarter of a second a lap out at one point. Was Buddy Hugo on McGill. Which is why I thought it's going to be inevitable to close up.
Now Blackshaw, whether he should have swept to the outside there, because he did have quite a lot of speed, and you saw that from when he started pushing along. Sorry, Crawford. I meant pushing Blackshaw along. Wonder whether he should have moved round to the outside instead, because he got so much more speed.
I mean, I know it's a learning curve, isn't it, for these drivers as they begin their motorsport career. But Crawford here seems very content at times, certainly around the corners, to sit in the wheel tracks of Blackshaw when he's probably got more speed, and if he was to sweep round the outside, might even get that cutback out of hairpin 4. Similarly as well, if he was to do it round hairpins 1 and 2 down onto that back straight. Let's see whether he does it here. That's a wider line, but then if he sweeps a little bit wider, it's whether he can get more of a run.
Yeah, sort of scrubbed a little bit off there with by going a little bit too tight on the steering coming out of hairpin 2, but now he's got the speed again. There we go. Now starts to move around the outside. That's better from Grayson Crawford as Chloe McGill comes across the line, takes the checker flag in heat number 2 with Buddy Hugo in second. Sebastian McCarthy is going to cross the line in a comfortable third place, and a good showing from McCarthy once again. But it is Blackshaw who's going to hold off Grayson Crawford for fourth place. So that's 4th and 5th. Then it is Sebastian Crawford going to cross the line in 6th, and James Pybus has already taken the checker flag in 7th place. So congratulations once again to Chloe McGill, taking heat number 2 here in Bambinos to go with her collection from heat number 1.
I've just had an update from the cafe, Tom, that Sunday dinner buns and potato wedges are available, which rubs it in even more because we're racing straight through.
Yes. Fortunately, I've brought my own Sunday dinner buns.
You have bought your own Sunday dinner buns. No cake, though.
No cake.
Amateur.
Well, unfortunately, that I always buy the cake from the cafe, and we're not going to have time for
it's great,
hashtag cake chat today.
No. Chloe McGill, though, comes in. Thumbs up to the wall. And applause all round for your top two.
So that brings to an end Bambino's Heat number 2. Next up will be Junior Pro Kart Heat 2. Just wondering whether you sing along with the sting the same that we do here in the commentary box. Get in touch on the comments.
I don't sing. Normally I dance, but I'm not really in a fit state for that at the moment.
Well, I'm not really in a fit state for singing either.
No.
But I've got my raspy voice on.
You've got your raspy voice, and I've got a spine that's not aligned.
Run us through the grid then, David.
Joe Arnold will be on random grid pole position. He's got Leon Wilson for company. Although I'm not 100% sure that's the correct one, Tom, because Leon Wilson isn't here, and Amy Frame definitely won't be in 6th place because she had that incident at the last round. I think that looks like that's round 6. Nonetheless, Sophie Pawsey is the first one out of the gate, wearing the Max Shields Iron Man helmet, which has caught 1 or 2 out watching already. There she is on pole position in the more accustomed white helmet, with Joe Arnold alongside, Christian Oblang and Maximus Shields on row number 2, Harry Brown and Ben Arnold on row number 3. Then it's going to be Harvey Still and Sebastian Pereira. They'll be on row 4 with Danny Bean and Marty Gilfillan completing your grid in our junior pro kart class.
Bit of a shame for Danny Bean, and he went off pole in the heat number 1, and I was thinking, well, I wonder if he can hold that, and if he could, I'd have sung the Danny Bean song. But probably good for me, because as we said, my singing voice is not going to be the best at this particular round. Maybe we can hold it off until November.
Commentary box window is fully clear now, which means I can see that Sophie Pawsey is on wets.
Okay.
We'll keep an eye out on what everybody else has gone with.
Pereira's on wets.
Oblag wets as well. Shields looks like he's on wets.
Why have they all gone wets then?
Well, Bambino were running at the Pereira, I think, is Pereira on slicks in the O plate.
There's Joe Arnold on wets. There's Shields on wets.
We're missing.
And he's looking like he's doing all on wets. Oh, hang on.
Marty Gilfillan
on slicks.
Doing what we said, Tom. Random grid, so she's going off the back. Let's see how this one goes.
Oh, very, very worn wets on the 47.
Oh, it's Harry Brown.
Very worn wets.
Yeah, let's see how this opening lap goes for everybody. Might take a lap or two, certainly for them slick tyres potentially to come in. Oh, we've got a bit of contact into hairpin 1 with Arnold, and then down the inside goes Christian Oblag on 2, and he's through and moves up, as does Max Shields, who now has a big steering wheel push, and he wants to go forwards.
Yeah, we've got the 2 Ironman helmets now line astern. They head into hairpin 3 for the first time. And
Pawsey slides wide,
very
Tom.
wide.
Although then gets the run round the outside is obviously slippy. Harvey Still sends one down the inside, and Tom gasps because he thought that was going to be destination Pawsey.
He did, yeah. If there was going to be contact there, he was going to send her into a different postcode.
Yep, there was contact in the background though with Danny Bean and looked like it could be Seb Pereira. They rubbed some wheels.
So Shields has made his way through, but Oblag is right there as well and making moves now as they head through the first 2 hairpins and has taken the lead.
We can have a cutback.
Through hairpin 2, Shields is going to cut back. Held his hand up there. Still, I think he's praying for rain, Max Shields. I think that's what he's doing. He's like, is it coming down yet?
I'm surprised. He could,
That's not my best Max
No,
Shields
but I was thinking,
impression.
obviously, they're going to get it on the visor as well, but it's whether, could he race with only one glove so he could feel it on his hand first?
Not like Michael Jackson. just single glove. He needs Shamol rain.
Funny,
sorry.
But also atrocious.
Sorry.
Shields. Slightly more defensive, Tom, on Oblag into hairpin number 1. Let's see whether this time Oblag can get the run, because last time it was Shields. He's right into the slipstream and then pops out. Looks like he could have a move done down the inside into South Bank. Either way, they're not exactly slowing each other up, are they? Because the overtakes they're doing are in a straight line and fairly clean. They're not like, you know, they're not blocking each other. In the background, there Harvey Still and Sebastian Pereira have come through into 3rd and 4th.
Well, Harry Brown was the one on those extremely used wet tyres that down the middle where there's normally the groove had almost gone because there was so little tread left on them. So Harry Brown is currently holding 6th. Everybody else's wets looked, should we say, quite a bit fresher than those. Pawsey struggling around hairpin 1, I've just seen out the commentary box window, just fighting the kart the whole way round. Gilfillan now is starting to make way forward. Lost a bit from the front group, but now those slicks have started to come in. He's starting to make moves, and I can see out the commentary box window, tried going right round the outside of South Bank.
Still struggling round the second part of South Bank and hairpin 3, but then we'll close up on everybody in the rest of the lap. It's a compromise, but I think as we keep going further into this race, obviously the wets, those on the front in the wets are still within 2 seconds of the slicks, and I get the feeling, Tom, that if Oblag or Shields, Pereira or Still had put slicks on,
it's going to be a different story, isn't it?
They could have had a quarter of a lap by now.
Yeah, I'm just been keeping an eye on Gilfillan here, who is the only driver on slicks, and really, really quick in the first half of the lap, but then loses all of that pace
around South Bank
through the slippy part of the second half of the lap. So there we go again. There's as we look at them coming over the line now, but Gilfillan again trying to go round the outside of South Bank. Got so much speed coming out of hairpin 2, but then gets to South Bank and the whole thing just ploughs on and loses all that time again.
Cadet Pro is going to be interesting, Tom. I think we're going to have a bit more of a mixed bag.
I think most people are going to go slick.
I'd be surprised if they didn't, if I'm honest. I was mightily surprised when
all of these
lot went out, particularly because their lap times actually are only within a few tenths actually of senior Pro Kart, and they were running on almost full dry times. So I don't know whether we've had 1 or 2 more spots down that end. We shall see. 4 laps to go then in Junior Pro Kart, and as we see Harvey Still in 3rd place, being kept very, very honest by Sebastian Pereira.
Just had an update, and it is apparently it's spitting out there.
Keep an eye on the lap times over the best. The best lap time was Christian Oblag, sat on lap 4 with a 48.447.
And is holding that pace there or thereabouts now. Shields now 2 seconds off. Harvey Still, we can see here, is battling with Pereira, managing to hold off Pereira so far. And then we've got Danny Bean in a well-placed 5th position.
Times have dropped ever so slightly, Tom, maybe quarter of a second or so. But if it is the fact that there is potentially 1 or 2 spots in the air, that could be as much psychological as anything else.
Psychological rain,
once you see it on the visor, you think, oh, I'll go slightly easier into that corner.
However, if they're all on wets, you just go full gas anyway, don't you? Or do you?
I don't know, you might. I was never that confident in the wet. So we'll just keep an eye out the wind. It's difficult to tell with it being so grey actually as to, when it's coming down. We've had rain earlier in the year when it's been really bright and the camera's picked it up straight away. Oblag then comes over the line this time. He's another half a second down, Tom. It's definitely a little bit greasier.
Yeah, Shields is his pace is all of a sudden he's a second off his personal best. Harvey Stills 0.8 off his personal best. Pereira's 1.3 seconds off his personal best. Yeah, so time's dropping now, but it doesn't seem to really be coming down. I'm not seeing much in the way of umbrellas or anything like that.
Oh, apparently it's definitely raining, according to Mr. Fulsham out the window. Keep an eye out on the times, because Oblag's coming out of the final corner now to
take the last lap board,
begin his last lap, and drops almost another second. So, Tom, I think it is going wet here, and if there's anybody down there in pit lane, I think 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago it was slick weather, and now it's not slick weather.
I don't know. Like I said, we love a gamble.
Love a gamble. We'll see.
Well, I mean, Marty Gilfillan is still on the back of Joe Arnold and Ben Arnold here. So,
dropped a little bit further back in the last couple of laps, actually, but still in the early phase of the race was setting lap times that were comparable with the midfield. Christian Oblag, though, Tom, is coming out of the final corner and heading towards victory lane here. Takes the checkered flag and victory in heat number 2.
Comfortable win as well.
With Maximus Shields and then Harvey Still completing the top 3. Seb Pereira crossing the line in 4th place in front of Danny Beam with his best ever finish in P5. And then it's Harry Brown coming through in 6th place. And he was on them really, really scrubs, Tom, and his lap times dropped by 5 seconds compared to the others that were dropping by 3. So
right, okay. So it has gone the other way. Rather than getting drier, it's got wetter, and that's then affected those on those super used wets. We're going to call them inters, but of course they're not a dedicated intermediate tyre as such. It's just a very, very worn wet.
Yeah, they're wets that one day started out new and then got used a bit, and the tread pattern came down, and they're an inter.
Yeah, as I said, Harvey Stills, Harry Brown's, the centre of that of those rear tyres was nearly enough to sit. Yeah. So, but of course that not only does that bring the tread down as such, but it also brings the entire gauge of the tyre down as well. So
lowers the cart as well.
Exactly. Yeah. So you get it runs lower onto the track. So congratulations to Christian Oblag, taking heat number 2 in Junior Pro Kart. Coming up next will be the second heat for our Cadet Pro class.
So I've just done my own little weather assessment by putting my hand out of the window. It's barely raining, but it's made it very, very greasy once again. Amy Peacock and Jack Collinson then will be on the front row for Honda Cadet Pro Heat 2, with Joshua Sullivan and Holly Swan behind them. Then it's Ben Robinson and Ewan House on the 3rd row, with Sam Hayes and Stanley Clark on row 4, William Howard and Thomas Potter, Edward Ryan, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, and Alfie McBain. So we'll keep an eye out, Tom, when they come round this time, because I imagine when most of these karts went to the grid, it was slicks. Because we saw Pro Kart, and then Bambino were going, then Juniors went out, and then it was Honda Cadet Pro. So we'll keep an eye out on where everybody is in terms of tyres and what they've gone with.
Wets for the front 4, wets for 5th, wets for pretty much everybody by the looks of things. We'll see if we can get the camera to zoom in as they get gridded up to have a look at what sort of gauge they've got on those tyres and what the tread depth is like. That's Amy Peacock, who had a fantastic win in heat number 1. They look pretty good, as do Joshua Sullivan. In fact, you can see the rain coming down now on camera.
Oh, yeah.
He's really coming down. They look pretty well
And I'll tell you
worn.
what you can tell, Tom, by the fact that it was dry when all of these drivers went to the grid is that there's barely a wetsuit in sight with the exception of William Howard. You know, and now it is starting to come down a lot heavier. Everybody into position then, by the look of it. Nobody on slicks.
No, everybody is on wets. Definitely the right call now.
Oh, no. Alfie McBain.
He's on slicks.
He's rolled the dice.
And now it is tipping it down. You can see it on camera. Yeah, unfortunately, that's gone the wrong way for Alfie McBain. So Alfie McBain and family, don't listen to me.
Or me. Green flag, we're away and racing as Collinson slots straight in behind. Great start once again by Stanley Clark. He's swept all the way round the outside and up there towards that first corner. He's slotted in behind Holly Swan, who's in 5th place. Then it's 6th, Ewan House, and William Howard takes a huge chunk of curb. And Ewan House is going to try and drive all the way round the outside of Clark and Holly Swan, and does so. And he gets down the inside. We've got Alfie McBain into a spin. And Ewan House makes up 3 places in one corner, up into 4th place, Tom. He's knocked off Robinson, Swan and Clark.
Well, I was keeping my eye on Alfie McBain out of the commentary box window on that first opening half lap. And I tell you what, he did have a spin in hairpin 2, but he fought it so hard and very, very nearly saved it. So it was unfortunate that he did go round, but it was a really good piece of driving up to that point.
Yeah, Peacock, Tom, has broken away once again. Sullivan has found a way past Collinson. He's up into 2nd. Collinson in 3rd with a charging Ewan House up into 4th place in front of Clark, Robinson, Swan, Hayes, Howard, Potter, Rye, Stansmore, Wilson and Alfie McBain.
Yeah, McBain really struggling now in these tricky conditions where it is now raining. We have got umbrellas up on the bank, people's hoods up.
What might happen there, Tom, with McBain is if he does start having a few spins, we saw this before, you know, when Leon Wilson did it a few rounds ago, is that he may actually get brought in for the betterment of himself and everybody else.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because we know drivers, I'm not saying that they're stubborn, but they will stay out and just keep going and going and going.
He will, but it's also good experience for him as well.
Yes,
It might be well off the pace, but I mean, you know, you don't really get these conditions particularly often where it is going, you know, dry to wet, and you're out there on slicks.
I know a lot of drivers do it on practice days where it's wet and they go out on slicks to get that experience of, you know, if this race started 5 minutes before, all of these drivers would be on slicks and they'd be out just as it started to rain.
Yes.
And they have to then, you know, learn very quickly that Pro Kart style of driving, turn in and wait for the grip to come.
That's it. It feels like an age.
Collinson and House have a quick positional swap, and then Collinson gets back in front of Ewan House, the changing lines between the two of them as they make their way round hairpins 1 and 2.
I'll tell you what's something about Alfie McBain, though. He's although he's 10 seconds a lap slower in the timing versus the leaders, he's actually just gone 5 seconds quicker.
Oh, Sullivan there seemed very, very preoccupied with Ewan House and then got a bit of snap oversteer, and Ewan House is through up into 2nd place.
Yeah, House making his debut here at Teesside. Of course, very experienced driver, but not here this weekend. And finally seems to be starting to make good use of the track. Sullivan comes back up the inside in hairpin 1 and retakes 2nd place, although immediately snatched back again by House. That was good driving from House to get that move done. Sullivan's on the inside as they head down the back straight and into South Bank, and House is going to have to cede position here. Can Collinson follow through? No, isn't close enough.
House is going to have the outside line though, which is going to probably give him a little bit more grip. I thought he was going to be able to drive around the outside of South Bank there, and Collinson's going to have a little nibble down the inside, which isn't enough. Then Sullivan goes very, very wide over the rumble strips, and House is back through.
I genuinely thought there was a black flag going out there, but it's actually our race director with a black umbrella right in front of the commentary box. So Peacock now leading by 3 seconds. She has been in a class of 1 here so far today. Alfie McBain's times are getting quicker. I mean, he's still, you know, a good sort of 9 seconds off what the leaders are doing in terms of pace, but he's getting quicker every lap.
Peacock's going to come up to him, though, very, very shortly, Tom. Maybe hairpin 1-ish, depending on her sort of pace, because she is some 9 seconds quicker. And through this D chicane as well, it's very, very skittish, certainly if you're on slick tyres, compared to the wets, as we see Peacock just taking a huge amount of speed actually through there, compared to Alfie McBain. So she's got to be very, very careful here, particularly in terms of the closing speed for McBain, because he's not going to be he's going to be taking a different line, isn't he? He's done very well actually to stay out of the way, but I'm not sure that's entirely down to choice, because he's obviously took a much wider line round that corner.
Yeah, Peacock set the fastest lap of the race as well on that previous lap. It was a good sort of 3/4 seconds, 3/4 of a second quicker than anybody else on circuit.
And McBain's on the outside here as Ewan House, Sullivan and Collinson come up to him. He stays well out of the way, so he's seen the blue flags, but obviously he's going to be taking the wider line anyway, because that's where the grip is with the slick tyres.
I was going to say, I'm surprised I can see anything. His visor's fully fogged up as well.
You can get something, it's called Rain-X or something like that.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
really, really good.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
I use it in the shower.
But to stop...
Put it on the inside of the shower.
Oh, I was thinking it's because you wear glasses, I thought.
wear my glasses in the shower.
Yellow,
we've got a yellow flag out. That is Alfie McBain off
he's
of the inside of the national loop.
On the grass. It could well be there that he got caught at the time where some of the front runners were coming, some of the field was coming through. There's a great little battle going on, Tom, from Sam Hayes and William Robinson down the back straight. This is behind the Clark and Potter, so they'll be heading into South Bank about now. 3 carts between that, and then we've got Holly Swan on the back of that. We're going to pick them up now behind the green cart of Potter as they come into shot. Now as Sam Hayes actually spins on the way in there, and Robinson as well. The two of them come together. Hayes was at the front of that, Robinson as well. And Hayes and Robinson spin round at hairpin 3. So we were going to cut to that, Tom, because I was expecting an intense battle for the next few laps, and gone.
Yep, that's promoted Potter up to 6th. So we've got Peacock, House, Sullivan, Collinson, Clark, Potter, Swan, Rye, Howard and Stansmore Wilson, your top 10. McBain now obviously 1 lap down and really, really struggling now in these conditions. Times have dropped massively.
Yeah, he's down to 119. Well, I say 119, but he had the spin, didn't he? So
yes,
that wouldn't have helped in the early part. As Isabella Stansmore Wilson gets alongside William Howard, but William Howard on the line round the outside manages to keep his foot in. 45 seconds remaining, so 2 laps of this Honda Cadet Pro second heat. And Peacock leading the way by 4.4 seconds.
And the rain still tumbling down now here at Teesside. We're not quite in the point of rooster tails off the back, but the track is now fully drenched. So if you were thinking of taking the gamble, as we look at Edward Rye overtaking Holly Swan round the national loop, and then very robustly chopping the nose off as well, just for good measure.
You'll see in the background there, Tom, Hayes and Robinson have resumed their battle, which saw them both spin earlier on. Amy Peacock is about to come through to take the last lap borders. Once again, Stansmore Wilson and William Howard battle it out round South Bank corner. Last lap board out then for Peacock. The gap was 4.4 on the previous lap. It's out to 4.7. And Sullivan's had a slow lap, Tom. He's dropped nearly a second off the back of Ewan House as Collinson has closed in by about 4/10, and there's still a battle going on for 3rd place there between those two. And Stanley Clark's not too far back if he fancies taking advantage as well.
Yes, indeed. And heading around South Bank for the final time is going to be Amy Peacock with a huge lead here. And it just goes to show what Amy Peacock can do when she doesn't have a Thomas Potter in front of her.
Yeah, Potter's not really been at the races today, Tom, off the back of Clark, currently in 6th place. Peacock, though, will come through to take the checkered flag and add heat 2 to heat number 1. It's 2 victories for the 17 of Amy Peacock. Ewan House comes through for 2nd place. Sullivan and Collinson again battling it out all the way to the line. This time Sullivan manages to come through in 3rd place in front of Collinson, Clark and Potter. Edward Rye will cross the line in 7th place. He's in front of Holly Swan, William Howard, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Sam Hayes, Ben Robinson and Alfie McBain.
So very, very wet conditions here now at Teesside. We're going to see what happens in terms of standing water appearing on the track, but it is it's now wet, fully wet here on the track. Hoping this rain doesn't intensify any further and that this will be the level, you know, as worse as it's going to get. Let's hope so anyway. It is very, very dark here as well now. The camera's doing a good job of brightening up. But Amy Peacock taking heat number 2 to go with heat number 1. So we've had 2 double winners here already. So Chloe McGill in Bambinos and Amy Peacock in Cadet Pro. Next up will be Cadet Clubman Heat 2. Pole position for heat number 2 in Cadet Clubman goes to your heat 1 winner, Charlie Quine. Mason Dinsdale taking 2nd place and Mason Webster in 3rd. Jake Walker in 4th with Sebastian Benson 5th and Samuel Yeadon in 6th. Matty Prinku Wright in 7th with Riley Button Young in 8th. Then it's Charlie Eyeball in 9th. Riley Sims Ezard in 10th. Harry McLaughlin 11th and Morgan Cooney 12th. Then we have Toby Turner, Ashton Carmichael, Henry Colborne and Joey Swan, Ollie Carter and Layla Berryman. That is the 18 drivers for heat number 2 in Cadet Clubman. And in fact, if you can just hear that little pitter-patter over the microphone, that's the rain. It's not tiny feet.
Well, yeah,
it's rather large raindrops.
To be fair, Tom, the visual is fairly clear as well now, because down there you could see it, and even the start line marshal has opted for an umbrella. Yeah,
as I said, I'm hoping it doesn't get any worse than this, because if it does, we're going to start having puddles appear at the D chicane and various other places around the circuit, and that is not really what we want.
Yeah, well, we know that obviously the inside of Hairpin 1 sometimes gets a bit, and obviously the inside of the National Loop sometimes fills with water.
Yeah. Oh, and we've got
Morgan Cooney as he spun. I think he's got a problem there, Tom. He's going to need some marshal assistance because he's not even spinning the wheel up there, is he? Let's have a quick look. I'm not sure whether there's been some contact there, Tom, on the back, but
well, the engine's dropped definitely.
Yeah. So if we get it started, he'll be allowed to get round, and looks like he could potentially.
Well, something's definitely happened here with Morgan Cooney in terms of...
Yeah, what we could actually be doing here, Tom, we could be holding the grid slightly down there to allow Cooney's kart to be collected. I know the top 2 are actually coming through into position, Charlie Quine and Mason Dinsdale.
Can hear in the background the ratchet of impact guns on wheels being changed, wheels and tyres being changed in the dummy grid.
See, the impact drills, or windy guns as some people call them. I call them ugga-duggas because that's the noise they make when the bolt binds at the end.
An ugga-dugga, okay.
You know what I mean? The bolt's saying, there, done.
Is that what we're going for?
Yes. Morgan Cooney's going to get to watch this one from Marshall Post 1, Tom, well, unfortunately.
According to Mark Young as well, that's what the sound of the engines make as well, isn't it? The generator power.
He said that, but they've enjoyed racing it all year, so I think he's a changed man. It's a longer wait this time, Tom, for our front runners. Obviously, Morgan Cooney already casting a disappointing figure in Marshall Post number 1. Over there, currently just sat with his arms folded in the door.
Poor lad.
There's your pole sitter, though.
There's nothing worse than that as well, when the race hasn't even started and you're already watching the grid form up that you should be part of. So it looks like we're about to get going here. Well, the marshals retaking their positions. Start line marshal about to lift up the green flag. And here we go. Green flag is up, it is down, and we are away and racing. Charlie Quine with a good start, holding the lead from Dinsdale and Webster, so they are as you were for the front three heading into the national loop.
Walker slots into 4th place then, as everybody else behind does similarly. They're all single file through the chicanes this time as they head towards the heavy braking zone of hairpin 1 for the first time, and Dinsdale puts half a move down the inside of Charlie Quine.
Starting to see some spray for the first time off the back of these karts as well.
Onto the back straight they go then. Mason Webster's got to the inside of Mason Dinsdale here, but Dinsdale's going to have enough, I think, to hold on to that one. He's got the run right the way around the outside as Charlie Eibel and Matty Prinku right, the side-by-side round the South Bank corner.
And Charlie Eibel fastest in qualifying.
Webster's going to send it down the inside of Mason Dinsdale there, but Dinsdale's going to have enough once again on the outside to keep the foot in.
Webster, of course, with that fantastic lap earlier in heat number 1 to put himself in this position of 3rd place, what is now 3rd place. As you can see, the spray now really starting to come off the rear of these karts through the national loop and then through hairpin 1 as well.
Yeah, Yeadon's gone with the top 3 this time, Tom. He's managed to find a way past Jake Walker.
They are starting to make a bit of a break now, these front 4. And there goes Dinsdale down the inside of Quine into South Bank and then
slides wide.
Yeah.
And Quine's going to try and return the favour back down the inside.
It's what they would call in NASCAR the slide job. Essentially, send it up the inside, park it on the apex, and wait for the
to
be
contact.
pushed out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just looking in the background, so we'll see Riley Buckton-Young make a move on Matty Prinku right for 7th place. Carmichael's past Charlie Eibel. But yeah, the top 4, Tom, have now started to break away. Jake Walker's still close enough, as is Sebastian Benson.
Yeah, it's fairly close here, especially for the front 4. So they are now, as you said, David, they are now starting to move away. So Webster now up the inside of Charlie Quine. Is he going to be able to get it done? No. Quine with a better run. Then Webster's taken a wider line and cuts back to the inside. But again, Quine is just in the wrong place for Webster to get that move done. Yeadon looking very racy as well, trying to get the up and undertaking the opposite of the opposite line that Webster's doing. And Webster is now side by side as they come through the kink. And he's going to hold on to 3rd place. So went from full attack to full defence there for Webster within the space of 3 corners. And everything is as you were.
Just having a quick update on my championship, Tom, because there's so much going on.
Oh, there goes Webster. That was a lunge to take 2nd place and got it done. Lovely.
Love a lunge. It's coming down now, Tom.
It was very clean, though, from Webster, and seems to be absolutely loving these conditions.
Yeah, the rate, it's coming down. You can see it even out the combox window now, Tom, and we are actually now, we've got some dovetails coming up from those from them tyres, as Webster's going to try and move down the inside of Mason Dinsdale. They're still side by side. Will Dinsdale get the cutback, Tom, out of 4? He's going to get alongside. As they're still side by
Webster's
side.
Got this done.
Oh, they're side by side. No, and Dinsdale holds on.
So brave from Dinsdale, extremely brave around the outside of the kink in these wet conditions, and you can really see these rooster tails kicking up now as the track is getting ever wetter.
Yeah, it really is coming down now, isn't it, Tom? The top 3 then of Dinsdale, Webster and Yeadon, with Quine in 4th place, Walker in 5th.
We've got the 43 of Riley Sims Ezard backwards at the national loop. I think that was a national loop.
It through the chicanes. It was through the chicanes on the exit of National. Let's see whether Webster does the same this time.
Great move. Up the inside.
Got to get it
Thank you
stopped
very
this
much.
time.
Has got it stopped.
Which means he's going to be able to take the optimal line, I think, round. He's going to be on the outside, though. Dinsdale's going to keep his
good drive? No, Dinsdale got better drive again, and he's going to get that move done again. So that's twice now, and Dinsdale with some brilliant driving to hold on to first position here.
The top three are moving away, despite the fact that they're chopping and changing in the latter part of the lap. It is always round 3 and 4. Webster much closer into hairpin 1, and he's going to send it down the inside. Dinsdale this time, he's going to be tighter, and this could be where Webster gets the run.
He needs to be careful, though, with Yeadon there in third, that Yeadon could take advantage of this.
Dinsdale's super defensive already, Tom, with 3 to go.
Webster's really up for this, isn't he? He's wanting this first heat win here.
Yeadon could take advantage, though, of Webster potentially being a little bit too close there to Dinsdale. Now Dinsdale's going to go super defensive.
Oh, look at this
and
one.
Webster's going to try and take advantage. Who's going to get the run? Will it be Yeadon? Will it be Webster out of the final corner as they come up towards start-finish? Mason Webster will lead this race with 2.5 minutes to go from Samuel Yeadon and Mason Dinsdale. As Dinsdale became preoccupied with Yeadon, Mason Webster took full advantage of the other's hesitation to come through into the lead. Let's see now, Tom, where he doesn't have another kart in front of him to dictate where he's got to turn in and where he's got to brake, what his pace is like when he's out at the front of this race.
Well, he currently holds the fastest lap of the race, but that was set on lap 4, so 2 laps ago when he was closing in on the back of Dinsdale. But already seems to be moving away as we've got side by side. This is Charlie Quine and Jake Walker now. Jake Walker taking 4th place from Quine. Quine's going to try and fight back into hairpin 3. Isn't going to get that done there, but does get it done in hairpin 4. Gets fully alongside, and Walker with better drive out of hairpin 4.
Keeping a look at the lap times this time. Webster 3/10 quicker than Yeadon, but Yeadon still close enough because obviously there was that drive out the final corner. Yeadon, who's won races here this season. Dinsdale behind, who's been on the podium. It's real mixed bag, Tom, in this weather because the championship front runners of those right in the mix to actually win the championship. Sebastian Benson in 6th place is the closest to it. He's finished with there or thereabouts in front with his nearest championship rivals being Samuel Yeadon and Charlie Idle. So Yeadon's going to take some chunk of points out of this one if he holds on to 2nd place. 47 seconds remaining, so it's going to be 2 more laps in this Honda Cadet Club heat number 3. No, heat number 2. Webster's going to come over start finish. The gap on the previous lap was 4/10. It's out to 8/10 with 30 seconds remaining. 2 laps to go in heat number 2.
And holding good pace as well, Mason Webster. Is only a 10th off his personal best, which is the fastest lap of the race at the moment. But you can see puddles really starting to appear now on circuit all over the track as well. Doesn't look like there's much down at the exit of the D chicane at the moment, and that's normally the first place to fill up. So
it's not settling, is it, at the moment? That's the thing. That's the good thing.
Well, it's not settling there, but it is everywhere else, so particularly hairpin 1 and South Bank.
Yeah, I mean, puddling on the inside. We're not getting any of that at the moment, which is good, but that's because we've got a consistent stream of karts going over it at the moment.
So we're going to have the last lap board going out this time, and it is going to be taken for the very first time by Mason Webster. He's got 1 lap to go to take his first ever heat win here at Teesside. Samuel Yeadon crossing the line with a personal best in 2nd place, but that gap has still gone out by another 0.2 of a second. Dinsdale in 3rd, then it's Walker, Quine, Benson, Ashton Carmichael with a personal best as well. Then it's Prinku, Wright, Eyeball and McLaughlin.
Over a second, Tom, for Webster at the front. And when you've this is the first race, Tom, that Webster will have ever led, let alone come through to take the victory. He's got half a lap, which is around about 20 seconds away.
Calm the nerves.
Exactly what's going through the mind inside that helmet as he heads up towards hairpin 3 for the final time. Now he's got to be steady round 4. Doesn't want to get the nerves on that one too much. Out of the final corner comes Mason Webster from 12th at the start of the day. He's going to win heat number 2 and takes his first ever victory in Honda Cadets for Mason Webster. Yeadon gets second, Dinsdale in third from Walker, and Charlie Quine the top 5.
Well, congratulations, big congratulations to Mason Webster. That's been a long time coming and an extremely hard work that lad has put in to get into this position. Has been the fastest driver here in Cadet Clubman today in these mixed conditions, and now has his first ever heat victory here at Teesside to go along with it. Well done, Mason Webster. Samuel Yeadon in second with Mason Dinsdale third. Then it's Jake Walker, Charlie Quine, Sebastian Benson, Ashton Carmichael, Matty Prinku Wright, Charlie Eyeball, Harry McLaughlin and Riley Buckton Young. Then it was Toby Turner, Joey Swan, Riley Sims Ezard, Ollie Carter, Henry Colborne and Layla Berryman retiring with about 5 laps to go. And there he is.
Your race winner then for Honda Cadet Club Heat number 2, the number 2 of Mason Webster.
Brilliantly done. Well done to Mason, and we will move on to Junior Rotax Heat number 2.
That's new music. That's new music.
Yeah.
I like it.
I feel like I need to
Sway.
Get my groove on here
Sway.
in the commentary box.
And on pole position is Melissa Adrian with Addison Smith alongside Amelia Pennington and Alfie Wallbank on row number 2. Nathan Jensen and Lizzie Mentier share row number 3 with Sam Stoner and Catherine Potter on row 4. Ben Horner and Munro Renard on row 5 with Zach Turner starting in 11th place, having retired from heat number 1. Funky times.
Oh,
I do hope that they can hear that on the live stream. It's not just us in the commentary box.
Thankfully, you didn't see my dancing. Thankfully, you didn't see my dancing here in the commentary box, which was something to behold.
I can still hear that rain coming down, Tom.
I can still see it coming down. We need some karts on track shortly to keep this track as dry as possible, I think.
Well, that's Morgan Cooney. He's just come in, probably the driest of all the drivers from that race, because he's had the roof of the Marshall's post number 1. Just having a quick look at the live chat comments. Freya Eden's been on saying well done to Mason and Sam.
A lot of support coming in for Amy Peacock as well.
And that young man there, James Fab 91, that boy can pedal. He's just
James
finished,
Fabricius.
Yeah, he's just finished second in the Cadet Kart Championship before moving straight sideways into Micromax. He's going to be one to watch in that class next season. Juniors then making their way around onto the track. And they're going to have to feel this one out because they were pretty dry earlier on. Having a quick look at the championship positions then for our some of our classes. This one obviously already been wrapped up with Finley Watson, who's already made that jump up successfully already today into senior Rotax. Jos Hushka's been on saying yes, Mason Webster, well done. So the support really coming in as well. So they'll be getting themselves into position now. Melissa Adrian on the inside with Addison Smith alongside. Now, he went well, Tom, from 5th place in the up from the back row up into 5th place. Random grids, of course, for junior Rotax. Green is up. And green is down. We're away and racing. They come over the line, Tom, very, very quickly for these wet weather conditions, and then they're going to have to get the brakes and get it stopped as they make their way through. The spray, not going to be nice for anybody except Melissa Adrian, who's at the front. Everyone's just going to be getting a face full of water. Addison Smith from second has dropped all the way back to 7th place. We've got spins for Catherine Potter and the 12 of Ben Horner. Looks like Smith actually got forced wide on the at the start, Tom. That's just watching it back on the secondary feed we've got here as Melissa Adrian goes down the inside of Lizzie Mentier. Then Mentier comes all the way back from 3rd to take the lead. Superb move from Lizzie Mentier. Used the actual curb on the inside to get all the drive off the concrete rather than the tarmac. And Lizzie Mentier with a superb move there. Lost second, and the next time you blink and she's in the lead.
Yeah, managed to not just get the great drive, but then got it stopped and turned better than anybody else in front of her. And there's now hit the front once again. So Mentier was the winner of heat number 1 and has already hit the front here once again. Even in these random grids for junior Rotax, she's already at the front and seems to be moving away as well. Amelia Pennington in 4th and Melissa Adrian in 3rd. Then it's Alfie Warbank 2nd now. Catherine Potter has got past Ben Horner after that spin.
Monroe Renard there, Tom.
Yeah,
and
side by
Nathan
side.
Jensen having a bit.
And Pennington has now got in front of Adrian. So they battle over 3rd place. Bit of a gap in front to Alfie Wallbank, who's showing well here in these conditions, holding on to 2nd place. But it is Mentier driving away at the front at the moment. She's already put a second, or nearly a second, into Alfie Wallbank as they went over the line. And I would hazard a guess that it's actually more than that now as they head around South Bank. We're looking at Melissa Adrian and Addison Smith. There goes Smith through on the inside of Melissa Adrian at hairpin 3. Got it stopped well and got good drive out of there as he headed through into 4th place.
Certainly down the inside, Tom, of hairpin 3 does seem to be the better line. It's just strange because we were sort of expecting the outside line to be a little bit more, have a bit more grip. But we've seen on a number of occasions with Smith and with Mentier earlier on, getting down the inside into that corner is actually proving to be the way out because they're getting that grip, that drive to send them towards hairpin 4.
With these, I've just noticed something with these plastic bumpers. I'm looking here at Amelia Pennington, and you can see the spray coming off the tyre, and then it's just hitting the rear bumper and almost like dropping straight back down. So it's not going up into the air, it's just hitting that rear bumper and then coming straight back onto the circuit again. So they're not going to be doing a great job of you know, essentially trying to dry this track up with this particular type of rear bumper on.
Yeah, it must be a bit
I've
nicer.
never noticed that before.
Must be a bit nice compared to the metal one, obviously,
yes.
The more traditional one.
Yeah, whether you get the big rooster tails coming up. I mean, obviously these plastics are a lot wider in terms of, you know, from the front to the back of the bumper as well. So that's, and they've got a flat plane on them at the bottom, rather than the rounded metal rear bumper that we're used to seeing, particularly in like senior pro karts.
Pennington down the inside of Wallbank for 2nd, then Wallbank gets the cutback, and both of them here could get surprised by Addison Smith.
So that's Pennington through now into 2nd place. Mentier is in a whole different race, I think. She's now 4 seconds clear and is lapping a good sort of 7 to 8 tenths of a second quicker than anybody else out there.
The one issue you have when you drive off into the distance is you don't get much screen time.
That's true, especially if there's battles raging behind.
Which there is now, because Pennington has got Wallbank, Smith, Adrian and Jensen for company.
It's a good group of 5 here in juniors.
Yeah, I think Jensen, I think you mentioned in the comments earlier that they cooked the wets in the first one and have had to go and get some brand news. And he's using them to good effect, Tom. There's now Addison Smith down to send that line down the inside, I think is the better one. And then now could he potentially get the cutback here on Alfie Wallbank?
Well, you could see he was trying it, but he had huge amounts of oversteer, was fighting it all the way through, trying to get the grip.
It's going to allow Pennington to break away, although she sets a personal best of 51.8, but that's still half a second off the best lap of the race, the 51.3 by Mentia, and she does a 51.4 the last time, so 4/10 quicker than anybody else on track. And with the exception of Pennington and Potter, Turner as well has done a 51.7 on that previous lap. There's nobody else within a second of Lizzie Mentia.
No. No, Potter having a good recovery as well, so she's up to 7th place now, of course, with that spin on the opening lap at hairpin 2, put her way down the order and has already fought her way back up to 7th.
Smith down the inside of Alfie Wallbank and gets the move done earlier in the corner this time, which means that he might be on the outside and have the more drive out, and Addison Smith is up into 3rd place with 3 laps remaining.
Mentia with another fastest lap of the race, a 51.2.
They've dropped 2 seconds, though, Tom, off the back of Amelia Pennington. Now it's interesting. Let's see whether Smith, who had closed up on both Wallbank and Pennington was able to get through, though, and it's took Addison Smith a little bit longer to get past Alfie Wallbank. Let's see whether he can close up in the same way that he did, or whether it was Pennington being held up. The gap, 2.1 seconds between the two of them. Big ask in 2.5 laps.
When it's conditions like this, I'm so happy I'm in a nice, dry, warm commentary box and not out there driving a go-kart.
I did say to one of our camera ops earlier on, I was like, we will give you lots of sympathy from our dry, warm commentary box.
Yeah. It's...
I say that with a chuckle in my voice.
I mean, yeah, just even just driving in these conditions, it's just grim. Really,
Oh, I agree.
Grim.
I mean...
It's cold,
as a
very wet.
As a racing driver myself, I wasn't brilliant in the dry and I was less brilliant in the wet. Self-burn.
Yes. I will get you the Sablon. The progress of Catherine Potter has been somewhat halted in her march back towards the front of this. I mean, she is going quicker than the group in front, but I think it's just too much.
Yeah. Well, this is Jensen down the inside of Wallbank. That'll help her quest a little bit.
Yeah. Final lap board goes out
She's
to
there
Lizzie
in the
Mentia.
background. You can actually see her, Tom. Don't count her out, getting past both of these if they carry on battling, and they will do, with it being the final lap. Mentia already making her way around the national loop with Pennington in 2nd place. Smith in 3rd. Melissa Adrian has found her way past Alfie Wallbank. That moves her up into 4th place. Wallbank then down to 5th. Jensen. Then it's Potter. She's right on the back of Wallbank and Jensen, or at least will be, I think, Tom, by the time they come out of hairpins 1 and 2.
Well, she was 1.2 seconds quicker than these two on the previous lap as they were battling, and it looks like she is going to be right there.
Jensen gets the cut back on Wallbank. Wallbank willing that kart on. If it was a jockey, he'd be whipping it, wouldn't he, to try and get a little bit more out of it. He's going to have it more around the outside. They could be surprised. Out of the final corner.
Oh, there's Potter.
Yeah, up the inside. Mentia takes the victory as we catch her over the line. There we go. She's going to get the cutback, is she? Down the inside. Mentia sets the fastest lap on the final lap as well. From Pennington in 2nd place. Addison Smith and Melissa Adrian. Nathan Jensen, Catherine Potter and Alfie Wallbank, with Zach Turner, Monroe Renard, Sam Stoner and Ben Horner, your runners in this junior Rotax heat number 2. Stuff well, Tom. Tom's just tucking in here to his pork and stuffing sandwich with is that side of crackling. You can't hear him, but he's just going to Yeah. He's even got some roast potatoes, which it looks like he's going to have to eat them cold, but eat them he will. On screen then, Lizzie Mentia making her way through. I'll take the little one, Tom. I don't want to do you out of too much, but thank you very much. Mentia then with a commanding victory of over 6 seconds from the rest of the field. Pennington and Smith completing the top 3. A quick look at the live chat. Matt Cookson, and we very nearly raced this weekend. Looks lots of fun. Well, hopefully we'll see you here at Teesside later on, either for November or the Winter Series, Matt. But I know one of the winter rounds as well takes us to Wilton Mill, where I know your lad Josh has been doing a fair bit of racing this season. The other winter round will see us go to Three Sisters. So if you are watching and you want to get involved in some winter racing, I'm just going to run you through the dates before we go into our grid for our Minimax who are making their way out. So Teesside, their Winter Series O-Plate will be on the 28th and 29th. That's between Christmas and New Year. Then we go to Three Sisters for round 2, January the 21st and 22nd. And then Wilton Mill in February 18th and 19th before we return in March here for our 2023 summer season. So we've got plenty of racing throughout the winter here at Teesside Autodrome. Next up though, it is time for heat number 2 in Minimax. Heat 1 winner then, Jared Fox Whiteley will lead them over the line with Lewis Goff alongside Charlie Very and Joseph Yao on row 2, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Harris Alley on row number 3. Oscar War starts 7th, having incurred a 5-second penalty in heat number 1. He finished in 5th place, whereas James Philip Byrne starts in 8th. Alex Lind, Sam Robson and Ben Adrian are your 11 runners. So, in the wet, Tom, in Heat 1, the standout for me, unfortunately with the exception of the final 2 laps, was Harris Alley. He will start in 6th place. We saw that he can go well in the wet, certainly in the cadets. It seems to have transferred into Minimax. The good thing now, Tom, is whilst there is a few puddles settling here and there, there's one on the inside of the start line which nobody will run through, and that's going to be a good visual for us as to whether it's still raining or not. Well, it's straight out the combox window, just in front of the start line. There's a little puddle on the inside. That'll be a good visual. It's drizzling lightly at the moment.
There's big standing water in the exit of the chicane, and in fact through the chicanes as well, so this will be interesting.
We're away and racing, though. It's a good start from Goff as he gets alongside Fox Whiteley, but then we'll have to go all the way round the outside.
We got 3 off. 3 have gone off.
Harris Alley's one of them. James Philip Byrne as well. And, we got 4, Charlie Very and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Lewis Goff leads the way then, having gone all the way round the outside of Jared Fox Whiteley.
Yeah, Goff with a great start, but Fox Whiteley immediately sends it straight up the inside into South Bank. But Goff with that faster line around the outside holds position, then gets a cut back through 3, and these two are just basically on completely different parts of the track, and they're going to come across the line side by side.
Yep, chopping and changing with every single corner. That's the interesting dynamic, Tom, in the wet, isn't it? Is that there's different lines. Joseph Yao in 3rd place. The one for me to watch was Harris Alley, but unfortunately he was involved in that opening lap incident with James Philip Byrne, Charlie Very and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson that pretty much took out half of the midfield. We've got flag out again. Is that Sam Robson?
Yeah, it was, yeah, backwards coming out of the D chicane. Not sure whether there was contact or not. We missed it off camera, but yeah, Sam Robson going round again in the 58.
Yeah, well, you can tell there was a huge issue on that opening lap, Tom, because Ben Adrian from 11th is running in 4th place. And Alex Lynn on debut as well, he's in 5th. You see them just about coming in as Fox Whiteley sends a move down the inside of Lewis Goff.
Got that one done.
He was miles back at 3 though, wasn't he? He just used the line to come through and carried the momentum into 4.
It was the slide job once again.
Watch our leading duo, but I'm keeping an eye out, Tom. The field spread as Goff sends it back down the inside of Jared Fox Whiteley and gets through. Behind there, there's a battle going on with James Philip Byrne all the way down to Isabella Stansmore-Wilson that is quite intense from 6th onwards, but we'll stick with this battle for the lead as you'd expect us to when these two are so close. And once again, Goff takes the wider line, Fox Whiteley down the inside, and then it's going to be a case of who gets the run out of the corner. And once again, it's going to be Jared Fox Whiteley who's going to have his turn in the lead. He's going to have his half a lap at the front, then Goff's going to try and get back past at hairpin 1, and then Fox Whiteley at 3.
It's all about leading over the line, though, isn't it? And Fox Whiteley's done that the last couple of laps. There goes Goff again, having a look up the inside of Jared Fox Whiteley, but can't get the move done there. Then goes full send in hairpin 2, parks it on the apex.
And Fox Whiteley's going to get the cut back.
He didn't quite park it enough.
No, almost as if you want to stop it for a while, don't you? That's the thing. When you say park it, we do mean physically park it.
Yeah, and wait for Fox Whiteley to essentially push you out of the corner. That's the way to get that done. Now Goff is kind of settling in now in second place. Seems to be taking the same line as Fox Whiteley.
More of a Fox Whiteley line there, didn't he? Helmet change as well for Lewis Goff. I think that must now be his designated wet helmet, because you can see clear visor on for a lot of these drivers now, and see a lot of them would normally run a tinted for one of two reasons: sun and 2 fashion.
Yeah, oh, definitely. It's the tinted visor is way cooler.
Oh, way cooler.
It's also 210s. 210s right there with a tinted visor.
Yeah. Also other things for to make you quicker are a new suit or a new helmet.
Yes.
Technical defect, Tom, for the 88 of Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Not sure what that is for, because the rear bumper's still attached. Which means there's only one other option, and that is the omission of a chain guard. She's going to come down the inside of Oscar Waugh, though, into the hairpin. And you'll be able to see there on the right-hand side, there is no chain guard to the right of the exhaust and behind the engine and radiator. So that's obviously come off near a post somewhere, and one of the marshals has had a quick spot of that. But Isabella Stansmore Wilson's race,
they've done well to pick that up as well, haven't they?
Will come to a premature end. She'll do one more lap. She's allowed Oscar Waugh through, and then she's
seen it now.
Straight in off the chicane. Yeah.
So well done, Isabella.
Stansmore Wilson. It's already off. It's beat her off the track, Tom, because Darryl Peacock's waving it down there. Alex Lynn and Charlie Very are battling it out over 5th place. Very, who was involved in that opening lap spin, is coming back through the field.
Yeah, Harris Alley up to 7th as well.
And Fox Whiteley's winding it up, Tom. Another half a second. He opens the gap up to Lewis Goff.
Yeah, once he... it was almost the same in Heat 1, wasn't it? They battled for a few laps, but then as soon as Lewis Goff was unable to fight back anymore, essentially, couldn't send one up at the next corner, Fox Whiteley then got a gap and broke away. So it seems that Lewis Goff is, essentially channeling his inner Troy Bayliss. I don't know whether that reference means anything to some of the people watching or not, but Bayliss was was a really, really good motorbike racer, and he used to have a trademark of, as soon as he was overtaken, regardless of what happened at the next corner, he was coming back up the inside. He didn't even care about whether there was a massive gap or not. No, I'm coming back through. But yeah, that's exactly what Lewis Goff has been channeling, and but Fox Whiteley, as soon as he's got that slight gap, that's it. He breaks away, and it's now out to 1.8 seconds. So he's around about 0.6 of a second faster in clean, unobstructed Goff air. Is Fox Whiteley when he gets clear?
This one could go down to the final, Tom, because if Fox Whiteley gets a second in the next heat, but then wins the final with Lewis Goff in second place, that will be enough to secure the championship for the 22 of Jared Fox Whiteley. Still a long way to go in the day, and then if Goff gets in front of the final, the thing is, Tom, there's only 1 point difference in the heats, but then when it comes to the at the top, it's 50 for a win and 49, and then it's sequentially one down in all the heats as Harris Alley goes down the inside of Alex Lynn. That moves him up into 6th place. But for the final, there's a 7-point swing for the top 2, and then a further 5 down to 3rd, and another 5 down to 4th. So the final is really a big difference maker when it comes to them numbers. So
Well, rightly so, it's the most important race of the day. But it will certainly be today in terms of the championship for these two. Last lap board going out now, and it's taken by Fox Whiteley already as we look at Harris Alley still making his way through South Bank Corner. So it shows the level of pace that Fox Whiteley and Goff have had over the rest of the pack here. Fox Whiteley already coming through the chicane and into hairpin 1 for the final time. So full 2.5 seconds clear now of Lewis Goff, although Goff, I was just having a look actually, fastest lap of the race, but was set on lap 1.
Oh, yeah, that rolling lap as well. And it was a lot drier then as well, Tom. The rain coming down a little bit more now. It looked like it was close to stopping at the start of this this race, but now is considerably harder. Jared Fox Whiteley into hairpin 4 as he makes his way out and towards the checkered flag. Heat number 2 is won by the 22 of Jared Fox Whiteley with a gap of almost 3 seconds then. Back to Lewis Goff in second place. Joseph Yao crossing the line in third place. Our 2022 Honda Cadet O-Plate winner finishing in third place in front of Ben Adrian. And then it's going to be Charlie Very in front of Harris Alley. But Harris Alley in the last lap or so was reeled Charlie Very in. He's took another 2 tenths out there on the final lap from Harris Alley, with Alex Lynn in 7th, James Philip Byrne, Oscar Waugh and Sam Robson. They come through almost nose to tail, and there is contact over start finish actually from Robson on the back of Oscar Waugh. So not that it's going to make a huge difference to Robson, who crossed the line in 10th, but if he is going to pick up a penalty there for front fairing, then it's going to drop him from 10th to 10th, unfortunately for Robson. Your winner, though, making his way into pit lane, is Jared Fox Whiteley.
Coming up next, Micromax Heat number 2. So your starting grid for Micromax Heat 2 is going to be taken by your Heat 1 winner, JJ Plowman. Then it's Edward Haynes, Drew Davidson and Austin Oman, Edward Rye and Riley Murrow. And then it's Leo Livings, Caden Simpson, Jack Hutchinson, Ellis Child and Buddy Hugo. Just getting my groove on again in the commentary box. I'm liking the new music.
Yeah, I like it. I like it mixing it up every now and again, a different one. It's like, you know, I remember as a kid watching Play Days, and it's like, which stop is it? And it's like, which tune is Adam going to play next?
There's a reference I didn't think would ever come out in our commentary.
It was
Play Days,
mate. Always about the Y-bird stop.
Always the
always the Y-bird stop.
It's the Y-bird.
Can't even remember any of the others.
Kids watching this, ask your parents. Parents, ask your grandparents.
If the next grid comes up and the music is,
don't tempt him. Don't tempt him. Adam is a wonder at things like this, but
he's also easily led.
Very easily led.
Now, obviously, our race day today, as our micros make their way around, we're not going to be having a lunch break, which means we'll not be able to have our traditional paddock walk. Now, you can still find that on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. So you'll be able to find the 20-minute or so paddock walk that I did yesterday. Making my way round the paddock. I got to speak to some great drivers. Spoke to Joey and Holly Swan. Spoke to Ewan House, who's making the trip here for the first time. I started it off by speaking to Alex Lynn and spoke to Lizzie Mentier as well. And then throughout that day as well, I also managed to grab 5 interviews. They'll go out on the Teesside Odin Drivers Facebook page in the on every Wednesday at 5 o'clock between this race and the next one. So there'll be 5 interviews to go. And then also on Fridays as well, at 5 o'clock, we have our highlight of the week. So that really is a page to check out. And it keeps you in touch with the Teesside owner-drivers paddock throughout the month between each meeting.
And here we go, green flag up and down. And it's Edward Haynes with a flying start, taking the lead from Plowman. And it's Austin Oman in third. Initially, it was Austin Oman. Is that Riley Murrow?
Murrow then up into third from Oman. Then Caden Simpson with a great start moves him up into 5th place on the opening lap in front of Drew Davidson and Edward Rye with Ellis Child. Then it's Leo, then it's the 70, I think, of Leo Livings in front of Jack Hutchinson and Buddy Hugo.
Heading down and into South Bank for the first time. Haynes with a good gap at the front of this one already. Plowman was in drier conditions for heat number 1. Still very greasy on track, but made the most of it and managed to break away at the front. But now that it's full wet, Edward Haynes seems to have the upper hand at the moment.
Well, Haynes did pull out the gap at the start, didn't he, in the last one? Hence why I paid no credence whatsoever to the battle right for the lead. Because I thought, oh, Haynes will be at the front, he'll just keep going and going. And then before we know it, we were 4 laps past the fact that JJ Plowman had found a way through and was disappearing off into the distance. Now, what there is, obviously, in terms of setup, there's more than just bolting a set of treaded tyres onto karts. You know, you do, generally you can move the fronts out and the rears in to give the car more stability in the wet. And it could well be, Tom, that in that opening race, whilst Haynes had the wet tyres on, he might have had a compromised thing, although
Edward Haynes is under investigation, potential jump start.
Well,
I mean, he did take the lead off the line. It's whether he went, whether he's going to be deemed to have gone too early. As Edward Rye goes round, coming out of hairpin 4, rear end pendulum effect just went carried on going round and wasn't able to save it, and that's going to drop him right down the order into 11th place. Has carried on going, but is now 2 seconds behind Buddy Hugo.
Yeah, what Tom means there by that jump start is even though it's a rolling start, it's not like they're going on the drop of the flag. The leader off pole position gets to hold the, gets to dictate the pace as we just watch it there. And if the driver in second place has got too much on the driver at the front, so really the driver on pole position could, by all intents, just tootle to the line if he wanted, and the driver in second place can't be a certain distance in front of that. So that's going to be looked at, and then we'll find out post-race what will be applied for that. Normally for a jump start, though, it is 5 seconds, because we've seen a few in the Honda Cadet classes earlier in the season from their standing starts.
Well, as it stands right now with 5 minutes to go, that would put Edward Haynes down to 6th place, but I would expect that to creep up possibly somewhere around 3rd or 4th by the end of this one if a 5-second penalty was to be applied.
Be a shame for Hayes because he has had he's had the pace during this race on the rest of the field. So, but nonetheless, jump start's a jump start. It doesn't matter if you jump the start and then win by 20 seconds. It's still the penalty's still applied. You can't look at it and think, well, it won't affect anything. So yeah, no point. That's not how it works.
Unless he does what I shared earlier in the week, which was the Valentino Rossi job in Phillip Island a few years ago.
Well, you know, you get a penalty, so you just open up a huge gap.
He got given a 10-second penalty, and then he just really showed how fast he actually could go, and pulled about 11.5 seconds over second place, and took the win.
Simpson and Murrow through the D chicane as Simpson closes up on the back of the 20. Drew Davidson facing the wrong way on the outside of the national loop, and everybody else is going to have to take the wide line round the outside. That's going to drop him into the clutches of Edward Rye, who's already had a spin. So they're going to be able to work together to come back through. 2.2 now is the gap at the front of this one, so maybe Haynes has seen the overhead gantry and is starting to push, because he's opened up another half a second on JJ Plowman. And with potentially 4 laps. That could open it up to 4.2, 4.3 seconds if he keeps that going. So we will be in the realms, Tom, of potentially holding on to the win or second place.
Yeah, I
if
think
a penalty is
definitely
applied.
be top 3 if he can keep this pace up. So coming across the line, it would currently put him in 5th place.
Might have had a spin, Tom, for Ellis Child, I think, potentially.
From 7th?
Yeah, I saw a car missing.
Oh, and Drew Davidson. Oh, Drew Davidson, of course, went round earlier on in the lap.
Yeah, it was Child then. I saw the spin down there on the exit of hairpin number 4.
So now there's 3 of those that have had spins, 9th, 10th and 11th, but they're actually in a bit of a battle now. So things have equalled out.
Yeah, gives himself something to do. Well, when you have that spin, then you're just down there on your own. You're only really racing against your lap time, aren't you?
Correct.
You know, now they've got at least a little bit of a battle, because from, I think, just in front of Buddy Hugo, so Leo Livings and everybody else, as Austin Oman goes down the inside of JJ Plowman.
Yeah, speaking of battles, that one's been lined up by Oman for about a lap now and has got through on Plowman. Murrow right there, as is Caden Simpson as well. So we've got a great battle here for second place.
4 carts battling out over second. Murrow with Oman now at the front of this battle with Plowman, Murrow, Simpson. And all this battling, Tom, is opening up that all-important gap at the head of the race. 3.9 seconds now for Edward Haynes. We think he needs to go past the 5-second mark to potentially negate any penalty that may be coming his way for a potential jump start.
Yeah, 3 point. So I mean, he'd still be in 5th place as it stands at the moment. But let's get them across the line this time and see what that gap has gone to. So all the time, Edward Haynes, if there is a potential penalty, and of course it's a big if, now he would still be in 4th place because he'd move in front of Riley Murrow.
Murrow tries to get a run down the inside of the 111 of JJ Plowman into the national loop.
What we should say as well is, just because it's under investigation, there's not any kind of implication of guilt there yet.
No, it just means that they're going to.
Just means that it's under investigation. We're just trying to keep you abreast of how that would shake out if there is a penalty applied.
Plowman goes round the outside. Murrow's going to try and get down the inside and does so.
Found good grip there, did Murrow. I thought there was going to be a bit of drifting going on there, but no. Kept it all in line. Left the door open for JJ Plowman, though.
Should get the run, Tom, on that drier part of the track on the outside, but Plowman's not having any of it. He's going to try and keep his foot in and be brave, and JJ Plowman sweeps round the outside and holds on to 3rd place.
That was better, good thinking, I think, from Murrow.
Well, it was, Tom, because now he's going to come back through.
But live to fight another day, and that other day was the very next corner through the national loop.
Yeah, he picked his battle wisely there, didn't he,
did.
Riley Murrow?
Very much so.
This could play into the hands, really, of Caden Simpson now, Tom, who's been able to watch where everybody's making their moves and now can have the potential to pick them off. Last lap board is being readied for Edward Haynes, who now has a gap of 4.9 seconds. Here's Simpson having that half a move down the inside of JJ Plowman.
It's a big puddle starting to appear on the inside of the king, the very final right-hander of the lap. You just see them splashing through it there. Yep. Last lap board is out, so Edward Haynes now leads to the tune of 5.6 seconds, almost 5.7 seconds. So any potential 5-second penalty that would be applied has now been completely negated by just being 5.6 seconds faster.
Done what he needed to do, hasn't he?
Exactly. Exactly that. As we look at Simpson and Plowman going side by side through hairpin 2, and Simpson giving the tap of a helmet of a bit of a, shall we have a think about this? But I think Plowman should have other ideas. It's the last lap.
Well, out of the final corner, through the dogleg already, comes the bright yellow cart of bright orange cart of Edward Haynes to take victory here in Micromax. Austin Oman moves through for second place. And then it's going to be Riley Morrow in front of Caden Simpson and JJ Plowman to complete your top 5. They're still battling on in the background. You'll see them coming up and over start finish in a few moments' time, with Leo Livings holding off Ellis Child. Does he? Livings goes wide though over start finish, and Child will snatch 6th place over the line, with Leo Livings dropping down to 7th, Ryan 8th, Hugo Hutchinson and Davidson completing your Micromax runners.
So congratulations to Edward Haynes, taking heat number 2 here in now very, very wet conditions here at Teesside. There's a small puddle appearing at the inside of the D chicane, but nothing too much to worry about now. Hairpin 1 has standing water.
Back straight looks dry. Back straight's dry as part of the track. It's because it's flat.
But also,
Perfect,
you can see the drivers here on their in-lap. They're coming, or we can, sorry, out.
Yeah,
the
they're going
box.
round the outside.
They're going around the puddle in on the inside of the kink here. So, yeah, they're avoiding that one now. So that's starting to build. David's just refreshing the weather that we have here, and it looks like it's going to stop apparently
in about 45 minutes.
All right, okay. So we might have drier finals.
Yeah, and then it looks like it could be clear through till 5 o'clock, Tom. So
okay. Well, we'll need to get a wriggle on then, won't we? So coming up next is going to be heat number 2 for senior Rotax.
Grids then for senior Rotax. Emma Brown starts on pole position with Daniel Kell alongside Chris Stoves and Shane Collinson row 2, Martin Fisher and Andy Ambrose on row number 3. Then it's going to be Arthur Loudian starting in 7th place with Lee Bell alongside Paul Swan, Ashley Savage and race 1 winner Finley Watson starting in 11th place. Socks on the live chat comments agrees with it. It was always the Wybird stop, always. Which never my favourite, playground stop.
I can't remember. I'm struggling to remember. I watched a lot of play days. I can sing the theme tune. I won't.
Oh no!
But
I've already done that.
It was an iconic theme tune. But then you've got. I'm trying to think what the other stops were.
I don't know, it was, if you do know and you're in the live chat, drop them in. With Wybird, playground, anything else, let us know. It was a long time ago. I'm 37 now, Tom. It was a long time ago.
You've got a whole year to catch up on me yet.
I look forward to it.
Oh, I was going to say, is that a brolly coming down because it stopped raining and then I saw it still teeming down outside?
He's got to wave a flag, Tom.
Yeah.
Can't do both.
Right, so here we go.
Drying the flag out. Emma Brown then will be on pole position with our 2021 champion Daniel Kell alongside. The champion, or this championship already settled by the way of Andy Collinson taking the 2022 championship. So through they come then. We are racing then in senior Rotax. Kell gives Brown the run over the line, and then we'll see now as everybody makes their way round that national loop corner for the first time. We've got drivers chopping and changing in the middle. And this, Tom, will really play into the hands for me of our Rotax 177 runners.
Chris Stoves went full send around the national loop of Dan Kell and took 2nd place.
That's what I mean about our 177 runners. They're running at 15 kilos more. And weight, Tom, in the rain, you want lots of it.
Means grip.
Yeah. Oh, Andy Ambrose forced up onto the curb.
It doesn't mean speed down the straight, though, but it definitely means grip in this particular corner here, for example.
Well, let's have a quick look, because Emma Brown is leading the way. She's over the line with Christopher Stowe, a second 177 runner coming through in 2nd place. And then the rest of the timing seems to have taken a while to catch up. There it does. Collinson from Kell, then Watson, Fisher, Ambrose, Swan, Lee Bell, Ashley Savage and Arthur Lowthian. Trying to keep an eye on where Finley Watson is, because it did show him on the timing in 5th place. I think he might have had a helmet change. We'll confirm that, Tom, in a few moments' time.
Finley Watson?
Yeah. It could be another one of those with a dedicated wet helmet.
Yeah, I think so.
To save them having to change the visors. As there we've got, that is Watson down the inside of Kell, and then Watson straightens the steering up on Daniel Kell as Kell tried to get round the outside. So he has gone to a white helmet as Finley Watson, rather than his usual yellow and grey liveried lid. Brown still leading away from Stoves, although now Stoves has been overtaken by Shane Collinson in the O plate. Gap of 0.8 of a second, then Brown has a quick look over the shoulder down the back straight, as does Collinson. Now in second, with Stoves third, Watson fourth, Kell in 5th place, with Fisher, Ambrose, Swan there in the bright yellow rain suit. In 8th place, with Lee Bell, Ashley Savage and Arthur Lowthian.
Yeah, good lap there from Collinson to take 2nd place and then move away. Emma Brown still looking very comfortable in the lead here. If she does take an overall heat win, that first one I can remember.
Yeah, I agree. I think Collinson, though, is closing in a little bit, but it's going to finding a way through, Tom, particularly when Brown is probably quick around the corners. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, you can see much faster down the straight, much faster down the straight. But then it's this section that they're coming into now through South Bank and then hairpin 3 and 4, where that extra lead or extra weight on the car will really help. It just pushes that front tyre into the track even more as we look at Swan and Andy Ambrose going side by side through hairpin 4, and Swan getting the move done and completed.
Collinson is right on the back of Emma Brown now, Tom, at the front as Finley Watson takes a wider line round the national loop. He's certainly close enough to try a move down the inside into hairpin 1 and does
Emma Brown went very defensive.
Yeah, she's not giving this one up.
No.
And we'll go wider. Now Collinson's going to be to the inside. Brown will get the early phase of the back straight, but then Collinson should have
You'll see
more
the drive
in the second
here.
phase.
There we
and
go.
there gets the drive out of that corner. Brown's probably going to have one opportunity to get this straight back before Collinson is able to open it up down the straight.
But look how smooth she is on the steering wheel. Like fingertip driving it through, whereas we've seen in the previous classes, you know, them hacksawing at the wheel. Really,
a lot of that, Tom, I think, will come from her
it.
Pro Kart background, where she's obviously raced in the slick tyres, where you do have to be aggressive in that early part of the turning, of course, to sort of try and get it stopped. But then after that, you are a lot gentler because you're having to just, you know, sort of lock the steering and just wait for it to grip. It's a patience game.
Well, you can see Watson in third, and you can, well, second now, and you can see the totally different driving styles of the way that they're turning the car into a corner and then out of the corner. Look, there you go. Finley Watson whacks it in, load a lot, back end comes round. Emma Brown fingertipping it through, Jenson Button style, very smooth.
You've got to have a lot of confidence to do what Finley Watson's doing at the moment, because if you get too
one
giddy,
errant puddle.
Oh, if you get one errant puddle, or you get too giddy and you're facing the wrong way.
As you can see, although he is fully sideways, it's really exciting to watch. It's not necessarily that much quicker either, because Emma Brown's still there. Dan Kell is in 5th place now, which has been a bit of a surprise. I thought Dan Kell would have been a little bit further forward today. Obviously, he started on the wets in heat number 1 when it was essentially dry, although slippy. Took the gamble and went on wets, was the only one. And now it is clearly fully wet. I would have expected Dan Kell to be a little bit further forward than this. based on previous history.
Yeah, and conditions play a massive part as well, they don't, Tom, because
Yes.
like some drivers absolutely love the rain. We're going to have a potential battle for the lead here. Tom Collinson and Finlay Watson.
Yeah,
Watson swept round the outside and leads with 3 laps to go here in senior Rotax.
Was 1.4 seconds quicker than Collinson on that lap.
And Collinson actually got back through, Tom, in the second part of the national loop.
I think he had a bit of a wake-up then when Watson came back through.
I think Watson certainly went down the inside, but carried so much speed in doing the overtake that I think he went wide round the national loop. Warning for the O-plate of Collinson, so when I say Watson went wide, it would appear that he might have had some help.
Not completely of his own choosing. So there is going to be a warning there for Collinson. So Watson hasn't got any kind of answer at the moment in terms of trying to come back and re-overtake Collinson, who had, let's be honest, a bit of a wake-up, I think, was caught napping by Finlay Watson, but has now done a good job for an entire lap now to hold off Finlay Watson and even move away ever so slightly. Emma Brown still a full second clear of Chris Stoves in 3rd place, but leading the 177 class. Chris Stoves also in that 177 class, so that's the battle for the lead in that particular race. Dan Kell in 5th, then it's Fisher, Swan, Andy Ambrose, then Lee Bell also in 177 class, Arthur Louthian and Ashley Savage. Savage is a fair way back in this one as well. I wonder if he's had some excursions at some point.
Either that, or like I say, it could just be the fact that some drivers like the rain and some don't.
Last lap board out, and it is Collinson taking it from Finlay Watson. 0.4 of a second was the gap over the line. It's not that now as they come through the national loop.
There's a little bit more of a gap actually than what there has been. So Collinson's starting to open it up ever so slightly. 1.5 tenths on the previous lap he opened up. Watson looks fairly content now just to take this one in 2nd place, having already taken the victory. The 1st and 2nd would be putting well on his way to being on the front row for the final, or being well out of the third heat of the day.
I thought Collinson had a bit of a moment there through hairpin 3. Watson's going to try and get a good drive out of 4, but it is going to go the way of Shane Collinson, taking heat number 2 from Finlay Watson. Emma Brown comes over the line in 3rd place with a Chris Stoves in 4th and Dan Kell crossing the line in 5th in reverse. And then everybody else went all over the track in avoidance of it, and it is Fisher, Swan, Ambrose, and then Lee Bell, then Arthur Louthian and Ashley Savage. And Kell, to be quite honest, was lucky that the finish line was where it was, because he was about to lose about another 4 places.
Well, finishing style and all that.
Yes.
Can I ask you for a massive favour, Tom?
No.
Can I ask you to take your headset off and hand it in that direction?
Hello. We have a guest in the commentary box.
Next race up, though, will be Senior Pro Kart, and I will go through the grid very, very quickly in a few moments' time. Random grid for Senior Pro Kart then sees Asher Blythe on pole position with Scott Tate alongside, Connor Lucas and Brandon Truman Reddish on row number 2. Then it's Gracie Mitchell and Jessica Alexander on row 3 with Steve Nichols and Jack Morris row 4. Mark Tate and Connor White complete the top 10 with Gareth Plackett in 11th, David Brewis alongside in P12. Then it's Alban Dowell and Harry Nottage, David Brown and Josh Volkers, before David Thompson-Mack and Lennon French on row number 9. Caitlin Frame starts 19th with Simon Dougherty for company, with Thomas Braid and Callum Booth on row 11. Jack Hewland and Thomas Hewland share row number 12 in front of Liam Gallup, Alfie King and Harry Roddis. Gives me great pleasure to be joined in the commentary box by Amy Frame, sister of Caitlin, and also a very accomplished junior pro kart driver in her own right. You'll remember from watching back at round number 6, Amy had an unfortunate incident down there at hairpin number 3. Pleased to say that Amy's with us and in good spirits, I believe.
Yeah.
So your incident down there, run us through not what happened in the incident, but What got damaged, not on the kart, but on yourself, unfortunately?
So I broke my ankle and then my collarbone.
So the recovery period, are we hoping to get back out for round number 8?
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely. So I know obviously your sister's out there racing. Wet weather conditions, would you have liked it in the wet, or are you quite happy that you've got a bag on your boot and you've got your coat on?
I don't mind the wet, but I am nice and dry, so.
Yeah, every cloud and all that. So what have you been doing to keep yourself? Did it get you a few days off school, the moon boot, or did you have to go in on Monday?
I had a week off school, so yeah.
Oh well,
wasn't
so
too bad.
lesson for you there, kids. If you do want a short time off school, tip your cart upside down.
Yeah.
And all of that. But so great that you're in good spirits, Amy, and that you're well on the mend. It looks like the collarbone is. What's worse, the collarbone or the foot?
My collarbone. I can't really move it too much, but yeah.
But yeah, the foot. The moon boots are great, and I speak from experience on that. Having, if you watch back the British 24-hour race, I spent most of my time in it. So I'm doing a quick look at some of our drivers who actually jumped out of their karts there, because I think it's like Brandon Truman Reddish's engine has stopped, and he's getting some assistance from Connor Lucas and Jess Alexander. So the senior Pro Kart grid all coming together as a few of the drivers have got 1 or 2 problems. These Hondas don't always work great in the wet, because the switch on the front gets a lot of water into it, doesn't it, Amy? When they're going out there through all these puddles. So we'll wait and get a few of them sorted. As you say, you'll be back hopefully for round number 8. Your car, is that all repaired and good to go? It didn't look like there was too much damage on it. It looks like unfortunately you took most of it.
Yeah. But we've had loads of people help us in the paddock to get back out racing, so we're really thankful for everyone who's helped. That's
wonderful. You want to drop any names in, or
Barry Shields, Paul Catt, Adam Nichols, Andrew Fox-Whiteley, Lee Mentier, and Tom Hannon.
Wonderful. So great then, everybody else is helping as well. Looks like we've got a few things happening down on the grid, so I'm going to just ask you to hand that back to the headset back to Tom, and we're going to explain what's happening down there on the grid for a few of our drivers. So thank you very much there to Amy Frame, and her sister is going to be out going off P19. Now what's happening, Tom, out on the grid here is that because it's rain, all the karts have gone out, they've gone through the puddles, is that a few of the karts have had 1 or 2 engine problems. And what they do, Tom, normally they spray either WD-40 or brake cleaner or something similar to that onto the front of the engine to sort of help the water run straight off, because on the front there's a switch, and on that switch there's a cable, and as you know, cables and stuff don't generally tend to fare too well against water. So a couple of our drivers have had that. The start line marshal's had one in, as well, so he's been helping a few out. Everybody into position now. Green flag is up, green is down, and the slick shod senior Pro Kart Asher Blythe comes right over to try and hold off Scott Tate, and Scott Tate bluffs him, goes the other way and moves through into the lead. Huge puddles splashing up in the air there, Tom, as the Pro Karters make their way through in this 10-lap race. I do get the feeling, Tom, we're going to go to minutes very, very soon rather than laps. I think probably from the beginning of heat number 3.
Oh, Jess Alexander's gone round in
yes, round rejoins the fray in the middle of the field cleanly, with everybody else managing to get through as well. So Jess Alexander from the 6th place into a spin. Don't know whether that was assisted, Tom, but we'll keep an eye on everybody else.
I don't think it was, not from what I saw anyway.
No. I don't know if we'll be able to get a replay of that, or whether we caught it, because we do have a tendency with Pro Karts to watch out the window as well, because there is so much going on. Tate took the lead early doors, Tom, but Asher Blythe, who we know from the Wilton Mill round, it's probably the last time we actually saw a full wet race on the Teesside package, has moved back into the lead. He's going to have Connor Lucas for company, though, in 2nd place now. He's got past Scott Tate. Contact over start finish, and Harry Nottage was in a very, very precarious position for a while there, Tom, facing the wrong way as the kart split and went left and right either side.
Here we go.
Here's that opening lap then. Keep an eye out for the red kart in P5.
Oh,
down
it was.
The inside.
It
was Gracie Mitchell, wasn't it, there, just getting into the back of the 20. Fairly slow was the incident, but obviously when you've got no grip at all.
So Alexander still in 11th place with Focus in 9th. So this is key for the championship as well. We're going to keep an eye on that throughout the day, with Alexander needing to finish not just consistently in front of Focus, but a fair way as well. She needs Focus to have a bit of a bad day, to be honest, and it seems to be going slightly the other way in this particular heat, with Focus being in front.
Good move there from Gracie Mitchell, who managed to sweep round the outside of Josh Focus to over start finish. Gap for the lead is currently 2 seconds, with Asher Blythe leading from Connor Lucas and Scott Tate, with Jack Morris and Brandon Truman Reddish. Then it's Focus, Mitchell, Steve Nichols, who's won a race here actually in the wet last season, Tom.
Yep.
You know, I think he qualified on pole and in the wet and just drove off into the distance. So we know he can go well, but Alexander has found a way past him. That's going to move her up into 8th place.
Alexander taking a lot of risks as well. Took a huge amount of curb through the chicane, and you saw it all the way through hairpin 1 that there was steam pouring off the exhaust of that number 20 kart. She now moves past Gracie Mitchell. And was it Gracie Mitchell?
I think it was. Yes.
So Grace is dropping down, I think. Now I'm gonna have to update this as they come over the line. So it is, yeah. So Mitchell, Truman, Reddish, and Nichols have all dropped down, and Focus and Alexander are now up into 5th and 6th.
Focus makes up 2. Alexander 3 as Truman, Reddish, and Mitchell drop 2 places each respectively.
We're looking at Morris and Tate,
front runners.
Morris and Tate going side by side here, and there is Focus.
Turns out all the grip's on the curb.
And he's dropped it off the inside of that curb.
Dropped the wheel down the inside into the puddle, but also down there's a groove down there between the tyre, and if you can get it wedged, and what we have seen particularly in the past with these Dunlops, Tom, if you do that a little bit quicker, it can pull the tyre off the bead really, really easily.
Oh, look at Jess, they're fully sideways. And the inside into South Bank, and has got the move done on Focus, but Focus with that V has V'd the corner off. Turned it into more of a point. Got good drive on the inside of hairpin 3.
He went out on the outside, turned it on a 6pence, didn't he? And then just headed to the
powered
next corner.
In a straight line, yeah. It didn't work out too well for him, though, because Alexander is now through. Morris up to 3rd through all of that. That was through the chicane. Whoa, we've got 52. That's Connor White. Is off down on
start finish, so
right in front of the commentary box. Yeah. It's gone through the tyres.
They're gonna drag that back on, Tom, which is going to be fine. But obviously, over start finish. The yellows are out on the overhead gantry, so it's going to be clear, I think, by the time that the rest of the field come through, which is going to be good. And we're going to get that tyre wall put back in place, hopefully, because it's for the safety of our start line marshal.
Yeah. That's Focus and Alexander now that we're seeing going at it again through South Bank, and they've got past Scott Tate.
Through the puddle.
So both of them made their way through past Scott Tate, and there's Alexander coming through again.
It's a
great battle here.
I think Alexander got a little push from Tate there to help her through.
She also got a little push coming out of that corner from Focus as well to help her. Asher Blythe setting another fastest lap of the race.
They're side by side still as they come through over start finish. With Alexander now up into 4th place, Focus in 5th.
Asher Blythe, full half second quicker than Connor Lucas in these conditions. It's a brilliant drive from Asher. I mean, we know he's really, really quick nowadays. Really quick. He
finished 2nd behind Alexander in the, like I said, in the winter round at Wilton. Focus has got back past Alexander in towards hairpin 1.
Both of them have a little look behind. Jess again goes fully crossed up and gets that move done. Here's Focus with the V, and he's going to cut back. Alexander doing the right thing and defending the inside line, not allowing Focus to use that line to its full effect.
This is literally a battle between the two of them for the championship. It doesn't matter about anything else, and Cease parks it on the apex, and Focus, though, manages to preempt it and find a way through.
Just found a little gap through, didn't he? It was good driving from Focus there.
This is the thing, like, Tom, when, you know, there is all that argument, why don't they run wets? And, it's great, isn't it? The argument of why don't they run wets? Well,
this is why.
For 2 reasons. This is why. Second of all, it's expense. Third as well, I'm going to add another one, is that it's no more dangerous because they're driving well within their capabilities.
We've got a contact warning for
Contact
Jess
warning for
Alexander.
Jess
I think that was
Alexander.
for the move into the national loop there.
Yeah.
That was a little bit, tasty.
You know, if they are sliding, they're sliding a lot slower. Alexander very slow, Tom, down that back straight compared to Falkers, but we know that Falkers is probably going to get carried more speed on the way in, you see, but then drops a little bit further back.
Blythe has now moved 3 seconds clear now of everybody else. He's another 3/4 of a second quicker than anybody else out on the track.
I spoke to him earlier in the year. I think I interviewed him as part of the paddock walk, and I said then that you can win heats here this year, and he's certainly won one in the dry. He's going to add this one in the wet as well. Could take an outright final victory, Tom, at this sort of pace. Not wanting to put any pressure on his young shoulders. He's only 16 years old, turned 17 in December. Does Asher Blythe, but when we did our standalone interview with him, which went out on the Teesside page last month, it was titled one of the finest, young pro kart racers in the country. Oh. Alexander's dropped an engine, Tom, and she's
look at that. That's how you get it going again.
Down the back straight. Superb from Jess Alexander. One pull and that engine gets restarted. Awareness,
technical ability, and a brilliant driver to go with it as well. That is, just superb from Alexander. Just reached round, one pull, and away we go again, and then fully crossed up into South Bank.
Of the two, we've got driver off at hairpin 1.
And we've got contact here between the 94, which
Gareth Blackett.
And 55, which is going to annoy me who that is, because I know it's David Brown. Sorry, I had to check the time in there, but
Still got that yellow out, Tom, at hairpin 1 as the driver is actually stuck on the grass. Contact warning for Gareth Blackett. So what you don't want to see is anybody making a move down the inside into that first hairpin, with that kart still being stuck on the outside. Still under waved yellow flags then into hairpin 1, so no overtaking opportunities into that corner.
Here comes Falkus now trying to get past Jack Morris. This is going to be for 3rd place. There was a gap there, but very swiftly the door was closed. Got to think it's just a matter of time here before Falkus comes through on Jack Morris.
Morris, I don't think he's going to give this one up though, Tom, and will have track position on the inside. Falkus, though, will probably have more grip on the outside and does so, and slides round the outside and up into 3rd place.
Oof, massive splash through the puddle there for Falkus. So it is Blythe, 2.6 seconds clear now. Seems to have eased off a little bit in his pace. He's running now 1.6 seconds slower than he has been going earlier on in the race. So he's eased off, realised he's potentially got this one done and dusted, and he's going to come across the line in a few moments' time and potentially take victory here in heat number 2. So we look at Josh Falkus now into 3rd place past Morris, and it is Asher Blythe who's going to come across the line, taking the victory in heat number 2. Fully sideways as he comes over the line. Beautiful driving. And then there goes Connor Lucas in 2nd. Josh Falkus takes 3rd. Jack Morris in 4th. Then it's going to be Scott Tate in 5th. And Jessica Alexander in 6th and straight into the pits. Then we've got a big battle here. It's going to be Brandon Truman-Reddish, Gracie Mitchell, Mark Tate, Steve Nichols. And then that other battle was then headed by Gareth Blackett from David Brown and Simon Doughty. Thomas Bread and Harry Nottage round out the top 15. And that brings us to a close on our 2nd round of heats.
Oh, we've got a driver doing the Kel. Backwards over start finish. I will say again, I'm never a massive fan of drivers taking the checker and coming straight into pit lane, because it's not about them, it's about the drivers behind knowing what's going to happen, and that's not difficult to anticipate when you're expecting somebody to go, but obviously it's a bit different when they're a bit further apart. But if you're nose to tail and you decide to peel straight off, it's not the wisest move, and the drivers are told to go all the way round. The top 3 though, Tom, Blythe, Lucas and Falkus coming into the pit lane.
I've just noticed our marshals, one of which is actually Paul, putting out cones at the exit of the D chicane and around the inside of the National Loop. Now that's where those puddles tend to build up.
Yeah.
And it seems that that's the case at the moment. It won't have been helped by the slick-shod runners here. They're not going to clear too much water out of the way, even though there are so many of them. You know, we've got 27 runners here, but they're not going to dry the circuit that much, and it is still raining here. So Bambino's already heading out on their rolling up lap. I'm hoping that they've been told there's going to be some cones there, otherwise it's going to be a bit of a shock when they get round there for the first time. But you can see them on camera. Those are the cones that have gone out, so they are well off the curbs and on the racing line of where the drivers normally go. So it's just to move them away from that. And we can see out the commentary box window here as well. There's one on the inside of, starting to build up on the inside of hairpin 1 as well. But it's the entry to hairpin 1, so it's well off the racing line.
Yeah.
There. Where the actual apex is, there is no puddle there.
The thing is as well, Tom, it's not, the rain isn't overly hard anymore. It's just consistent. It's not letting up, and I think that's just going to just keep it going.
It's persistent.
It is persistent.
Persistent.
Well, I say it's not overly hard. It's not rained at all where we are.
No, that's very true.
Oh, we've got Freddie Blackshaw, Tom, trying to find a way. He's going to need some marshal assistance because at least two of his wheels are not on the tarmac there at the moment. He's going to need a little
quickly
push
got that assistance.
Yep. And his position will be held for him when he comes round. Chloe McGill then, there is your pole sitter with Buddy Hugo alongside. And it's going to be Sebastian McCarthy and Freddie Blackshaw with Grayson Crawford and Sebastian Crawford on row number 3 with James Pybus on row 4. Having a quick look at the live chat comments. Thank you for everybody that's got in touch. Sox has confirmed the stops: Y-Bird stop, playground stop, dot stop, patch stop and tent stop for when Tom and I were talking about play days earlier on. And then somebody's just asked for any advice for indoor karting. Well, there's loads of indoor car placing that you can go to nowadays. Particularly on days like this, you don't have to get wet. But what I would say after that is that there's nothing quite like outdoor karting. So if you are local to the Teesside area, get yourself down to Teesside during the week and certain select weekends as well, because there's plenty of hire kart action to be had here at Teesside. Green flag is up though, and it's down for the start of Bambino Heat number 3. Hugo makes a good start and slots straight into second place. Good start from Freddie Blackshaw into 4th place in front of the 22 of Grayson Crawford over the line. So they all slot into the same order that they started this race in, with McGill, Hugo, and McCarthy, the top 3. Hugo, though, this time hasn't allowed Chloe McGill to break away, and indeed, in fact, gets to the inside as they head down the back straight. There is a large puddle on the inside, which is going to stop the Bambinos coming to the inside quite as early as they have been doing. As we've got Freddie Blackshaw stopped on the back straight. Looks like the engine could have died on that one. These Coma C50 Bambinos, the engines are even more temperamental when it comes to water than the Hondas. And I think that one's been radioed back in. Luckily, with it being right there on the outside, the Bambinos do tend to cut to the inside early. Buddy Hugo then will lead them over the line at the end of the first lap from Chloe McGill and Sebastian McCarthy, your top 3. Then there's a short gap back to Grayson Crawford. Then it'll be Sebastian Crawford and James Pybus, as there is Freddie Blackshaw making his way over the track towards the marshal's post. And then they're going to need the yellow flag as that kart is moved to safety on the outside of hairpin 2. It is safely out of the way, and we have full green flag conditions here then at Teesside as Blackshaw's kart is pushed to the outside and to safety. At the front, though, Buddy Hugo is moving away. Half a second was the gap to Chloe McGill on the previous lap, and the gap appears to be continuing to grow. McGill taking a very, very wide line there around hairpin 3. Looks to be struggling for a little bit of grip.
Yes, indeed. Sorry about that. I'm back. Did you miss me?
No.
I heard some of the stops. I heard somebody had Googled the stops.
Yes.
Because there's no way they actually knew those.
They are on there.
Someone's Googled it. Who was it? Should we give them a shout out?
It was Socks was back on.
Oh, Socks.
Yeah. Sean Espinel saying, "I can't wait to do senior Pro Kart next year." Well, it is. Tom and I have both raced Pro Karts in our time. It's a huge amount of fun. Particularly, I've done sprints. Tom's done a lot of enduros as well. Very versatile kart, of course. You can do the 6-hour races in them as well as the sprints. So
do 24-hour races
and the British 24-hour here as well.
Wow, that puddle there on the black straight. People are trying to chop across and use their normal line, and
Bambino,
it's like, nope.
Yeah, so it makes it on the opening lap when I became aware of it. The Bambinos are not coming to the inside quite, because whilst the Pro Karts make a big splash, I get the feeling that a Bambino would stop.
Yes. Yeah. It'd be all over the top of the Bambinos and everything, wouldn't it? It'd be one of those monsoon showers.
I'm having a look out to see where our resident photographer Rob Borrowick is, but I imagine that most photographers at this time they find the biggest puddle and stay near it and wait for
got round there.
Yeah. Grayson Crawford in the 22 facing one way over start finish.
And we had
and James Pybus as well potentially. So we are down to 6 runners with Freddie Blackshaw having retired on the opening lap.
Freddie Hugo absolutely flying.
Yeah, 3.4 seconds in front of Chloe McGill at the moment with a 1:08 his best time, some 8 seconds slower than the times that he was doing earlier on.
It's not quite going to put him in contention for pole position because Chloe McGill's had those 2 wins.
Yeah.
She's going to need to lose out here to McCarthy and possibly even Grayson Crawford.
Because if she gets a third points-wise, that will then go down, I think, to their fastest lap.
Yes. So it will, she's going to... Buddy Hugo's going to need Chloe McGill to be overtaken by Grayson Crawford as well. Grayson Crawford's 19 seconds behind. So that's not looking very likely, barring any major problems for McGill. So it looks like for your final, it will be McGill from Hugo at the front. So it's going to be all on Buddy Hugo again to be able to pass Chloe McGill and keep this championship alive. McGill, of course, went unbeaten for, was it 9 or 10 races early on in the season?
Deep into the season, didn't she? The top 2, the first 2 rounds were clean sweeps with 215 points. She's had a 214 as well at round 5, which would have been 2 heat victories, a second and the final.
So very, very strong opening to the season for Chloe McGill, and that has paved the way for the position that she now finds herself in, which is, as you described it, David, and I really liked the phrase, she just has to ride shotgun with Buddy Hugo for the day.
Yeah, she just needed second place. Now, I know that I was speaking to her dad earlier, and it's like, well, we don't need to tell her. She can just go out there and race her own race, as Hugo sets the fastest lap of the race with a 1:08.129, still almost a second quicker on that lap than the chasing pack, down to 2 minutes remaining in this third heat.
Just checking the puddles out the commentary box window, and they are getting a bit bigger still. It is still raining here, of course. So you would expect that. However, it's not raining particularly hard. Been a good drive from Buddy Hugo here as he heads around hairpin 4 with 1.5 minutes to go. Pulling the gap out still on Chloe McGill. It was 4.8 seconds, so he was over a second quicker again on the previous lap. 4.8 seconds was the gap last time around. Here comes McGill over the line now, and we'll get a new gap, and that is 6 seconds, so another 1.2 seconds faster for Buddy Hugo, who's looking great in these conditions. So he'll be hoping that that can carry on through to the final, and that it doesn't dry up as we expect it to stop raining realistically anytime in the next sort of 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to have another refresh of that, Tom, and just keep an eye on the on what's happening, because we know that it sometimes it's gone back. I think we're expecting 2 o'clock. I think it's gone back to around about 2:15 or so. And then we should be clear through to the rest of the day.
Okay.
Which is exactly what we want, because you don't trophy presentations in the rain are not at all nice.
No, well, normally I skip on out of here before that due to the length of drive I have on the way home.
And particularly in this weather, that's going to add another half an hour to your journey, because there'll be some slower traffic.
I'm not saying anything. I've got some new Bridgestones on the car.
Winter tyres. Last lap board is out then for Buddy Hugo, who currently has a gap of almost 7 seconds to Chloe McGill at the front of this one.
It's the car that's going back on Thursday.
Finally.
Mm.
Oh, lovely.
Got the new one on Monday. Yay!
Hugo then leading by a commanding margin, as Chloe McGill's had a spin, Tom, on the exit of hairpin 2. I don't know whether that was negotiating some lap traffic or it was self-inflicted, but nonetheless that's going to open up Buddy Hugo's lead, I think, to well over 10 seconds.
Ooh, I see. Had a big moment coming through hairpin 3. Well caught, though.
Out of the final corner then comes the 11 of Buddy Hugo to win heat number 3 here in our Coma Bambino class, and he is very, very happy with that. McGill will come through for second place as she comes over the line. So the gap should be well over 10 seconds now with that final lap spin. It is 11.8 almost for McGill, and Sebastian McCarthy once again crosses the line in third place.
Yeah, bit of a steady one, that one, in terms of you know, action and overtakes and things like that. But Buddy Hugo showing the class that he has and moving away at the front of that, and as you said, with the spin at the end of that for Chloe McGill as well. Almost 12 seconds clear for Buddy Hugo, so he's going to be rubbing his hands together and hoping this weather doesn't dry up and it stays like this for the rest of the day, because Buddy Hugo will be on fire in that final if these conditions stay the same. What? Here he comes over the line. Look. Check out the biceps on Buddy Hugo. There he goes. Brilliant stuff. Well done, Buddy. That's what we like to see. Someone really, really happy with their victory, and it was well earned as well in these conditions. So that brings an end to Bambino's heat number 3, and we will move on to Junior Pro Kart heat number 3 coming up next. Hey up, it's Junior Pro Kart heat number 3. Harry Brown going off pole position with Ben Arnold in second and Marty Gilfillan in third. Most likely not on slicks for this one, I would bake a wager. Maximus Shields in fourth with Sebastian Pereira in fifth. Danny Bean in sixth place. Then it's Harvey Still and Joe Arnold. Christian Oblag and Sophie Pawsey in 10th place. Just the 10 runners, but we have 2 to be recovered here from, oh no, it is just 1 still being recovered, but that is now our track clear, I believe. So we should have our Junior Pro Karters heading through. Now, normally Junior Pro Kart only runs on slick tyres, but they have been allowed to use wet tyres for this particular round, and I think that seems to have been justified with these conditions. As they head round for the first time in these very, very wet conditions. This is the first time that they've been on the track with it being this wet all day. And I know the conditions are really bad because the bank around the commentary box where most people are normally stood watching is near enough empty, with mechanics and family and people like that just probably back in their caravans and the motorhomes and the vans and back in the awnings, and most probably doing the right thing of watching Alpha Live. So if you are, give us a shout out in the comments. We'll give you a mention. Matt Cook has been on, saying, was only going to watch for 5 minutes, but thanks to your gripping commentary and great racing, I've dug in. Accompanied by a bottle of red. Thanks for ruining my productive afternoon, guys. Well, you're very welcome, Matt Cook. And if you're enjoying the red, then I'm very jealous.
You might as well try a rosé and a white after and go.
Yeah, and then jump up and down. And you end up with a fruit pastel in the tummy. Much like having a pint of lager and a pint of cider. Then just jump up and down and you end up with snake bite. Anyway, moving on. We've got Max Shields has got the... Is that the old helmet back on now? Or is that the... What? That is the old helmet. Now, this is really confusing me. What?
I've no idea. Can we all stop swapping helmets?
Yeah, we do need to stop swapping helmets. This is not right. So we've got Sophie Pawsey did have that helmet on earlier in the day.
I'm sure she did.
And now she's
got another dark
red one.
Red one on with some gold on. They don't make it easy for us, do they?
No, they don't.
Like Finley Watson's had a helmet change. Somebody else had a helmet change. You should have to register your shoes, your boots, your gloves.
We'll put barcodes
your helmet.
on them. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you imagine being disqualified because they've scanned your helmet and it's not, and it's the wrong one? Because I know that they were scanning tyres yesterday after qualifying, after everyone had registered them. So here we go then, Tom. Harry Brown starts off the front row with everybody, unsurprisingly, still on wet tyres.
Got support coming in for Harry Brown from Zach Turner. They are green flag up, down and away. Here we go into heat number 3 for Junior Pro Kart. Christian Oblag has had a bit of an awful start and has already peeled off into the pit lane.
Could have had an engine die there, Tom.
But you'd have thought he'd have just got it restarted though and gone back out.
Yeah, well, I think he's just jumped out of his car. I think a couple of people have gone running to assist. I'm reliably informed that there are three Iron Man-esque helmets in the Shield stable.
Right. Well, one of them's just gone through South Bank on the inside and taken second place. That's yes, they're heading round now. That's the 48 of Harvey Still was moving through on Danny Bean. Pawsey is there as well, already making up places. So she started in 9th, but
we've got Harvey Still off 6th. Tom over start finish, and then Showers our start line marshal in mud and grass,
which won't go down well.
No. I mean, I know the start line marshal has to wait for authorization to give a warning, but I'm surprised he's not picked the flag up anyway at his own volition there.
Grab a handful of it for when it comes across.
I know that they were bringing food round earlier for the marshals with us going straight through, but it's marshal over start line, he's just had his dessert. It's a chunk of grass.
So Harry Brown is your leader, but only just from Max Shields And we pick them up on camera just as I say that, and heading through hairpin 4. Shields already side by side with Brown. Isn't going to get the move done there. Then it is Ben Arnold from... Oh, sorry, no, correction. It is Joe Arnold from Ben Arnold. Then it's the, Bean, Pereira, Pawsey, Gilfillan and Still.
In this one, Tom, at the moment, I wonder how much Shields knows that Oblag's peeled off and that Harvey Still, his nearest championship rival, still leading the championship, has had an excursion further down the order.
Well, judging by him sending it up the inside down the back straight, I would say he hasn't got a Scooby-Doo.
No, but also he's not taking any undue risks, that's what I'm saying. He's not.
Well, he doesn't need to take any undue risks.
Harry Brown, Tom, is... I imagine the tyres he's got on now have got probably more tread than they had that at the opening heat.
Very much so. Be like, way as they went fully sideways through that puddle in the kink section there. That was brilliant. As Harry Brown got that all crossed up.
We've skittled a cone. I think that was Arnold, the 9, Ben Arnold, has skittled a cone, and they're going to have to go and retrieve that and put it back.
Yep. And we got a warning.
Yeah. So
for Ben Arnold.
Yeah, for that, as Harvey Still gets down the inside of Marty Gilfillan, just watching that out the window, and here comes Maximus Shields down the inside of Harry Brown. Brown's going to keep this one round the outside, though.
Yeah, did well there.
We're still racing to laps, Tom, rather than time, so race director must be happy that we are making decent time towards the end of the race day.
And shout for Danny Bean in 4th place as well, and holding well. Has overtaken Ben Arnold to get himself into 4th. Starting to move away as well. Full second quicker than Ben Arnold on that previous lap. Max Shields does have the fastest lap of the race, and it was set on that lap, but it was only 0.05 quicker than Harry Brown. They are side by side once again coming out of hairpin 2, but Shields again can't quite get that drive off the corner. And Brown holds onto the lead. Oh, there goes Shields. Brown takes that wider line, and Shields almost having to almost make it look like he's trying to overtake, because it looks like there's an opportunity there, but the momentum...
Oh, he is through though now, Tom. At the most unlikely of places, really. Coming down the inside of Harry Brown over start-finish, but nonetheless, I think certainly at the corners, what he didn't want to do was go down the inside, have Brown turn in, and it tipped them both into a spin. Now we're going to be able to see Shields as full pace potentially here, but Harry Brown, Tom, has driven sensationally at the front. Shields has been past him, alongside him on a number of occasions, and Brown has just driven round, round the outside, back down the inside of him. And the young driver from Denton in Manchester, who's got many years of junior pro karting. This is his first year in the junior ranks, Tom, racing against drivers with far more experience than him. Could be on here for a sensational second place.
Yeah, he's done brilliantly so far in this race. Absolutely brilliantly. Shields now moving away, 0.8 of a second. Now Joe Arnold is another 2.2 behind Harry Brown now, so 4 laps to go. Arnold's going to have to go some to even catch Harry Brown, never mind overtake. Danny Bean holding very well in 4th place. A good showing from Danny Bean. I think this will be potentially Bean's highest ever finished position if he stays in 4th.
Yeah, I think he had a 5th earlier on in the day, didn't he? So, that's going to do him a world of good.
Yeah, and learning all the time here, as is Ben Arnold in 5th. Then we've got Sebastian Pereira, who was in 6th place, but is now trying to get into 5th past Ben Arnold, and there in fact does complete the move and gets past Ben Arnold for 5th. Then we've got Harvey still in 7th, who's recovering after that spin over the start-finish line, but has passed Sophie Pawsey and Marty Gilfillan as well. Christian Oblag has not returned to the track, so whatever that was, it wasn't as simple as just...
Nope, there's Marty Gilfillan. Tom stopped on the outside of hairpin 4, so we've got yellow flags out down there. That kart should be just beached at the minute, so it'll be rejoining the fray. The thing there with Oblag, Tom, is that with him not rejoining, and we are now past half race distance for Christian Oblag, is that he won't pick up any points at all, not even for 10th place, because you do have to finish. You have to complete half race distance to amass some points. Marty Gilfillan has another excursion over start finish with 2 laps to go. The Shields comes through an over start finish. Will get the last lap board next time round.
Yeah, Shields moving away now quite comfortably from Harry Brown, who seems to be doing the same with Joe Arnold as well.
Yeah, he's holding the gap fairly firm. Arnold took 2/10 out of him on the last lap, but when the gap is 1.9, that's not enough.
Correct. Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult from there for Joe Arnold to get past Harry Brown. I don't think that's really going to happen, barring any mistakes from Brown. Last lap board is going to go out this time, and it's going to be taken by Max Shields.
Coming up to some lap traffic in front of him, though, that he needs to be aware of. And then Shields actually gets a huge amount of snap oversteer going through that puddle.
Still sets the fastest lap of the race, though.
Well, maybe that's the quickest way to do things.
It's definitely the shortest line.
So now what he doesn't want to do is get too involved here. He's got a big gap back to Brown, and then Brown as well has got a decent gap back to Arnold. So when they're coming through the lap traffic, they do have to be very, very clean and not take undue risks. Harvey Still is closed up now on the back of the 9 of Ben Arnold as they head down towards hairpin 1. Still trying to find a way back up into 6th place. Brown has negotiated the traffic as well. Maximus Shields is going to come through and take victory then in heat number 3. As long as he can negotiate that puddle on the inside. Through he comes for Max Shields. Shields takes victory. Harry Brown with a sensational 2nd place. His best ever finish in Junior Pro Kart. And then Joe Arnold completes the top 3. Danny Bean's going to be 4th. The side-by-side overstart finish further down. There's contact between Arnold and Harvey Still. Harvey Still crossing the line in 6th place. Arnold is in 7th with Sophie Pawsey through in 8th place in front of Marty Gilfillan.
Well, that was an exciting end to that one, wasn't it? As Arnold and Still went side-by-side. So Still eventually took 6th place after an earlier spin. And that brings to an end heat number 3 for Junior Pro Karts. Coming up next will be the other Honda class, or one of our other Honda classes, which is going to be heat number 3 for Cadet Pro.
Honda Cadet Pro grid is up on the screen. Amy Peacock will be on pole after 2 heat victories so far, with Hugh House alongside. Joshua Sullivan and Jack Collinson on row 3. Stanley Clark and Thomas Potter on row number 3, with Edward Wright and Holly Swan 7th and 8th. William Howard starts 9th with Isabella Stansmore-Wilson alongside. Sam Hayes in 11th with Ben Robinson. Those two came together in heat number 2. And we know that Hayes certainly has got the pace in the wet. And then Alfie McBain, who raced on slicks in heat number 2. Just as the rain began to come down, he will go off heat number 13.
He will, but expecting to move forward, so we'll keep an eye on what's happening with his progress. Sullivan decided to go with the full tint on the visor here, as is that...
A few others as well.
Yeah. Who was that in front?
Don't know. Keep an eye out. But it does look like it potentially has stopped raining, Tom.
It does look that way. Puddle check in front of the commentary box, and it has stopped raining. And what time are we on now? 2:15. AccuWeather has redeemed itself.
No, Ewan House still has a bit of tint on.
So we think this is going to be
I think that could be it
set
for
for the day now.
Yeah.
So we'll look for the track drying out, and although we've only really got a few more heats and then we're into the finals, there's potential for, again, some more gambling on slicks maybe later in the day. Yes. Does make it. I do love it when it is mixed conditions like this.
I do love it when the mechanics
dry,
have got
wet, then dry again.
When it's more than just the drivers making the decision and affecting the outcome.
Yes,
it goes down to all the way, doesn't it?
It gives us another element to talk about, doesn't it? Definitely.
So I'm just having a quick look at tread patterns, Tom. Looks like everybody's gone for quite deep.
Yes. What you need is the equivalent of a JCB digger scoop. On every tyre.
A big brush in front of you. There's a huge puddle, Tom, on the outside of the start-finish straight, which is the first time. Green is down. We'll keep an eye. Everybody's going to have to move left, you see, because normally that's not there because everybody else is going through the D chicane. Everybody's come to the inside of it, which is always good, and somebody's lost a bit of something because I've just seen some plastic pop up into the air. Collinson's made a good start from the outside of row number 2, and he's moved up into third place.
Whoa!
Oh, that's Sam Hayes into the tyres on the inside, and Alfie McBain makes contact as well, and then he rolls all the way around the outside. Potentially snap track rod there for Alfie McBain in the 8.
Yeah, it was Hayes dipped to went through that puddle on the entry into hairpin 1, then couldn't see where the curb actually ends, and you get that drop off at the side of the circuit.
Yeah.
Dropped it, spun round, and McBain had absolutely nowhere to go.
No, that cart's being pushed to the inside. I think McBain, like I say, I think potentially something bent track rod wise at the front there.
It didn't look like it wanted to turn left anymore.
Ewan House, though, Tom, leads from Amy Peacock with Jack Collinson, Thomas Potter and Stanley Clark in front of Joshua Sullivan, William Howard, Edward Rye, Holly Swan, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Ben Robinson, and then the unfortunate Sam Hayes.
Yeah, Howe's, as we said before, first time ever here at Teesside, but has been making his way towards the front throughout the day in qualifying, and then Heat 1 and Heat 2, slowly letting that class come through as he learned the track more and more. And now is hitting the front. Amy Peacock, who's been so strong here today, as we look at Potter overtaking Collinson here on the inside of hairpin 3. But Peacock has been so strong here today so far, taking 2 heat wins comfortably. And now Howes is heading away.
Yeah, in these extreme wet conditions, Ewan House is really going for it, because this was the class last time, wasn't it, Tom, where it had just started to rain at the start of it. So yeah, Ewan House at the front of this one.
And Thomas Potter starting to make a bit of a showing at the front of this field for the first time today.
Yeah, Collinson and Clark having a bit of a switcheroo. Collinson was in front, but then had to defend, and now Clark will be on the inside as they go down that back straight. They have a quick look at each other. They're going to decide who's going to get to go first. It will be Clark, but then Collinson's going to chop back to the inside. And that could potentially open the door.
And Sullivan's got through on Clark. And then Clark returns the favour in hairpin 4.
Yeah, so I thought with opening the door, it was enough to put a cart down the inside. And this Sullivan and Clark are still side-by-side over start finish. And Sullivan will come through in P5.
So it is House from Peacock, Potter, Collinson, Sullivan, Clark, Howard, Rye and Stansmore-Wilson, then Holly Swan rounding out your top 10. Then we have Ben Robinson, Sam Hayes and Alfie McBain in 13th, although Alfie McBain has now retired.
Yeah, he didn't make it round that first lap, did he, with that contact with Sam Hayes.
It's parked up by Marshall Post 1 there, isn't it, on the inside of hairpin 1.
Howard's got alongside Clark down the back straight, and it looks like Sullivan could be through on Collinson as well. Although Collinson's going to try and run that one all the way around the outside and hope that there's some grip at hairpin 3. Clark and Howard also having a switch, because Howard was down the inside into the bottom end of the track.
Yeah, Clark having a tough couple of laps here as well. He's been passed by Collinson, Sullivan, and now Clark.
Yeah, it started,
well.
didn't it? When
Well.
Collinson got down the inside, it all started there. And sometimes the driver, it takes a lap or two to regroup, and unfortunately, if you don't have that lap or two to regroup, because everybody else is trying to take advantage, then it's sometimes you're a sitting duck.
Yes, unfortunately. So Sullivan now onto the back of Potter. Looking very racy here as well. Like he brought Collinson with him.
Yeah, looked like he got a little bit of oversteer there, but it's not done him any harm at all. Potter with a bit of a head thing, but working together, Tom, when you've got a gap of 1.5 seconds with half a race to go, I think Peacock's too far away. But she's closing in on you and House, Tom.
She is. She very much is. It was 0.8 of a second at the end of the previous lap. It's going to be about 0.2 now.
Sullivan's on the outside of Thomas Potter here as they go over start finish, and Sullivan is through into third with a superb move, Tom. You caught the back end of it there round the outside. He's gone right the way round the outside of Thomas Potter over start finish. I didn't think he'd have enough getting the run out of hairpin 4, but now as we watch Peacock on the back of you and House, this is your battle for the lead. House, who'd opened up a gap of almost 1.5 seconds, has now been reeled in this second part of the race by Amy Peacock, and it looks like her tyres have come good when she needs them the most. Still 3 minutes remaining, though.
Oh, she had half a look there on the inside at the entry to South Bank and then decided against it. We've seen this a few times from Peacock when she's been in second place and has got the speed. She just needs to be able to get the overtake done.
Yeah, it's not as easy in the wet, obviously, because there's different dynamics going. But between herself and Ewan House at the front, still 2 minutes and 20 remaining. Second's going to be enough for pole position, though, for Amy Peacock, Tom.
She doesn't want that, though. She definitely wants another win here to go with her previous 2 today. She's going to go up the inside here. No. That big puddle on the inside of hairpin 1 probably putting paid to that as they go line of stern through hairpin 2. And I mean, we've seen this quite a few times over the last few rounds now. Amy Peacock is really, really quick.
Really quick.
Really quick. And she needs to just be a little bit more incisive.
Her elbows need to be less down the side and more
sharpened.
Yeah.
Yes, and just get them out. And you know, look, if you send it up the inside and they get the cut back and overtake you again, you know, so be it. At least Tom, you've had a go.
Yeah, sorry, Tom. They're 3 wide coming out of for 4th place, and William Howard's got past both Thomas Potter and Jack Collinson. Collinson and Potter were preoccupied with each other, and William Howard's took full advantage as well.
And Peacock
has
got her elbows out,
and
he's got him round the outside.
Oh!
It's like she listened to me, David.
Get them out, get them sharp, and Amy Peacock is through to lead with a minute remaining.
Brilliant. Thank you, Amy Peacock.
House is back down the inside here, Tom. It's going to be a drag race down the back straight. Peacock's got just enough to hold off Ewan House.
Well, she definitely made that initial move stick around the outside, and what a move it was. House is trying to come back again and does get that done, but Peacock holding it on the inside of hairpin 4. Is she going to get the drive out? Yes, she is, and she holds on to the lead, coming across the line with 1 minute to go.
2 laps remaining.
30 seconds to go.
Yeah. William Howard, Tom, in 4th place, is really coming on very, very quickly. And then, to be fair, though, the battle between the 2 leaders has dropped them more. Yeah, he's
a second quicker.
He's half a second quicker than Sullivan, but Sullivan closed in a second on the leading duo as they closed up. But Howard is the driver on the charge at the moment in 4th place.
This could well all concertina back together. You know, they're only 2 seconds behind. If these two do start having a bit of a ding-dong, although Peacock looks to be moving away now that she's got that clear air, and this is what we said, she is very, very quick.
1.5 remaining. Once she's got to the front, Tom, that's the thing, is that, you know, if she can get 2 or 3 kart lengths, that could be enough. As there, William Howard goes down the inside of Joshua Sullivan, forces him wide. Told you he was on the move. his pace in the second half of this race, Tom, has been fantastic for the 27.
Yeah, Sullivan trying to get the cutback on the on hairpin 4 and found himself with a William Howard. Sam Hayes is just putting the fastest lap of the race. A 55.4 and Sam Hayes in 11th.
Told you the lad could pedal in the wet. It was just, it helps if you're not facing the wrong way on the opening lap.
Yes.
Howard and Sullivan, Tom, as they slowed themselves as Howard got through out of hairpin 4, has now backed themselves into the battle behind, and then Sullivan is slow out of 2, and Collinson gets alongside down that back straight, and he's going to get through down the inside, and then slide slightly wide, and he's going to find Sullivan back on the inside as they head down towards hairpin 4.
Oh, that was a good move from Sullivan. Saw it coming, positioned his car absolutely perfectly.
Yes,
so we've had the last
keep an eye on that cutback because Potter's there as well. Collinson's going to get alongside. Peacock, though, will make it 3 from 3. She's had to work for this one. She comes through to take the win from House. Howard, Sullivan holds off Collinson over the line for 4th and 5th with Potter, Clark, Robinson, Swan, Hayes up to 10th on the final lap. Stansmore, Wilson and Edward Wright, your 12 runners, with Alfie McBain retiring on the opening lap.
Peacock set the fastest lap of the race on the final lap as well. So really got her head down there and was a good 3/10 faster than pretty much anybody else on track. So showing what she can do in clear air. Just needs to be able to hit the front. Congratulations to Amy Peacock. That's the hat trick. Just got to go and do it in the final now. One more race to go for you, and you will have the clean sweep today. Ewan House in second again. Just been getting faster and faster all day as he's learning the track. First time here. And William Howard with great pace towards the end of that race. Certainly the second half of the race. And took a well-deserved 3rd place as well. And that brings to a close Cadet Clubman Heat. Sorry, Cadet Pro Heat number 3, and we will move on to Cadet Clubman next.
Grid then on the screen as Alfie McBain's number 8 is retrieved back to pit lane. On pole position, Heat 2 winner Mason Webster. He starts in the prime berth with Samuel Yeadon alongside. Mason Dinsdale and Jake Walker share row 2 with Heat 1 winner Charlie Quine in 5th place with Sebastian Benson for company. Then it's Ashton Carmichael and Matty Prinku-Wright with Charlie Eibel and Harry McLaughlin completing the top 10. And then it'll be Riley Buckton-Young in 11th place with Toby Turner alongside on row number 6. Joey Swan starts 13th with Riley Sims-Ezard for company. Ollie Carter, Henry Colburn, Layla Berryman and Morgan Cooney, who's had a retirement in heat number 2. Remember, didn't even make it round on that on the rolling up lap. So he's going to start in 18th place. Just having a quick look at the there's some work going on down at hairpin 1, Tom. Just to make sure the tyre wall is in the right place. Obviously, there was contact with it from the early part of that one from Hayes. So they're just making sure that it's back into the right position. There is obviously that big puddle on the inside, but the rain has stopped and hopefully will stop for the rest of the day.
Fingers crossed. That's what we're hoping anyway.
Not sure we're going to get slicks, Tom, with the exception of Pro Kart, of course. But 2 hours of running, who knows? As our Honda Cadet Clubmen make their way out onto track here. They'll roll round, then they'll get stopped and sent forward 2 by 2.
Forward to this one. This has been a good class all day with Webster taking his first ever heat win in heat number 2.
Drivers making the run through, seems still splashing through the puddles there. duo move forwards and be sent forward 2 by 2. Webster and Yeadon then on the front row, with Dinsdale and Walker on row number 2. Quine starts in 5th with your championship leader Sebastian Benson in P number 6.
Yep, just gridding up the final pair now for the final heat in Cadet Clubman of the Day. Finals coming up shortly, so please do stay tuned and keep your comments coming in. Lots of support for Amy Peacock coming in as well. Rob Berryman, Frida Yeadon, Nina Brooks, Rob Berryman. And lots of support for Amy Peacock, and well deserved as well. She's had a really good day today, has Amy Peacock.
3 heat wins then for Peacock, but had to work hard for that one, with Ewan House being strong in the early phase of that race. Start line marshal then making his way to the front. I think just making sure that everybody is where they need to be.
So almost there. Green flag is up, green flag is down, and we are away and racing for heat number 3 of Cadet Clubman. It is Webster heading through the national loop in 1st place.
I wonder if Walker was asking if he was in the right position, but he definitely finished in 4th place in heat number 2. So, or whether that he thought he was slightly in front of his grid mark, but the marshal was happy with it. So. I don't know whether what the question there from Jake Walker was, but he is in 4th place as Webster runs all the way around the outside of hairpin 2 in front of Yeadon and Dinsdale. Walker then in 4th. Benson has made a move on the opening lap to get past Quine, as has Ashton Carmichael. Charlie Quine then down into 7th place after that 5th place start.
Well, the field spread already from the front to the back as they head through hairpin 1 and 2 is quite significant. It's probably going to be about 10 seconds. Yeah, as they come over the line.
You've got to be careful, haven't you, Tom, on that opening lap, that particularly as to not get too involved. And I think, obviously the Cadet Club class probably a little bit more tentative than those in the Pro class, who are more inclined just to send it.
And that's exactly why we have 2 classes in for our Honda Cadets. We've got the Pro and the Clubman class.
Webster once again, Tom, so just taking the wide line on entry there into hairpin 2. It gives him a good run out, which he has done, but does allow Yeadon to get down the inside as well. And then Yeadon gets a little bit of snap oversteer round South Bank, and that allows Dinsdale to close right back up on the 118.
Yeah, and Jake Walker right there as well. So we've got a front 4 making a breakaway from Benson, and then Quine and Carmichael coming next. Then it's going to be McLaughlin, Eyeball and Buckton Young.
Been impressed, Tom, with Harry McLaughlin, his first outing here at Teesside.
Is that right?
Yeah, spoke to him yesterday, and obviously he's from Blackpool and races a lot at Hooton, so we'll be good in the wet, obviously, because that coast is always wet.
Yep.
It seems to be going very well, currently in 8th place in front of Charlie Eyeball, who comes here with currently in 3rd in the championship, in front of Mason Dinsdale.
We've got Yeadon having another look, a little look at the inside of Mason Webster, but it is actually Jake Walker who's making the move for 3rd place and overtaking Mason Dinsdale just as they come across the line. We will figure out how that one's shaked out. It has actually gone the way of Jake Walker, although Dinsdale fought back and has repassed through the D chicane.
good move then from Dinsdale to hold on. It has opened the field up a little bit because that's given Yeadon now his only prize is in front of him. He doesn't have to defend now because Dinsdale and Walker have become preoccupied with each other. And Yeadon, Tom, does close up, particularly around hairpin 1 or 2, and then we'll make a late dive to the inside round South Bank. Webster's going to try that line round the outside and does so again.
Yeah, seen that for the last 2 laps. So that's 3 laps in a row that exact move has happened between Yeadon and Webster.
There is the saying, you can't do the same thing and expect a different outcome. So maybe Yeadon needs to either follow in the wheel tracks and then try and use that to have a little bit more drive down the inside, or if he does get down the inside, particularly on the way into hairpin 2, he's going to have to then try and just let the car ease out to the outside and try and force the agenda on the way out of that corner. This is the corner runabout, but no, Webster's a lot further in front this time round. Yeah,
it's this one here where Yeadon's been having a little look up the inside. But yes, as you said, David, Webster's gapped him a bit this lap. Still taking that tighter line though for Yeadon, and then he drifts out wider. So he's initially he's taking a shorter route, and then it goes a lot wider and loses that momentum then into hairpin 3. Although again, looking around the inside into hairpin 4, and they're still side by side. Now he tucks back in as they come over start-finish line. Fastest lap of the race initially went to Yeadon, but now it's gone to Jake Walker, who was 2/10 quicker. So the front 4 coming back together again. In fact, it's 5 because Benson's there.
Benson's there. Dinsdale's actually managed to break away ever so slightly from Jake Walker. So whilst Walker is quicker, Dinsdale's had enough, has enough to pull away. This time, Tom, we could see Yeadon get through. He's down the inside of Mason Webster on the back straight this time. He's a lot further forward than what he was. Webster's going to take that wider line anyway, but this time, I think Yeadon could just have about enough, Tom, to hold on unless Webster can sweep round the outside at 3. It's all about the cutback here for Mason Webster to see if he can get alongside
Dinsdale almost filled that gap of where the cutback would have been, though. And yeah, Webster with a good run out of hairpin 2, but isn't enough to put any kind of challenge to Yeadon, who now leads.
2 minutes remaining. Dinsdale's closed right on the back of this, Tom, with that overtake.
Yeah, he's right there now. But then don't count out Walker and Benson as well, who are not far off the back of these two, these front 3. And if they start battling, they're going to be right there as well, as all 3 of them look behind in synchronization.
It's contagious, that looking behind.
It must be, yeah.
Let's have a quick look, see if there's any change in lines.
Webster with that wide entry again and tries to V the corner.
Yeah, I don't think he had a huge amount of choice that time because he actually got a bit of overspeed and was alongside Yeadon, which meant he had to take the wider line to avoid any form of sort of contact into the back. But the top 3 still moving away, Tom, despite the fact that they are battling slightly.
And Dinsdale is, the last 2 laps that's happened, Dinsdale has now seen the line that Webster's taking. And I think if he can go a little bit deeper into hairpin 3,
yeah,
could well block that run that Webster's getting, fill that gap essentially that Webster leaves on the inside, and could take advantage of it. We'll have a look this time, but it might actually be Webster doing the overtaking. In fact, it is. Got great drive through the exit of South Bank and just drove cleanly past Samuel Yeadon to take the lead. Yeadon trying to do exactly what I thought Dinsdale was going to do at hairpin 4 and retakes the lead. So they come across the line. It is Yeadon from Webster, Dinsdale, Walker, Benson, Quine, Carmichael, Eyeball, McLaughlin and Buckton Young, the top 10.
Sorry, I was just doing some championship updates there, Tom, in this one, because there's a lot of drivers still in the mix for top 3s. Benson is your championship leader going into this one, but Yeadon has been there. And Yeadon now, Tom, is comfortably in the lead there now by what appears to be half a second. Webster was that a mistake into hairpin 2. Interesting to see that one again, if possible, because Webster was half a second in front, so he was half a second behind. He still is now, but I thought he would be a lot closer to that one. We'll see whether he closes back in. Last lap board this time, though, will await Samuel Yeadon. Looked like there was a little bit into this one. I think Webster nearly sort of went slightly wide and then had a bit of a pass. Nope, just slotted back in. I thought he carried a little bit too much speed in, but we'll... Thought he tried to get too close to Yeadon in front of him. 4/10 though the gap then as they head onto this final lap. Now Q Wright makes up 2 places. He's up inside the top 10. The expensive Buckton Young Cooney, who's come through from 18th up into 12th.
I was going to say we're on the final lap now, but unfortunately it looks like Jake Walker and Sebastian Benson are going to run out of time because they have been closing in on this front trio. I think another few laps and they'd have been right there. Probably 2 only would have done it for them. But it is Yeadon still leading as they head round hairpin 3 for the final time. Hairpin 4 is the final chance for Mason Webster to go past, and does.
Oh, what a move from Webster. He's going to come through second. Would have been enough to put him on pole position for the final, but he's going to cement it with a second victory of the day. Bided his time, did Mason Webster. Dives down the inside from 4/10 back to take victory in heat number 3. And with 2 wins and a 3rd place, that'll put him on pole position for the final as well.
Yeah, great driving from Mason Webster. Great driving from Samuel Yeadon and Mason Dinsdale as well, to be 100% fair. Yeadon, unfortunately, just left the door open a little bit in hairpin 4, took that normal line. And Webster, here we go, we're going to have a replay of it here. Webster just positioned his car absolutely perfectly. There, the door was open. Didn't allow Yeadon to get the cut back. And filled that gap and drove straight through to victory. Congratulations, Mason Webster. 2 heat wins, so you get 1, and all of a sudden the second one comes as well. They're like buses, these heat wins, aren't they, David?
Yeah, there's a driver there, Tom, who's coming to this race weekend on the back of a best ever result at Woolwell a few weeks ago, where he got himself onto the podium, and it's amazing what confidence does to young drivers. You know, once you know you can do it, you know that you can do it every single time that you sit in that seat, and it's really coming together nicely.
Yes, indeed. I genuinely, I couldn't agree more with you. Once you, like you say, once you know you can do it, once you, it doesn't seem impossible anymore. It doesn't seem out of reach. It's there, and not only is it there, but you've done it. You've actually achieved it.
Yeah,
you can go and do it again.
Even when you start off, it's one of them. It's like, like certainly here at Teesside, once you know that you can do South Bank flat once,
yeah,
do it every single time.
Yeah,
it's exactly the same.
Yeah, exactly. You're absolutely right, David. 100%. Could not agree more. So that brings to an end Cadet Club Heat number 3. Coming up next will be Junior Rotax Heat number 3.
Random grids then once again for Junior Rotax Heat number 3, and it'll be Munro Renard on pole position with Zach Turner alongside. Catherine Potter and Ben Horner on row 2 with Alfie Warbank and Addison Smith on row 3. Then it's Melissa Adrian with Amelia Pennington alongside. Sam Stoner and Lizzie Mentier, and then Nathan Jensen complete your 11 runners in our Junior Max class. The good thing here, Tom, with these juniors is they go a lot quicker, which means, I know that you were saying earlier about the water hitting the back of these plastic bumpers a little bit more than what they do on the metal ones, but they are likely to clear the puddles better than some of the than the classes that don't go quite as quick due to age, of course. But they are likely to clear the water away. Now, what they're not going to clear, Tom, is the massive puddle on the inside of hairpin 1, but they are going to clear away the ones like through the dog leg and that sort of area, and the ones on the entry, I think, into the D chicane.
Yeah, I think it is going to clear up. I mean, we know it's going to clear up fairly quickly, so long as it stays dry. But it's not, I don't think we're going to get a completely dry track just yet. Somebody needs to have a word with Monroe Renard when he comes into the pits at the end of this race and tell him to put his knee pads on sideways rather than put them actually over his knees, because yes, it'll stop his knees banging on something, but that's not actually where what bangs. It's the inside of your knees.
Yeah, it's on the column mount, isn't it?
Yes, and that's so when I wear the knee pads on the inside, I turn them, you know, fully inwards. Anyway, green flag is up, green flag is down, and we are...
Problems from Monroe Renard, Tom. That car just didn't go. The rest of the field goes around the outside, and Monroe Renard, looks like the plug's oiled up there, puts the foot down and just got no response whatsoever as the rest of the field swallows him up.
Still going slowly.
Oh, Potter's off, Tom, through the mud, and then lands in the on the divot on the other side, and then it looks like Zach Turner could be leading the way down the back straight now as Ben Horner bogs down, and Lizzie Mentier, Tom, from 10th place will come round South Bank already up into P number 2.
I think it'll be P1 by the time we get to hairpin 4 at this rate. She is absolutely flying. And there she goes.
Down the inside. Turner leaves the door open. That's going to allow Pennington to come through as well. And Horner will slot back in 3rd place.
You're 1st to 4th for Turner in one corner.
Yes, but 10th to 1st for Mentier in 1 lap.
Yeah, Mentier has been... with the exception of obviously Finley Watson taking the championship here, but Mentier has been the absolute class of the field here today, and has been right up there all season and pushed Finley Watson very, very hard. So now that Watson's moved up to seniors for the end of the season,
who is going to take up the battle on Lizzie Mentier? But prior to, let's keep an eye out as well for those drivers that throughout the day earlier on, Tom, have done really, really well in the wet weather conditions. Horner down the inside of Pennington. Pennington's going to try and get back down the inside of Horner, and does so. And then, Scandi flick for Amelia Pennington on the way out of hairpin 4.
Like Ari Vatanen coming out of that corner, wasn't it? YouTube it, kids.
Got a yellow flag out, Tom, at hairpin 2. We've got the driver stopped. Keep an eye out for who that may be. Not quite sure, because we've got everybody else is still running. I think that could be Monroe Renard, Tom, who's made it round the 1st lap, but not the 2nd.
Yeah, did get
there
going,
is, yeah.
but not under any kind of real race pace, and that's it. Yeah, pulled over to the side of the track at the exit of hairpin 2. That was Addison Smith looking pretty lively as he came out of hairpin 4 as well. So full 4-wheel drifting going on with his junior Rotax. We've got the Minimaxes next, and then it will be micros, and I'm waiting to see the seniors coming around in these conditions. That'll be pretty good to watch.
We're full green now then. The car is far enough away there on the outside of the track that we don't need the yellow flag to cover it. Addison Smith right on the back of Zach Turner. This is a battle for 4th place. Smith's going to send it down the inside into hairpin number 3. That could open the door for Nathan Jensen as well. And then it's hard onto the brakes for 4. Got to get it stopped. Gap for the front 2, Tom, since Pennington has managed to break away, has been fairly consistent at 1.5 seconds. So I'll keep an eye out on Pennington in the next couple of laps to see whether she starts taking any sort of chunks out of Mentier, and we need to return focus towards the battle at the front.
Yeah, Mentier's just clearing off again, isn't she, here in the grand scheme of things. So Potter, after her first lap excursion, is now 12.8 seconds off the lead here.
Yeah, I don't know whether she's bent something there, Tom, because earlier on in the wet she was very, very quick, because Warbank and Adrian argue over 7th place. Adrian's going to try and hold this round the outside, and she's going to need to be very, very brave. She is very, very brave, and she's through. Up into 7th place.
Yeah, very good move from Melissa Adrian there. I'm really enjoying, I know it's obviously late in the season now, but I'm really enjoying the class movements, you know, moving up into the different chassis and the different engine types, and you can really see then who's taken to the new class better than others. I mean, we saw Catherine Potter at the front of cadets battling it out with Lizzie Mentia, but, you know, with the great, that is Smith and Horner going at it for 3rd place on the road.
They've both moved up recently. Obviously, Smith this weekend. Horner moved up a couple of months ago out of Mini into Junior.
Potter's had a tough season, to say the least, this year. Hopefully she can come back a lot stronger through the winter series and then into next year as well, because she was permanently at the front of the cadets grid.
They were together in cadets. Her and Mentia were very, very close in Mini as well.
Yeah.
And then obviously that move up into Junior seems to have the gap seems to have opened up a fair bit.
I don't mean in relation between Potter and Mentia. I just mean in general. Potter's had a
but you know what I'm saying though. In terms
mistakes,
we've always used them two as a benchmark because they've always been so evenly matched throughout the classes. As Smith now, once again, trying a move down the inside of Ben Horner. In fact, that car very, very skittish now for Smith.
What I'm saying is, I do hope that Potter can get things back together again and really make a charge for it in the winter series and get back up to the front where we know that she's got the pace and where she belongs.
And we've got Zach Turner holding off Nathan Jensen. And, pretty much putting the brakes on there, stops Jensen getting the run out of that corner. Turner beating the steering wheel there. I'm not sure. They don't respond like that, do they? That's solely down to driver frustration. The kart will not go any quicker if you beat it.
No. But in fairness, it won't go any slower.
No, exactly.
Just on the flip side of that. You know, I think the point is it doesn't make any difference what you do. Just keep driving normally. Don't beat up your steering wheel.
2 laps remaining. Mentia has opened up the gap further from Pennington. It was fairly consistent at 1.5 seconds for a couple of laps in the middle part of the race, but then Mentia has been opening it up at around about 3 or 4 tenths per lap since. Horner and Addison Smith, 3rd and 4th. They've got a comfortable gap between each other. This is the main battle on track now for 5th place between Zach Turner, who leaves the door open, with Nathan Jensen alongside. Jensen will be looking to get the cut back here and get on the power earlier. As Turner gets a bit of snap oversteer and then
really fought to keep that one just in a straight line, didn't he? Just managed to catch it coming through hairpin 4. Just managed to catch it.
Uses all the curb on the inside, which we know has got a lot of grip. We've seen the senior pro karters, they try and flatten that curb on the inside.
They head down the back straight for the final time. There's only 2 more opportunities here for Nathan Jensen to get past Zach Turner. We've got the checkered flag in hand, and it is going to be taken once again by Lizzie Mentia. 3 from 3, comfortable, started in 10th position and led by the end of lap 1. Absolutely flying. Amelia Pennington crosses the line in a well-earned 2nd place, and it is Ben Horner from Addison Smith. Zach Turner sets a personal best on the last lap, holds 5th place from Nathan Jensen. Then it's Melissa Adrian, Alfie Warbank, Sam Stoner, and then a distant Catherine Potter in 10th. And we need to really find out what's going on with Potter today, because she is not at the races.
What was good actually in Heat 1, was good in Heat 1. The pace was there coming through as Mentia does them tyres no good at all by drifting it all the way around the outside of South Bank.
Enjoying it very much, though. Look at this.
Yeah.
That's how you celebrate. If you're not punching the air and stuff.
Yeah, it's how you celebrate.
That's the equivalent.
It's also how you annoy the mechanic, because you don't want to ruin those tyres. They need to do the final.
Oh, great stuff. Great stuff. So that brings to an end Junior Rotax Heat number 3. Coming up next will be Minimax.
Jared Fox-Whiteley then starts on pole position once again after 2 heat wins. He's got Lewis Goff alongside. Joseph Yao and Ben Adrian are on row number 2, with Alex Lynn starting in 5th with Charlie Vary for company. Harris Ali will start in 7th place with James Philip Byrne alongside Oscar Ward, Sam Robson and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, who lost her chain guard in heat number 2 and had to come into the pit lane. She will start from 11th place.
Just having the recovery there of Monroe Renard. So this could just take a minute or 2 to bring this one back in, and then we will get going with the Minimaxes. So 2 from 2 today for Fox-Whiteley. What does that do in terms of championships, David?
Nothing yet, but it means that the championship could feasibly be wrapped up today if he finishes no worse than 3rd, I think, in this heat. I will confirm that, and then goes on to win the final. So, yeah, if Goff was to win heat number 3 and Fox-Whiteley was no worse than 3rd, then if Goff then goes on to win the final, if Fox-Whiteley wins the final, Fox-Whiteley is the champion for 2022.
Okay.
Which would be some feat, bearing in mind, Tom, that he won the Cadet Championship last year as well.
Yes.
So it would be back-to-back titles in different classes for Jared Fox-Whiteley.
And moving up, I'm assuming, into juniors
yes,
next year?
Yes, I believe that there is consideration to go into juniors. So if they were to come back to Teesside next year, they could go for
3 in a row.
3 in a row in 3 different classes.
Which has never been done before. So that is Monroe Renard's car finally being placed onto the trolley and out of the way, and that is now our track clear, so we look like we should be getting going any moment now. It's a glorious view of Teesside. Well, Teesside Motorsport Park anyway. There it is. The bar and cafe is there with a great view over the circuit, as you can see, and some lovely food in there and cake.
I had the.
We should update people, shouldn't we?
On why there's no cake chat.
There's no hashtag cake chat today.
We'll have roast potato chat, because they're good, they are.
My mum's roast potatoes, they are. That's why they're good. Proper Yorkshire. Yorkshire spuds.
Do you not live in Northampton?
Yeah.
Oh.
But she made them.
All right.
But she's a Yorkshire woman, and a proud Yorkshire woman. Anyway, now give me mum a shout out.
Big up Mrs. Butterworth.
But there were, and you're banging roast potatoes. So here we go, heading round for the second rolling up lap for Minimax. Don't have to get confusing with all these maxes. Junior, Mini,
Junior
Micro,
Max, Senior Max,
Senior,
Micromax, Max Shields.
Yep, all of the maxes.
Do you know what we haven't seen today on the camera? We haven't seen any dogs.
No, that's very true. We've not had dog watch. I nearly used the line from Waffle the Wonder Dog with I'll write it down in my dog log, which tickles me every single time.
Dog log.
I shall write it in my dog log.
Goff has a look over at Fox Whiteley, just trying to anticipate when the 22 is going to power down. Through they come, over, start, finish. Power down now, and away we go here then in heat number 3 in Minimax. Goff's got a good run actually around the outside. He did that in the previous heat as well, using the grip on the outside to come round the outside of Jarrett Fox Whiteley, and he's going to do it again. And Lewis Goff will lead us through the chicanes in front of Fox Whiteley, Yao, Ben Adrian, Charlie Very, and Alex Lynn, although he comes into some slight contact with James Philip Byrne. Not both of them are still facing the right way though, and they will live to fight onto the back straight. Philip Byrne forced out wide, and that's going to allow, I think, Harris Ali to come down the inside as they head down towards South Bank. James Philip Byrne will get the cut back. Fox Whiteley, Tom, has lost another place. He's back behind now Ben Adrian and behind Joseph Yao. Although quickly that is reversed with Fox Whiteley, although he just doesn't get the drive out of hairpin 4, and he's down into 4th place.
Yeah, been a very difficult first lap for Fox Whiteley. Got overtaken around the outside of turn 1 here and has not made further progress. It's gone the other way, in fact. So it is Goff from Adrian, Yao, Fox Whiteley, Very, Byrne, Lynn, Ali, Robson, Stansmore, Wilson, and War.
Whatever Jared Fox Whiteley's done here, Tom, there's just doesn't seem to have the sort of pace in this one.
No. And this could well keep our championship alive, at least until the final round, if it stays like this.
Down the inside there of Charlie Very. Very's going to have the run on the outside though, and that concrete is going to give you that extra bit of oomph.
So Fox Whiteley is now 2.5 seconds off the lead here.
Oh, we've got a spin, Tom, there. Just saw it to the left. It's Harris Ali facing the wrong way. Arms off the steering wheel. I think he might have had some assistance on the way round there.
Yeah, potentially. I'm not sure who that was from.
No, he was with Sam Robson at the time, and they were very, very close when they came over start-finish.
So it is Goff leading from Ben Adrian, keeping him very honest and in very close company. Joseph Yao in 3rd with Charlie Very 4th, but being hounded all the way now by Fox Whiteley. Ooh. Thank you, David. Oh, thank you, Mrs. Sullivan.
Oh, no, I asked her to bring them.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Sullivan. Dropping off the Kit Kat Chunkies. Keeps us going.
Ben Adrian, Tom, is really closing in here on Lewis Goff.
He is.
2 tenths out of him on the previous lap. And for a driver that qualified in 2nd place and then proceeded to drop all the way down to 11th, he's coming back nicely for heat number 3.
Yes, indeed, and has got those tyres working very nicely for him. You can see the amount of grip he's got as he heads into South Bank, looking really nicely planted. Then you've got Yao and Very close.
Oh, that's got Alex Lynn.
Oh, and somebody else as well. Who's that? That is Isabella Stansmore Wilson in stereo.
Yeah, so we've got a couple off there.
Oh, and we've...
Oh, Tom, yeah. Black flag in hand here for your race leader, Lewis Goff, by the look of it. And it could be technical defect. Chain guard is off Lewis Goff. Your race leader, what he will do, he'll complete half race distance by the time he comes round to see it, so he will be classified in 11th place in terms of points. But your race leader is going to be heading back towards the pit lane around about 5 minutes before he was expecting to do so. There you can see on the right-hand side, once again, between the wheel and the exhaust, he's not going to know anything about it until he comes through. And Ben Adrian is going to become your new race leader in about a lap's time once Lewis Goff comes through. Black flag then for technical defect for Lewis Goff. Over start finish, sees it, acknowledges it for sure. And now that, Tom, is going to really, really open things up when it comes to the championship battle, because we thought it was with Fox Whiteley being down in 5th place. That's going to promote him to 4th, but more importantly, Goff's only going to pick up points for 11th.
Yeah, it's a real shame for Lewis Goff. It could well be almost done and dusted now in the the favour of Fox Whiteley. He's not happy. Lewis Goff looks down and very disappointed with this situation. Is totally understandable.
I mean, he's still
let through Adrian and Vary now, and he's going to come into the pits at the end of this lap.
Fox Whiteley's still going to need to finish in front of him, I think, when it comes to the final, but Fox Whiteley's going to be considerably further forward than Lewis Goff when it comes, because Goff's 2 seconds and an 11th. And there he is. You can see he's pretty much been shaking his head all the way round, Tom, this final lap for Lewis Goff. The disappointment, very, very clear.
Yeah. Not sure he knows what it is either. I'm sure he can figure it out fairly quickly.
He'll have been told by now, I'm sure.
Yeah, real shame for Lewis Goff there. But it is Adrian now from Vary who started to really close in now on the back of Ben Adrian. This gap has been closing, and Vary with huge overspeed at the moment, really putting Adrian under pressure. And we have Joseph Yao in third, and then it is Fox Whiteley, Byrne, War, Lynn, Ali, Robson, and Stansmore Wilson. And War has come through quite well from what was, I believe, last at the end of the first lap, and is now in 7th.
Yeah, he's in one of the Teesside Karting Academy karts as well, Tom. I've had some developments, Tom, out of Junior Max, which was the race preceding this one. 5-second drop-down penalties for your race winner, Lizzie Mentier. That drops her down into second behind Amelia Pennington. Addison Smith as well will drop out of 4th place down into 7th. Also a 5-second penalty there as well.
So that must have been on the first lap for Mentier, because she didn't see anybody else after that.
No, after that she was disappeared. So Charlie Vary down the inside of Ben Adrian for the lead with 2 laps to go. We've got another black flag for technical defect, this time for Joseph Yao, Tom, out of 3rd place.
So that's 2 off the podium.
That rear bumper this time, not a chain guard, that's a rear bumper.
And we've got Vary and Adrian are still going at it through the national loop. They were side by side.
I tell you what, Tom, Fox Whiteley's 5th place is looking a lot better now. It's a 3rd.
Yeah, just by sheer attrition. He's essentially inherit 3rd place, isn't he? Oh, there we go. That is that's Joseph Yao there, and you can see that bumper scraping on the floor. And that's definitely not going to be drying the track.
No, just a reminder for those watching, or if you're unaware, the rear bumper is effectively plugged in to the chassis by a rubber stop. Then you put the bolt in, it winds in and opens out, as there's Alex Lynn having a spin on the around South Bank. It opens that rubber bung up and holds it in place. But if you catch it on a curb or on a tyre or anything like that, then that's what pulls it out. So Charlie Vary then on his way to victory with Ben Adrian in 2nd place. Jared Fox Whiteley still shown in 4th, but will become 3rd. Certainly is already on track, but not on timing, because Yao was in front when he peeled off into the pit lane. He'll be classified in 10th place for Joseph Yao.
And here they are coming across the line for the final time. It is going to be heat number 3 victory for Charlie Vary. Then it's Ben Adrian, and it will be Jared Fox Whiteley in 3rd place. We will have a look at the permutations of what that does for the championship, what Fox Whiteley needs to do in the final in just a moment's time. James Philip Byrne comes across the line in 4th. Then it's Oscar War in a well-earned 5th place. Harris Ali recovering off after an earlier spin to 6th. Then it's Sam Robson. Then it will be Alex Lynn and Isabella Stansmore Wilson taking 8th and 9th, and rounding out your finishes. There were only 9 finishes in that race. So championship permutations, David, have we worked that out yet? We being the royal we, meaning you.
Me.
So what does Fox Whiteley need to do in the final to close out the championship here today?
Well, Fox Whiteley will need to finish in front of Lewis Goff, basically.
And that's it.
That is it. That's the difference between the two of them. But obviously, Fox Whiteley with 2 wins and a third should be enough, I think, for pole position in the final. Lewis Goff with 2 seconds and an 11th. That is a fairly big point swing between the two of them of 10 points. So that should put Goff at least down on the 2nd or 3rd row, with other drivers having consistent days. If I had to guess, I'd say 4th, but we'll see, and then we'll see where we go for that one. But once again, a very, very intense battle going on in Minimax.
If it does go the way of Fox Whiteley, that'll be 1 championship apiece between them this year, won't
yes, it will.
Because Fox Whiteley potentially might take this one, and Goff took the junior kart championship.
He did, yes. Ella Park a few weeks back in what was an incredible race. Not only between the two of them, but also with James Fabricius and Leon Barlow as well. It was a fantastic 4-car.
Yes, I've watched it back. It was brilliant. Well, it was a brilliant final. Right, so we will move on very quickly to Micromax Heat number 3. We got away with ourselves a little bit there, David. It's the second rolling up lap is about to start, so we will burn through this fairly quickly. So Edward Haynes takes pole position by virtue of winning heat number 2. Austin Oman in 2nd place, then it's Riley Morrow and Caden Simpson. JJ Plowman and Ellis Child go off 5th and 6th, then it's Leo Livings, Edward Rye, Buddy Hugo, Drew Davidson and Jack Hutchinson.
It's a private dancer start.
You can hear the 2 old men in the commentary box now as we both have almost in synchronisation a little coughing fit. Are you okay there, pal? Oh, as we got Austin Oman round on the rolling up lap, that's not going to be good. He's going to have to drop all the way to the back of the field, I think. Because it's unlikely he's going to be able to take his position. No, he is going to go full send. Here he goes, straight back to the front. So we're about to get going for Micromax Heat number 3. Green flag is up and down, and we are away and racing. Good start from Edward Haynes. Once again, we saw this. Oh, hang on, false start.
Yeah, we've got a false start flag coming up. Yeah.
And we're going to need to move that barrier back again, the one that's just been moved.
Yeah, I've never seen it before, Tom, but on the actual track map, on the timing, it goes yellow and green for a false start, which is the false start flag is a green background with a yellow V chevron on. I think 1 or 2 of our drivers, Tom, might still think there's a race going on here because there's a lot of overtaking going on down the far bottom end of the track. In fact, I would guess here that we're not going to go this time either, because I don't. These drivers have now got to remember what position they were in on the rolling up lap. So they're going to have to sort themselves out. I think it's, well, to be fair, they've done a grand job.
They have.
And we might actually go. No,
oh no, we are going round again.
I think there's still 1 or 2 still not in the correct position.
Okay. So we'll keep an eye on these rolling up. So we've had 4 rolling up laps now. Fun times.
I hope nobody was cutting it fine on petrol. They've done half a race already.
Yeah, true. Being told to slow it down and get themselves into some sort of semblance of order before they...
The thing as well, Tom, is the acceleration point isn't until they're actually on the straight. It's about 25 metres or so from the start line.
Yeah.
So they shouldn't really be accelerating around the final corner, which should keep the field nice and tightly packed. And that'll be, I think that's why they weren't happy with it on the previous lap. They're being told to slow down. They're coming through, Tom, once again.
And they're being told again, because they're going too fast.
They're going too quickly, and what we'll do here, Tom, is the red flag has come out over the start.
Okay, so they're now going to get a talking to, aren't they?
It's time for an education.
Yes. So they're going to be most likely gridded up. Are they going to?
Oh, they'll be over start finish, won't it? Because they've got to come.
Because normally they do it on the dog leg and the kink, don't they? But in that sort of section, but looks like they're going to be stopped and told to slow it down. And is the cone there? Is the acceleration cone there? Because it. Oh, it's here. Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. It's moved a little bit closer to start finish this for this round.
I was just showing the camera zoomed in on the back of the Teesside Karting on Paul Franklin's jacket. I was thinking, got to on brand.
Oh yes, very much on brand. Yes. So here we go. Going to line them up, and you're going to get telt.
They'll jump out of the carts in a moment, I imagine. Just while we're at it, Tom, I have had I know why Zach Turner was beating his steering wheel up. Bolt came out of his foot plate.
Oh, right.
Now, some of these carts have got riser plates that lift the driver's feet up, particularly if they're a little bit smaller. Lifts the feet up to get them over the two track rods. And on the accelerator side, looks like a bolt has come out there, and that might be that was why there was frustration. So I think the front two, Tom, are just being told that they're the ones that dictate the pace, particularly the pole sitter. They're the ones that are just being told that they've got to slow it down. There is an acceleration cone, which here at the track you can see on the screen.
And it's actually just been pointed out to them. That's where it is. It's not, halfway down.
They were coming. They were coming pretty much through the dogleg section and powering down.
Yeah.
Even you and I noticed that you could hear that. The acceleration was coming a lot earlier. The marshal on the right there, that you can just about see his arm. That's where the cone is. On that side there, so they are well round the corner and two or three grid slots down. So they're probably, 15 meters round the corner. Well, and then it's another 25 to the start line.
I think it's moved because of the wet conditions potentially here, because normally it is on that kink, isn't it?
It's a little bit further back, but it's not at the corner, that's for sure. We've had it before. I think it's probably 2 or 3 meters further back, but it's not a huge distance. What we don't want, particularly with the D chicane being in place, this is the fastest lap some of our drivers are entering that national loop. And that's why we see often,
pace,
often we see drivers out braking themselves, particularly in the dry, because they're braking, somewhere they've not had to brake before, going at a speed a lot quicker than they have done into that corner.
Well, let's hope we do a bit of a better job of it this time, because we could have done this race by now. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Strap in, hold tight. Green flag is up and down, and we are away and racing. Although Austin Oman didn't get the best of starts, looked slightly out of position, and has already been overtaken by Riley Murrow, and that was before even the national loop. So it's Haynes, Murrow, and in fact Murrow crossed the line in front of Oman, so we'll see whether anything happens with regard to that. Probably not.
I think it's still quite tight, isn't it? And if somebody just doesn't get away, power down, you can't expect everybody to sit behind. We saw the issue with Monroe Renard, didn't we, in Junior Max?
Yeah, so it is... There's is that Plowman? Yeah, Plowman running around the outside of South Bank there. But it is Haynes at the front once again. Caden Simpson passing Austin Oman, and then being re-overtaken by Oman through hairpin 4 and gets the move done. So it is Haynes from Murrow, Oman, Simpson, Plowman, Child, Rye, Livings, Davidson, Hugo and Hutchinson in that order. Half a second between Haynes and Murrow, so we'll see whether Murrow's got any kind of answer for Haynes, who's only really, since he started coming back to Teesside in this class, has only really lost one heat, and it was earlier today. Simpson has driven clean around the outside of hairpin 2 and past Austin Oman, and that is for 3rd place.
So Haynes then from Morrow, Caden Simpson
Also,
3rd place.
Yeah, Oman looks like he's struggling early in this one. Didn't have a good start, and has been overtaken by Morrow and Simpson, well, for want of a better phrase, rather easily.
Yeah, the track's on whilst wet and not drying in that sort of sense is very, you know, it's still, there's not standing water on the racing line anymore, whereas there was earlier on. And it could be, you know, if you go super, you know, when I say super wet, such as like out at the front, in a lot at the back, you could be going too grippy.
Right.
And it could well be that. The thing with Micromax, Tom, is for a lot of these drivers and their mechanics, it's a class that's been around for 3 or 4 years, but all of a sudden it's sort of woke up. You know, and really taken off as Caden Simpson goes down the inside of Riley Morrow. Now, there's been championships in the last couple of years, but not really having the biggest grids in the world. And then all of a sudden, a few changes a little bit higher up in the karting pyramid, and everybody's on a Micromax.
Yeah, and it is that shake-up of the karting pyramid that's doing it. There's a lot of changes coming in the next sort of 18 months, 2 years, in terms of chassis and engines and things like that are coming through in new classes. Plowman and Austin Oman swap positions through the 2 hairpins, and it is Plowman that comes out on top. So Austin Oman going backwards in this one. He's now down to 5th place. But yeah, there's a lot of changes coming through in terms of chassis and engines and things like that that are going to shake things up and really bring this Micromax potentially to the fore of what will be cadet racing.
Pretty much completes the pathway now, doesn't it? Out from being 7 years old in terms of Rotaxes all the way through. You can pretty much stay as part of that Rotax family all the way through into seniors.
Yes, it's a bit different with, you know, you have a pathway of Hondas, but it's Honda Cadet, then it's Honda Junior Pro Kart, then it's Senior Pro Kart, yeah, and that's it.
But at club level, you know, but if you want to go and race, you know, higher level, there's not a pathway for that.
No. But also a lot of clubs don't run Pro Kart classes either.
That's the thing, isn't it?
Likewise, if you go IARMY,
yeah,
you know, yes, there is, you know, Junior X30, Mini X30, and then Senior X30, but the IARMY Cadet engine is not the
like
same.
At all, no.
Yeah. So with these Micromax, that engine essentially can do you all the way through to seniors.
Morrow gets through on Caden Simpson. That move's been brewing for about a lap as they've chopped and changed, and then there was a little bit of contact going round South Bank. Caden Simpson's not going to give this one up though, and bounces up and over the curbs. They're still side by side as they go round the national loop and slots back in, and then Simpson's going to try and get back to the inside. This one isn't done yet.
No, and Plowman's right there as well, and he's brought Oman and Rye and Child with him as well.
Rye's growing into this one, isn't he, Tom? From running up in 6th place.
Yeah, good to see Child in with a shout as well.
Here's Simpson taking a slightly different line as they chop across each other. And then Simpson gets a little bit snap oversteer and potentially scrubs off too much speed, and that's going to mean that Morrow's going to gain 2 or 3 kart lengths on exit from the corner, and that's going to give him at least some respite for at least the national loop and through the chicanes.
Is Riley Morrow on a Paralin chassis?
Could
be. It's got Paralin stickers on it.
Oh.
You don't see many of those about.
No, well, it's all 950 though, isn't it now on these micros?
This is what I mean. This is the change-up, isn't it? But I mean, Paralin used to be absolutely massive. You know, 15 years or so ago, it was lots of Paralin. There could be a
resurgence now, Tom. Now
well, there could be if they're making a move into this Micromax. But yeah, good to see that name coming back into.
Given that Morrow's only just moved into micros, it's very unlikely that it's going to be a different kart with Paralin stickers on it. So Edward Rye dives down the inside of Austin Oman, and then Oman's going to get the drive back round the corner.
So anyone connected with Riley Murrow, if you're watching, get in touch on the comments and let us know what's going on with this Paralin chassis, if indeed it is one.
Yeah, I saw that earlier as well, Tom.
Yeah, I was just having a look at the comments there.
Lane
So
Berryman, they've
parked it for the day, unfortunately.
Matt Cook's asked a question regarding Cadet in terms of the Hondas. That do the Cadets have to first drive in the club races before they can drive in Pro, or is it a matter of choice? Well, this is the first year that we've actually split the class, and I think next year, given that Micro has become so big, I think Honda will go back to one class, just looking at the numbers. But this year, it was basically done on those drivers that had run last year towards the front of the championship, and then that had either finished in the top couple of places in the Cadet Club Championship.
I've just had an update from Victoria Anderson, who's been in touch. Thank you, Victoria. Who said both Riley Murrow and Austin Oman are running Paralin chassis.
Ah, lovely. Well, I believe that Victoria's Fraser Anderson's mum was here at the last round and was signed on for this round, but then wasn't signed on for this round, so I don't know where he is.
Okay, well, Victoria, get in touch again and let us know what's happening with that one.
We had an update as well from Catherine Potter regarding that last race, as this battle between Simpson and Murrow continues to rumble on, now with Plowman there as well.
Simpson very wide through two.
Yeah.
Very wide.
That was an issue with the chassis protector for Catherine Potter.
Yes.
The issue went off on the first lap up and over the curb. It looked like one of them has come loose and then was dragging on the floor, which meant as she was trying to turn in, that was forcing the kart straight on, which doesn't help at all. Here we go, Simpson and Murrow still battling it out. Murrow's going to try and get down the inside. Haynes is going to come over the line to start the last lap now. Murrow and Simpson still side by side, as they have been for pretty much most of this race, and Simpson holds on to second place. I will answer Matt Cook's question at the end of this one. We'll give the Micromaxers their moment to shine on this final lap. Edward Haynes, 6 seconds down the road. This battle for second place, Simpson, Murrow, Plowman, Oman and Rye. And Oman sends it down the inside of JJ Plowman. And Edward Rye's going to take advantage there of JJ Plowman going over the bumpy stuff on the outside of hairpin 2.
So Austin Oman took a while to warm up in this one, having gone off the front. Oh, there's Simpson!
Simpson off. Halfway round South Bank, not sure what happened. We'll watch that one again at the end of this one, because coming through to take victory, here's Edward Haynes in heat number 3. Takes the victory. Then it's going to be Riley Murrow from Austin Oman. That's your top 3. Rye comes through for 4th place with JJ Plowman in 5th. Then it's Living's child. Simpson crosses the line in 8th place in front of Drew Davidson, Jack Hutchinson and Buddy Hugo. Let's have a quick look, Tom, as to what happened here. Simpson was very, very wide, and then the next thing we know, he's up the bank.
Yeah, and pointing in the wrong direction as well, because he was going fully left.
Yeah, he was miles away from anybody else, though, Tom.
I
think that was all by himself, although I wouldn't want to put the house on it.
I was going to say, you're a brave man if you do. Obviously, we don't know. We didn't see anything in terms of contact on the cameras, but yeah, an odd place to be turning left. But yes, congratulations once again to Edward Haynes, who has taken heat number 3 here in Micromax.
Yeah, so Matt's quick question regarding the Honda Cadets is, do they have to first race in club before they race in pro? Well, as I say, because this is the first year we've split the 2 classes, we had a number of drivers moving up due to age into the Minimax class, so it was basically taken that those drivers that finished in the top 15 or so last year, and those drivers that had finished in the top 3 or 4 in the end of season mini club championship that we had, all moved up. Some drivers as well elected to automatically go into that class and have proved that that was the correct decision, because they could have feasibly raced in pro. So Holly Swan, for example, could have raced in pro. Edward Rye, however, he's the youngest of our drivers in that Cadet Pro class. We had a quick look at his numbers. His performance in the Winter Series alone, having jumped straight out of Bambino, was good enough for him to go straight into the pro class. And Certainly it's not done him any harm because he's just gone out in the Micromax and finished in 4th place. So great effort for Edward Rye. They're already out onto the track. In the background though, here's heat number 3 for senior Rotax.
Hey up, it's senior Rotax Heat 3. Got Finley Watson going off pole position, followed by Andy Ambrose and Ashley Savage. Then we have Martin Fisher, Paul Swan and Shane Collinson. Lee Bell, Chris Stoves, Daniel Kell, Arthur Lowthian and Emma Brown are your 11 drivers. Already heading round on their second rolling up lap, so about half a lap to go here. Before we get underway, heat number 3 of senior Rotax. This will be followed by senior Pro Kart, and then we will be straight into our finals.
I'm really looking forward to them, Tom, because we've got some really, really interesting battles through most of our classes. So it's going to be very, very interesting. Not obviously on the random grids, the cream normally rises to the top. So we'll keep an eye out for who that is, particularly in Pro Kart, with their random grids being absolutely massive. Green is up, green is down, they accelerate at the cone perfectly, and away we go then in senior Rotax as they head down towards the national loop for the first time. Making their way through, Watson leading from Ambrose, and then Ashley Savage, Martin Fisher and Shane Collinson, the top 5.
Through hairpin 2, you can still see big rooster tails here coming off these senior Rotax karts. The amount of power that they have and the footprint that those wet tyres have onto the track, it's certainly going to help clearing up and drying up this track as quick as we can, but I don't think we are going to get a dry line here today at any point. Just looking at the way that the track's drying, it's not very quick. So over the line for the first time, it is Finley Watson still leading from Andy Ambrose and Ashley Savage. So it's as you were with the top 3 as they came over the start line. Then it's Shane Collinson, Martin Fisher, Paul Swan, Chris Stoves, Lee Bell, Dan Kell, Emma Brown and Arthur Lowthian.
Still really, really tight, Tom, as Savage there comes under pressure from Collinson. Collinson will take the tighter line and try and get the power down the back straight. He's at least in the slipstream.
Well, he's having a look now. There he goes, Ashley Savage taking a very wide line. Can he keep the momentum up? Yes, he can, but he's going to find Collinson on the inside.
He's going to need the cutback here, isn't he, to get on the power earlier. Collinson, though, as we saw earlier, very, very tight out of hairpin 4, using the dirty part of the track on the inside, which is going to have lots more grip to get away out of that corner rather than using the rumble strip on the outside.
Yes, indeed. I'm just having a look, and we have still got cones out the exit of the D chicane and around the national loop as well, so that doesn't seem to be drying up particularly quickly, nor does it look like it is on the entry to hairpin 1 either.
Now that's going to tighten things up for senior Pro Kart, isn't it? On the way into there.
Although I have a funny feeling a fair few of them will just go splashing straight through that.
Well, they did at the start of the other one, didn't they?
It'll be cleared fairly quickly. There are a couple of drivers out there who are very much no cares given, and it just comes to Emma Brown doing a good job of it as well.
Yeah, through the drops the wheel down the inside into the grass, and the steam coming up as the water hits the heat of the radiator and the exhaust, and bounces the water up, and that's where all the steam was coming from. And the Ambrose, Tom, not able to stick with Finley Watson, but the lap times between the two of them are very, very consistent. There was a tenth of a, not even a tenth, Tom, last time, the 100th of a second between their two lap times, as Paul Swan Goes down the inside of Martin Fisher. That's for 5th place. In the background, Dan Kell does the same on Chris Stoves. That'll move him up into 7th.
Yeah, Kell up in 7th. I think this is probably the highest he's really run all day.
Yeah, you've got to remember that whilst he is our champion, he's not really sat in a kart for the last 8 months. And it does take a while, particularly in the wet as well. You know, remember the first heat was dry, but he did take that chance, didn't he, of going out on the wet tyre, and then if that was 15 minutes later, it'd have been perfect because the rain was coming down.
So Watson, half a second in front of Andy Ambrose now.
Kell down the inside of Martin Fisher, who looked like he was struggling with the handling of the 59 kart round South Bank. Then he's going to try and get back down the inside of Kell. Kell should be able to power down earlier, but Fisher's going to have probably more grip, but a longer way round, and Daniel Kell is through.
So Watson in his first race here in is it actually his first race in seniors anywhere?
Don't know. It's his first race here, that's
Yeah.
for sure, but I don't know if it's his first race or not.
Because I mean, he's not really done too badly, has he?
He's had worse weekends.
Yeah. I mean, you know, as debut weekends go, they don't really get much better than this, do they? So far. That's
Touch
me
wood.
knocking wood and knocking my head.
Swan and Savage. Swan's going to send it down the inside into 4. Savage is going to have too much though, and will be able to ride that one out all the way around the outside, but maybe Paul Swan needs to be a little bit closer round 3 to make that move work in the early phase. And right behind them though, Tom, is Daniel Kell.
I might have put the mockers on Watson here, because Andy Ambrose is now closed into within 0.3 of a second, and right with them as well, Shane Collinson's
half the gap on the previous lap did Ambrose.
Yeah, and Collinson's going with him, and he was even quicker as well. He was another 0.2 quicker than Ambrose. So the front 3 are going to come together with probably about 2 laps to go.
Kell then on the back of Paul Swan. Swan's going to try the same move he tried on the previous lap down the inside of Savage, and Savage is going to be on the power again around the outside. Swan's going to have to give him a bit, and Swan chops across the front, and that's a good move there from Paul Swan.
It is.
I would say either needed to make sure, be 100% sure he was passed, or needed Ashley Savage to be compliant, and luckily he was 100% passed.
So Watson has suddenly got the hurry up and has pulled out 0.3 on Ambrose, and Collinson only matched Ambrose's time as well. Kell had a look at the inside there of Ashley Savage. Going to have another look here into hairpin 3. Can't get it done there.
Yeah, knows there's a chance for 4 though, doesn't he? Because he's seen Swan do it on the previous lap, but by having that
was
go
tight, wasn't he, there?
Yeah, and also Kell having that go into 3 probably ruined his attempts at doing it round 4. You can't.
Holds a tighter line through over the start-finish line,
Yeah,
doesn't he?
but what I'm saying, you can't have a go at 3 and then have another go at 4. You ruin your momentum, so you've got to pick which of the 2 you really want. It's the same with hairpins 1 and 2 as well.
Correct. Yes, you can't have a go into both of them.
That's why we often see the fact that a driver gets past and then the other driver gets back past at the next corner, because it's just a perfect opportunity.
Yeah, and you might have one do an up and under into hairpin 1, and then exactly the same happens to you at hairpin 2. It's just a good circuit for overtaking here.
Final lap.
It always has been.
Oh, it's great, isn't it? Final lap for our race leader, Finlay Watson, with Andy Ambrose in second place. The gap out to 0.7 between the 2 of them. This will definitely put Watson on pole position for the final. Daniel Kell's going to have a handful more opportunities to get past Ashley Savage for 5th place.
Something flapping away there on Just on the radiator of Finley Watson. Looks like a bit of tape or something like that. Might even be tape.
Yeah, well, they often...
On the radiator.
Well, it is there on Ambrose, you see. They
Yes.
tape them up in the wet because they don't need as much air to get through and they don't want any water getting in it. Through they come then for Finley Watson to take victory from Ambrose and Collinson, your top three. Paul Swan will come through for fourth place, having got past Ashley Savage, who then holds on from Daniel Kell for fifth and sixth, respectively, in front of Martin Fisher, with Emma Brown taking the victory in Rotax 177 from Stoves and Bell. Arthur Lowthian finishing in ninth place. So they're making their way round then. We've got a nice big grid coming up next of our senior pro karters. We'll be able to bring you that grid very, very shortly. Your random grid then for heat number 3 in Senior Pro Kart sees Harry Nottage on pole position with David Brown alongside. David Thompson-Mack starts in third with Caitlin Frame in fourth. Then it's Simon Dougherty and Gareth Plackett on row number 3. Josh Folkus will start in 7th place with Lennon French alongside Callum Booth and Tom Braid complete the top 10 with Connor Lucas 11th and Scott Tate in 12th. Then it's Asher Blythe starting in 13th with Gracie Mitchell 14th. Row 8 is shared by Brandon Truman Reddish and Jessica Alexander. Steve Nichols starts 17th with Connor White 18th. Top 20 completed by Jack Morrison, Alban Dowell. David Brewis is 21st with Heat 1 winner Mark Tate alongside on row number 11. Then it's on to our novice runners. We've got Alfie King starting 23rd, Jack Hewland in 24th. And we've got Harry Roddis, Thomas Hewland and Liam Gallup in the 191 kart, making their way round.
Still enjoying the funky music. Connor Lucas has had a lid change again. So I think we had the yellow one on for the first heat, then we had the blue one on, and now we've got the yellow one on again.
No, it's not raining anymore, is it? So that's why he's probably gone back to that one.
So how long before that puddle gets cleared at the inside of hairpin 1?
Lap 1.
Lap 1, you
Lap
reckon? Okay.
Well, I'm not saying cleared, but I'm saying on lap 1,
Someone's
through that.
Fully through it.
Well, there's 28 karts, Tom, and it narrows the track up no end.
I reckon we should clear them cones around the exit of the D chicane as well, and that'll soon clear that puddle as well.
Yeah, I'm sure. To be with the pro karts, Tom, as well, a lot of time, because there's so many drivers going into one gap that you often don't get a choice where you're going, because you can be 3 and 4 wide, and everybody then gets sort of squeezed. So final few runners are in place though. The barriers down there on the outside of hairpin 3.
Who is that in the 10? Who drives the 10?
Harry Nottage.
Oh, Harry Nottage is having a little conversation with himself there.
Yeah, well, this is the first time I've seen him not put his feet up on the steering wheel when it comes to waiting, and he's had loads of time to wait. So we'll see. Although we are waiting for the start line marshal to make his way towards the front of the grid. As with every senior pro kart race, Tom, out of the seat I get to watch this opening lap. Green flag in hand then from the start line marshal. Engine notes rise. It's a very quick start from Thompson-Mack in the 16. He's going to try and then sweep round the outside as the field tentatively make their way through. The cone stayed, but the puddle didn't. The cones are still there.
That's good.
Out at the front, though, Harry Nottage has managed to break clear as Then everybody makes their way towards that turn 1 hairpin. The actual puddle, Tom, actually hasn't been touched. It's been,
I thought Conor Lucas was going straight through it then, but
what do we
decided against it because he's got his shiny new dry helmet on.
Oh, yeah, definitely turned away. If it was the dark one, he'd have been
straight through it, yeah.
Focus goes down the inside, soaring at the steering wheel for grip, as do the rest of the field. Then there's a bit of contact there between Asher Blythe and Conor Lucas.
Whoa.
And Conor Lucas is having none of that and absolutely freight trains Asher Blythe. And in doing so, I think he's taken Lennon French with it. So there was a bit of a tap from Blythe, and then Conor Lucas was just having none of it, straight into the back of the 15 and runs him straight wide at hairpin 3. Wouldn't be surprised in a few moments, Tom, to see the warning out for those two.
Yeah, potentially. I think so. Yeah, potential warning for both of those there, definitely. It was
one of the two considerably more deliberate than the other.
It was kind of a if you're gonna step to the king, you better not miss.
Something like that.
Take
yes.
a shot at the king. You're not gonna. You better not miss him.
Thompson Macton went very, very wide there and actually almost ran out of track round hairpin number 1.
And there we have a warning does indeed go out for the 443 of Conor Lucas. That is Josh Falkus now in front of David Brown.
That's going to put him up to second, isn't it? Because Thompson Max already dropped a place, having almost ran out of track on the outside of hairpin 1. This, though, Tom, after this one, is going to give us a clear picture of what Josh Falkus needs to do to win the championship. When it comes to the final, he's been almost faultless all year. Nottage carries too much speed into the D chicane.
Yeah,
I was about to say hands over the lead, but then fights back.
A little tap on the rear end of Falkus as well, nearly sent him round. But Falkus, with those lightning reactions, managed to gather it all up and keep himself into the lead. And there is a gap now appearing, but it is still David Brown in third. Thompson Mack in fourth. Then it's Doughty, Frame, Booth, Alexander, Plackett and Lucas. It's all a bit as you were. Oh, I say that. And then Simon Doughty sends it up the inside.
Lucas does the same on Plackett, and Plackett gets the cut back, so it's back to where we were for 9th, with Plackett still in front of Conor Lucas. There's a bit of changing further up. Doughty is through, as is Alexander. They move up to 4th and 7th, respectively. Fastest lap of the race as well, Tom, for Jess Alexander. Pretty much the only driver, actually, to go under the 101s by 0.4 of a second with 1 minute .793. So the 20 on a charge, as the 8, I think, of Thomas Hewland comes into the pit lane.
Oh, there we go. And it was Conor Lucas who went through the puddle.
Yes, and Gareth Plackett ended up facing the wrong way as well.
Yes. Whether the two were related, I'm not sure, but he did end up going through that puddle. And another warning out for Lucas. That's Tate. So we're going to assume,
it was definitely related then, wasn't it?
There goes Tate, and back up the inside again. So 3. And is that Braid as well with them in there?
Yeah, he's going to try and stick it out round the outside, but he's going to run out of track. Asher Blythe down the inside of Jack Morris. So now Scott Tate up.
Fastest lap of the race for Falkus. He's a good second quicker than anybody else out there. So that's 2 warnings for Lucas.
Got to be
in
careful
this race.
now, Tom.
One more and that's it.
That's one more and that's game over, isn't it, I think, so.
We've got Falkus now is 1.3 seconds clear of Nottage. Then it's Brown, Doughty. Alexander moving through to 4th place now, just got in front of Doughty through hairpin 2.
Falkus is the fastest driver on track as Alexander sends it crossed up down the inside of the South Bank corner.
He's already working on David David Brown.
For all of these drivers, Tom, particularly those ones that run at the front, the actual kart control in these wet weather conditions is unreal.
Well, you can see the difference there. I mean, Scott Tate, he's there. He's trying to overtake Callum Booth and does get it done through hairpin 4. But you could see how slowly he was having to drive that because he couldn't put the car where he wanted to and drive it in the way that he wanted to, which is, you know, with that power oversteer, with these slick tyres on, you chuck it in, you wait for it to grip up. So he's having to be so tentative, saw at the wheel to try and find the grip. You know, Lucas the same here. That's exactly what Tate wanted to do in hairpin 4.
It's a huge confidence game, though, isn't it? You've got to have so much confidence that you're going to turn that in and it's going to grip. And then also, you can't hammer the brake in the same way that you normally would, because you'll just lock and the car will just wrap itself around it.
Well, you see the way that Jess goes into comes out of goes into South Bank corner. You know, turns it in really early. The back end is instantly coming round and just controls that slide then all the way around the corner.
Thompson Mack looked like he was going to have to hand over sixth place, but then he's still fighting it out with Connor Lucas. Lucas is finally through though and up into sixth. Fastest lap of the race on the previous lap from Jessica Alexander, 2/10 quicker than anybody else in third place.
We've got a warning for Lennon French.
He's up to 16th. He was involved in the Lucas and Blythe incident earlier on. He was very much collateral damage in that one. Three and a half laps remaining. Tate and Thompson Mack there exchanging a little thumbs up.
Conversation mid-race.
Tate's going to try and move down the inside of Lucas. Lucas is going to have too much around the outside though and powers away.
Whoa! Look at Booth.
That's the 52.
Oh, sorry, 52.
Connor White.
Yes, it is. You're right.
You've got a little bit into the Asher Blythe and then just rode out the slide as Connor Lucas there takes a huge chunk of curb. Race leader though, Josh Folkers, has a gap of 2.7 seconds to his nearest championship rival, Jessica Alexander. She's had to come from a lot further back in this one. She started on row number 7.
I mean, that's got to be frustrating if you're Falcus though, isn't it? You do everything right, you get to the front, you're in the lead by the best part of 3 seconds, and then you look behind, and who's behind you? Jess Alexander.
Yeah, coming through from 13th. Falcus through from 7th to come through into the lead. Harry Nottage, who's drove brilliantly for 3rd place, Tom, our leading club runner. Sub 1 minute for Falcus, and the same for Alexander.
Oh, and somebody off.
That's Alfie King off on the outside of hairpin 1. So we're going to have yellows out just as our leaders are coming through. I think King's just driven that car. I think he's driving it back onto the tarmac. He's going to wait for the field to come through.
And Falcus has just taken that puddle on the inside as well, so that's cleared that a little bit more.
Yeah, yellow flags out though, Tom, because the car is still there, so there's going to be no overtaking opportunity into hairpin 1 until they're past that incident. And then King will join, although he's going to be almost a lap down now. He is, because Falcus has gone through. He's had to wait for the rest of the field to come through before he can safely rejoin.
But well done for being patient and doing the right thing. I mean, there's a lot of drivers who would have just rejoined in front of, you know, in front of a train or tried to mix it up or whatever, but did absolutely the right thing there.
Last lap board is out then and has already been taken by your race leader, Josh Falcus. The 2 fastest laps of the race, Tom, on lap 8, absolutely identical between Falcus and Alexander, which is amazing given that they're not exactly nose to tail, you know, using each other to slipstream round. So 59.838, 2 exactly the same times as Falcus there throws that kart in. Gap is still 3.2 between them, and I think he's already celebrating down the back straight, Tom.
Not sure I'm a fan of that, but...
well, it can go one of 2 ways, can't it? And if it goes the wrong way, it makes you look very, very silly.
Yeah. I don't think Falcus is in that business, though. Of,
no, and I think...
you know, but...
No, it's safe as he comes out of hairpin number 4. to take victory in heat number 3 for Josh Volkers, with Jessica Alexander in second place. Then it's going to be Harry Nottage in P3. He comes through as well, emphatically over the line in front of the 55
and there's
David
Blythe.
Brown.
He's going to try and take 2 coming out of hairpin 4.
He's going to get 1 at least. Then it's going to be Thompson Mack who's going to finish in front of that battle. So it's Volkers, Alexander, Nottage, Brown, Lucas, Dougherty, Tate, Thompson Mack, Blythe, and Thomas Braid completing your top 10.
I mean, I say I'm not a fan of him celebrating down the back straight on the final lap, but I mean, it's, you know, it's an ego thing, isn't it? I quite like it, really. It's cocky. We've got somebody off on the outside of South Bank as well. Was that Focus went off?
No, I think Alexander.
Yeah.
Was it? Yeah.
I was looking at the results page, and
Yes.
yeah, he went off. Oh, here we go. I've got a replay of it here. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay. That was the head back of, I bet that got that on camera.
Well,
Yes, we did,
for
Josh.
the avoidance of doubt, we definitely
yes,
got
we
that
did.
on camera.
Yes, we did, Josh.
He can't escape.
No, you see, when you go down the back straight and you celebrate half a lap early, that's what goes around. And then when you go off on the cooling down lap,
yeah, but
that's what comes around.
It's fine going off on the cooling
Oh,
down.
absolutely, yes. But don't tempt fate. Don't tempt fate. Anyway, congratulations, Josh Volkers. Another heat win here at Teesside. That brings to an end our heats for the day. And we will move on to our finals next. And it is going to be Bambino's up first. So going off pole position for the Bambino final is going to be Chloe McGill with Buddy Hugo in second, then Sebastian McCarthy and Grayson Crawford. Freddie Blackshaw in fifth and Sebastian Crawford in sixth. Then it's James Pybus in seventh place. So if Chloe McGill finishes in front of Buddy Hugo...
No, if Chloe McGill finishes just riding shotgun to Buddy Hugo, that's enough for the championship. Third place.
Third place is enough.
Third place for Chloe McGill will be enough to see her crown the 2022 NRG Cycles owner driver champion here at Teesside Autodrome.
Okie dokie.
The rule is after the clocks go back.
So Bambino's heading out now on their rolling up lap. And we will see whether we are about to crown another champion here at Teesside. We've already had Thomas Potter and Finlay Watson round out their championship wins at the previous round 6 here this weekend. Sorry, last month. And we could potentially have at least another 2 over the next 90 minutes to 2 hours.
Could be 3 as well, Tom. Obviously, Mini can be wrapped up.
Yes.
Minimax and also
Senior
Pro Kart. So we could have three more championships to be wrapped up. That'll still leave Honda Cadet Club to go to the final round of the championship as well, as will the subclasses in our Rotaxes in 177 and our subclasses for Senior Pro Kart Clubman 40s and our Novice Championship as well, which is why you have lots of different colour backgrounds on our Honda Cadet, on our Senior Pro Kart running order. Just before this final starts, Tom, and to just have a quick question on some on a different sport, Tom. But how are your beloved Leeds doing today?
Next question.
Thank you.
We scored twice.
In their goal?
No.
Oh.
We scored twice. Unfortunately, they scored thrice. Yep, moving on. It's dangerous territory for you, David, as well, because you know there's now 3 of us here who are Leeds fans. Is that right? Is your brother a Leeds fan as well, Adam? Right. Yeah. Careful, David. We've killed for less.
Back to karting.
Back to the Bambino final. 8 minutes on the clock for this one. Green flag is up and down and away, and a good start from Buddy Hugo, but it's not going to be enough to put any move on Chloe McGill as she gets a flying start. It didn't have an initial first phase where she put the foot down, but then all of a sudden it just kicked in and she is gone.
Yeah, I wonder if the pre-race team talk was drive off into the distance and you don't have to worry about anything else.
Exactly that.
Great start then from Chloe McGill. Hugo and then Sebastian McCarthy in front of Grayson Crawford and Freddie Blackshaw. And Sebastian Crawford and James Pybus onto the back straight they go as McCarthy looks over his shoulder and needs to remember that there is that puddle there on the inside.
Yeah, we're definitely not going to have any dry lines appearing here today, certainly not through the ones who are really going to have options of changing tyres onto slicks, so your cadets and your junior pro karts are all going to be still on wet tyres. Perhaps by the time we get to a senior Rotax, there might be some a gamble.
Brave gambles, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it is drying up. The puddles aren't really going anywhere, but the tarmac itself is starting to
Buddy Hugo,
dry.
Tom, actually set a faster opening lap. He's come from further back, so he's gone over the start-finish line at more pace, but has actually reeled in
he has,
Chloe
massively.
McGill on the opening lap.
Well, it was almost a second as they came over the line.
Yeah, right at the start, and now Buddy Hugo is...
no, I mean on this lap.
Oh, yeah, it was, yeah, and he's managed to take advantage of something in the
I think something else just dropped off there.
early part of the race.
Bit of debris on the back straight as well, I think.
About
halfway down, it looks like is it a plastic bag or something like that? I think we've got Marshall just walking out to pick that up.
We're off to retrieve.
But McGill doing everything that she needs to do here to take the championship here today. Well, here and now. Still heading away at the front of this one. Buddy Hugo has closed in 0.2 of a second over the course of the lap, but actually, there's that bit of...
Yes,
we have got a bit of debris there. It looks like a bit of tyre rubber, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Like it's been shaved off.
Yeah, it's not going to do any harm. It's not like it's not metal by the look of it. It does look like a coil, but it's not. I think it looks like it is rubber.
There it is on the exit of hairpin 2.
Down the inside, you can see the reflection of the karts in the puddle on the
shot.
inside.
Yeah.
As Grayson Crawford drops out of 4th place and will be down behind Sebastian.
There was
his
a bit
brother
of
in.
Bit of a finger wag.
Yeah, down into. That drops him down into 5th.
Well, Chloe McGill going very wide, coming out of hairpin 4. Had to have almost 3 stabs at getting it round that corner, and that brought Hugo in a bit closer still. So it's come down by 0.3 over the last 2 laps.
Yeah, Buddy Hugo then. Right on the back, although every time he closes right back in, Tom, then just seems to have a bit of a drop away for the next half a lap or so. And we've seen these two in the past have pretty much run round as if they're stuck together.
Oh, yellow flag's out. Who have we got here? Is that Crawford?
Yeah, I think that's the 6 of Sebastian Crawford having a spin, and that's dropped him back behind Grayson and potentially into the clutches of Freddie Blackshaw.
Okay, so Hugo was around half a second behind as they came over the start-finish line last time around. Using the normal conventional dry line is Buddy Hugo, and you can see him getting fully sideways there. coming through hairpin 4 and just keeping his foot pinned and keep that momentum up. He is strong through, certainly through South Bank and hairpin 3. McGill gets good drive out of hairpin 4 though, and that doesn't give Hugo any kind of opportunity to make a move.
We're down beyond half race distance here then, 3 minutes and 20 of this 8-minute final, and that is Sebastian Crawford having a second spin in as many laps. He's dropping definitely then down now behind Sebastian, behind Freddie Blackshaw. It's going to move Blackshaw up into 5th place, and now Sebastian Crawford's going to have to close in. There's James Pybus in front. He's come to the inside. This could mean that Chloe McGill has to try and sweep all the way around the outside, and she does. But, it's going to be the same for Buddy Hugo.
Hugo uses that concrete on the inside as well to grip the car up through the inside and again through hairpin 3, and then you can see what happens when he gets onto that different tarmac. There's McGill giving it a dab of oppo as she came out of hairpin 4 again.
Seems comfortable though out at the front with Hugo able to reel in ever so slightly as got 5 of Pybus. Looks like he was stuck up on the curb there on the inside of hairpin number 3.
The gap was a second as they came over the line, but again, Hugo with a good run through the D chicane and the national loop has closed in once again.
Yeah, seems strong round there, doesn't he, in these wet weather conditions. McGill then straight to the inside.
It's coming out of the hairpins where McGill is strong. It seems to have a good bottom end, that engine,
yeah,
as we saw from the start.
Hugo there put his head down behind the wheel, I think, to try and get a bit, and then the kart migrated away from the inside ever so slightly, and that's made his back straight a little bit longer than what it was previously.
Lesson there is, look where you're going.
There is that. So a lot of drivers, you know, they do get their head down behind the steering wheel though, because I think sort of helps sort of with the airflow up and over the kart. 1 minute and 35 remaining for Chloe McGill. The gap is now out to 1.5 seconds. Last lap board could wait next time round. We'll keep an eye out on the start line, Marshall. It could be 1 more lap, it could be 2 for Chloe McGill. But at the moment, she's done exactly what she needed to do from pole position, and that is drive off into the distance and give everybody else some chasing to do.
Great shot of that down the back straight there with the reflections as the karts go past the big puddle. Oh, McGill getting it all crossed up again coming through hairpin 3, but again she gathers it up and doesn't lose any momentum whatsoever. Just using the steering of the kart to scrub the speed off, rather than, you know, lifting off and costing all that momentum with the engine, as we've seen time and time again.
It's going to be 2 laps then, Tom, as the timer elapses now. McGill already through, so they're going to be 2 more laps for Chloe McGill. She's going to be around about 2 minutes and 20 away from not only taking the final victory here at Teesside, to go with her 2 heat victories as well, but also to add to it the 2022 Teesside Championship. Out of the hairpin 2 and onto the back straight for the penultimate time. Goes McGill and then goes wide and then to the inside.
So Hugo had a good start to this race. I mean, it was poor off the line, but then reeled McGill back in. Not quite enough to make a move. It was never within sort of half a second. Last lap board is going out now to McGill, who is stretching that gap out. It was 2 seconds. It's now 2.4 seconds. So barring any major problems here for Chloe McGill on this final lap, we are about to crown another champion here at Teesside as she heads through the wiggles for the final time through hairpin 1 and around hairpin 2. She will head down the back straight, and David, I will let you take this final half of the
Well, what I was going to say first is obviously second's going to be enough as well to for Hugo to finish in the runner-up position. So whilst he has taken the fight to Chloe McGill in this championship, including winning the 3rd heat here today, Chloe McGill, who came into this race only needing to finish inside the top 3, has done the absolute perfect job. Drove off into the distance, powered down at the start, opened up the gap, was unwavered as Hugo closed back in, and then since then has just plugged in lap after lap after lap. And Chloe McGill takes the checkered flag and is your 2022 NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Champion in our Bambino class. Congratulations to Chloe McGill. And Buddy Hugo through in 2nd place as well. Sebastian McCarthy will come out of the final corner. He'll be on the podium for the first time here at Teesside in 3rd place. Great effort from McCarthy. He's opened up the gap back to the rest of the field. Crawford will come through in 4th place in front of Freddie Blackshaw and Sebastian Crawford. There then on screen is Chloe McGill, your race winner and also your 2022 Bambino champion here at Teesside Autodrome. Victory lap then for Chloe McGill. She'll go down there into pit lane. She'll have to wait ever so slightly, I think, because there'll be some scrutineering going on. But I know down there, if we can put the camera on, down the Weybridge cam, if we've got it, I know that half of her team are just down there on the left-hand side. You might just catch the back of them as she goes into the pit lane in a few moments' time on the right-hand side. But Chloe McGill there with a big fist pump to the rest of the family. And congratulations to her on her championship here at Teesside Autodrome. Rest of the Bambinos making their way off track. As soon as they're clear, it'll be time to go racing in Junior Pro Kart. Your grid for Junior Pro sees Maximus Shields on pole position with Harvey still alongside. Joe Arnold and Sebastian Pereira on the 2nd row, Harry Brown and Danny Bean on row number 3. Ben Arnold starts in 7th with Sophie Pawsey alongside Marty Gilfillan. And then Christian Oblag, who retired from heat number 3, will start in 10th place. We are almost clear of our Bambinos. They're making their way out onto the track. They are clear. Now, at the start of the day, the Junior Pro Kart Championship could be wrapped up, and it still can mathematically, but it would need quite a point swing between Still and Shields. It would need Still to take the victory, Maximus Shields to finish in no better than 3rd place. So there is a chance that this one could get wrapped up as well here, Tom. There's still a couple of drivers in the mix for it. Oblag's day, though, has been made all the more difficult by that retirement. He's going to have to come through from 10th place.
So just run me through that again.
So she still can win the championship if he finishes in 1st place, and Shields finishes in 3rd, and then there'll be further permutations as they go further down the order. So we'll keep an eye out on that as we go throughout this race, and we go more towards the business end, and it looks a little bit clearer in terms of the positions. Just having a quick look. Harvey Still's got a different helmet on. He's gone for a black one. That's not his normal lid because it's normally white and pink and blue.
But it's also very pointed.
Does have a clear visor on that one, whereas I think he's got a tinted one on his other one, so
he's pointing fully right as well. I think he's made his intentions very clear as to where he's going.
Once again, quite an aggressive rake on the 48 towards that D chicane. Green flag in hand of the start line marshal. It's up, it's down very quickly. We're away and racing. Arnold from third place has had a great start and moves through into second place as the rest of the field make their way through. Sophie Pawsey bouncing up and over the curbs on the way through. She's slotting back into 9th place. Oblag is up into 8th place from his P10 start. It's Harry Brown, Tom, right the way round the outside, not only of Danny Beam, but also Sebastian Pereira as well. That moves him up into 4th place.
Yeah, great move.
Great effort there from Harry Brown. I think he was in 5th at the start, dropped down to 6th, and is immediately back up into 4th place. As now we see Harvey still sweeping all the way round the outside of Joe Arnold for 2nd place. So as they come towards the start line for the first of 12 laps in the bag here at Teesside Autodrome, Maximus Shields leads from Harvey Still and Joe Arnold. That's your top 3. Then it's Harry Brown, Seb Pereira, Danny Bean, Christian Oblag up into 7th from 10th. To Ben Arnold, Sophie Pawsey and Marty Gilfillan.
Yeah, Shields, Still and Arnold have made a breakaway now of around about 1.2 seconds. That's Ben Arnold, who's lost it on his own around hairpin 1, but gets immediately back underway again. But lost a couple of places there, so that will put Ben Arnold behind Pawsey and Gilfillan. But yeah, I was saying, Shields, Still and Arnold, Joe Arnold that is, have now made a bit of a breakaway at the front. Although Harry Brown seems to be making some inroads into that. So the gap was 1.9 seconds as they came over the line. I don't think he's going to be that now. We'll just wait for the timing to update. 2.1 for Harry Brown, but he's closed in a bit on Joe Arnold. So this could well be a front 4 very shortly.
Just having a quick look at the numbers, Tom. Certainly on paper, although there is another caveat to it because of the drop round provisions, is that if it stays as it is, with Shields in the lead and Harvey Still on 2nd, on paper they go into the final round level on points. But Harvey Still will have effectively the upper hand because in terms of his dropped scores, he's got his drop score is higher, which means that if they were to match on points at the next round, he would take the championship by a few points. So if it stays 1 and 2 as it is, with Shields in the lead and Still in 2nd place, then they'll go into the final round pretty much neck and neck. If, however, Harvey Still manages to find a way past Maximus Shields, the championship is going to go to Harvey Still.
So if Harvey Still wants it done and dusted here today here and now, he needs to overtake
Well, he needs to overtake Shields, but he also needs Shields to drop back into 3rd place. That's the interesting caveat with this one. By all accounts, it looks very, very likely we're going down to the final round here, Tom, which is going to make it very, very interesting because throughout this class, not only Shields and Still, but also you can't discount, certainly in the dry, Pereira. Oblag as well, Tom, would have been up there today if it hadn't been for that retirement because we know that he can run right at the front.
Yep.
So even if it does go down to the final round, it's not like it's just a 2-kart shootout at the front,
no,
particularly with these random grids. But also because there's other drivers in there that aren't going to be in the championship mix but have still got every right to battle for the win.
And we've also seen Sophie Pawsey up there. We've got Amy Frame coming back as well for the next round. Harry Brown is this round in particular started in March towards the front of the junior pro kart field as well.
I think he'll be hoping for another wet November.
Yeah.
He's gone very, very well, hasn't he, in the wet weather conditions. Best lap of the race so far, though, is from Harvey Still with a 55.49. On the previous lap, though, Shields was 0.2 quicker, opening that gap up to half a second. 1/3 race distance so far in this race. Shields will come over to put lap 5 in, and then the next time round that will be half race distance. It was half a second previously. Just waiting for timing to update, because I don't think we're there. It's out to 6, just under 7 tenths, certainly over the start-finish line.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race for Shields as well, so doing everything he needs to do to keep this championship alive.
The rest of the battle for the final step on the podium, Tom, is fairly consistent. There is a gap between of 1.5 seconds or so between Joe Arnold and Harry Brown, but their lap times are very, very similar. Personal bests all the way around. Shields set the fastest lap on the previous one with a 55.4. We've got a spin for the 9 of Ben Arnold, and then another spin for the 9 of Ben Arnold. I think you know, when you go through that phase where you make a mistake and then you try to redeem yourself by pushing a little bit harder and it goes against you.
Yeah.
So it could well be that there for Ben Arnold. Keep an eye on the gap once again. Just under 7 tenths the last time round. It's out to 8 tenths. It's a tenth a lap. It's enough for Shields to keep edging this out, particularly as the laps keep coming down, but still not enough for him to feel comfortable.
No, absolutely not. He's still got breathing down his neck. If he makes one single mistake, still going to be right there. We've got a warning going out for the 141 of Marty Gilfillan.
I wonder if that's anything to do with... Oh, Seb Pereira's in.
Dropped.
I think he's got a puncture, Tom. He's certainly come in with the right rear of the kart looking very, very low. There, you can see it on the screen. So Pereira's going to drop down to 9. Gilfillan could well have been with Ben Arnold on track when Arnold was facing the wrong way, although I don't want to be 100% on that, but that could have been part of Arnold's frustration. Once again, we're looking at the time at the top. 8 tenths of a second on the previous lap. Still looks a little bit closer this time round, and the gap... Let's wait for the timing to update.
Oh, Shields has gone
mistake
through.
from Shields. The gap did come down to 7 tenths, so it was a tenth that Shields that still took out, and now... It's down to next to nothing. You were right, Tom, as you say. It just takes one mistake. Shields then tags the water on the inside of the left-hander on the way into hairpin 1.
Getting a bit scruffy all of a sudden for Shields. Has a look over his shoulder.
It's the nerves are setting in now as we enter this business end of the race. And looking out the commentary box window, it's not just the drivers, Tom, that are getting nervous.
No, it isn't. Shields still pushing on here, but still is right there. He's going to be in the slipstream as they head into the D chicane with 4 laps to go. 2 tenths is the gap, and Harvey still closes right up. Took a huge amount of curve. Yeah. Absolutely monstered the inside of that D chicane.
Heading then down towards hairpin number 1. Hard on the brakes. 2 differing lines. Shields takes the tighter one. Still with the wider line. It's the same round hairpin 2 as well. Who can get the power down and make the most of it? I think Shields might have enough here unless Still can make a late move down the inside into South Bank. He can't, but we saw how much Harvey Still closed up, Tom, on the previous lap, particularly into that D chicane. And he is the one taking that much wider line.
Oh, there he goes.
Elects to make the move down the inside. Shields is going to get the power down slightly earlier and will come back through to retake the lead. But that's the first time that Harvey Still's got within nibbling distance. And then there's contact into the back, into the D chicane. It's not done Shields any harm. In fact, if anything, it's harmed Still a little bit more because it's unsettled the kart and sent him slightly wide. And he's now got 2 or 3 kart lengths as they head down towards the heavy braking zone of hairpin 1, so he's not going to be close enough there to make a move. I think it could potentially ruin him out of 2 as well if Shields can get the power down, although Shields then slides slightly wider, and that's going to put Harvey Still right back in the wheel tracks of Shields. 2.5 to go, and Shields goes defensive on the way into South Bank. Harvey Still right the way round the outside for Harvey Still, and he's going to lead this one with 2.5 to go, using the outside line once again. And then Shields is going to have the nose chopped off, and he's going to have to drop a few kart lengths back, that's for sure. Harvey Still then comes through, and he's going to lead this one over the line with 2 laps to go.
What a move that was around South Bank, right around the outside of Max Shields, and got the move done.
Superb move then.
I didn't think he was going to get it stopped into hairpin 3. I thought he was going to take a better line than he did. I think Harvey Still went very, very wide, and Max Shields nearly four-wheel drifted straight into the side of him through hairpin 3, but got it done. And we have 1.5 laps to go here. Has Shields got any kind of response for Still, who has reeled him in, and then with that massively classy overtake around the outside, has now taken the lead?
Yeah, Shields went super defensive to the inside, and then that would have forced him to be a lot slower around that corner. Harvey Still then decided he was just going to give it a whirl and power it round the outside. Nothing really to lose there for Still in making that move. Last lap board is out then for Harvey Still and Maximus Shields.
A huge amount of curb again.
This will certainly put Still in the driving seat when it comes to the final round of the championship, unless Maximus Shields can find a way through.
Oh, he had Shields to think about it. He did have a think about it. He's coming through.
Nose down the inside, Still holds on. Shields is going to get the cutback. Still will get on the power earlier. And then there's contact on the inside as Still turns in on Maximus Shields down the back straight between the two of them. Now Shields is going to try and get the cutback down the inside into hairpin 3.
He's not going to get it done there. What's going to happen in hairpin 4?
It's going to have to be a white line, isn't it? And then Shields is going to have to get the power down out of the final corner. Harvey Still will come through to win the final here at Teesside Autodrome. Takes the checkered flag for the victory. Then Max Shields in second place, who comes across pointing at his left front wheel. Joe Arnold then takes third place. Harry Brown in fourth over the line. Great result for him. Then it's going to be Danny Bean and Christian Oblag, with Sophie Pawsey, Marty Gilfillan and Ben Arnold. So your runners come over, Gilfillan, Arnold, and then Seb Pereira, who was out of that race. We're just going to have a quick look, Tom, at this final lap incident down the inside here into the around the final corner. Just have a quick look on the way out. Shields is down the inside into the corner, and then as Harvey Still comes back to the inside there. I don't know whether that was a case of obviously Still being out on the curb and then him coming back in. You're looking at it where the way you're looking at that, and I think we can both agree, I think that's 50-50.
Yeah, I think it still has to come back on the circuit at some point, and Shields was Shields just held his line and didn't move right to give him space. So yeah, total 50-50. There's nothing in that.
In they come then, your top three. Harvey Still, Maximus Shields and Joe Arnold, with Harry Brown as well. They'll all get weighed though over the on the way back in. But some really standout performances today. Tom, Brown and Bean particularly in fourth and fifth.
I was just going to point out that,
really
yes.
Come in.
And we've got an air filter cover for Ben Arnold, just being handed back to him.
And Tom, before we're even good to go and take a breath, we're out for the final in Honda Cadet Pro. Unsurprisingly, Amy Peacock will start from pole position, virtue of 3 heat victories. Alongside her on the front row for the first time in a final is the 13 of Joshua Sullivan. Ewan Howe starts in P3 with the same amount of points, but with Jack Collinson alongside on the second row. Then it's Stanley Clark and Holly Swan on row number 3, with William Howard starting in 7th place. He's got Thomas Potter for company on row number 4. Ben Robinson starts 9th with Edward Rye in 10th. Sam Hayes and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson 11th and 12th, with Alfie McBain, who does have one retirement to his name, starting in P13.
So gridding up here, of course, this championship was decided at the previous round in favour of Thomas Potter. Peacock looking good for second, do we think, David?
Yes, I think that's mathematically sorted now, actually, Tom. Although, having said that, she will need to at least finish half race distance, I think, in this one. Because if not, it'll become a dropped score.
So long as she finishes.
Yeah, but her nearest championship challenger in 3rd place, Ben Robinson, at the moment, she's outscoring him by lots because she's taken 3 heat victories. As we mentioned, though, at the start, Tom, Peacock still hasn't had a final victory. So this could be her major opportunity in what could be a perfect race day for the 17. Not bad for a driver that qualified in 8th. We're away and racing. It's a good start from all of our field. Collinson's going to slot back in, and they're pretty much Tom single file by the time they get to the national loop. In fact, they all are. Nice clean start from Honda Cadet Pro thus far through the chicanes then for the first time, with Peacock leading from Sullivan, who goes slightly more defensive. Ewan House is going to try and sweep this one all the way round the outside, and he will get that move done down the inside then into hairpin number 2. So go down that back straight for the first time. Peacock. Sullivan's going to try and move down the inside of House and will retake second place. I think House wanted a bit of working with there, but then House immediately, with a bit more grip round the outside, slots back up into second place. All, of course, Tom, playing into the hands of the 17.
Yeah, of course, Amy Peacock could be looking behind and rubbing her hands together with glee at the prospect of them battling over second. I think Ewan House potentially had it right there, that he does need a bit of working with if they're going to close in on the back of Amy Peacock. Sullivan thought the opposite. He thought, I'll get in front of you, and you can work with me, exactly. And actually, Jack Collinson is now there as well. So we've ended up with a front 4. Slight gap back to William Howard, who's had a very good day here today.
Yeah, he's come through from 7th at the start of this one. Collinson gets a super run, Tom, down the inside out of hairpin number 2. He could well be up into 3rd place here, and is. William Howard for me, Tom, dark horse in this one for a podium, as we saw quite how good he was in the previous race at getting through the field. Ewan House, though, Tom, has closed right up on the back of Amy Peacock and may well come through here as Peacock slides wide onto the rumble strip.
Yeah, I think Peacock's had a bit of a scruffy lap this lap. In fact, yeah, she's
down in the 55s, whereas the 2 behind her are in the 54s.
Yeah, a bit of a scruffy lap from Peacock, and that's allowed Howes not just to close in, but also try and put some moves on. And he has ended up slotting back into second place. Collinson is right there as well, and will be even closer if these two start scrapping at the front.
This is one overtake away from a train, isn't it?
Oh, 100%.
And it's a case now of whether House pushes Peacock and then turns it into a battle at the end between 2 of them. But Collinson, Tom's here. He's got the pace to stick with. Peacock's going to go more defensive. Collinson's going to be right on the back here on the way out of the corner if he can get good drive. Then behind them, you've got William Howard now coming under pressure from the 2022 Honda Cadet Pro champion Thomas Potter in 6th place. Hayes up to 7th, Tom, from starting well down the order. Looks like Alfie McBain isn't with us for the final. He hasn't come out, so we are down to our 12 runners. But yeah, Sam Hayes from 11th place up into 7th. Keep an eye out on him as Potter is past William Howard for 5th place. But then we'll now try actually further down in the background to try and get a good run on the 38.
Yeah, Peacock still pushing on here, but unable to drop House, who's just quite content to sit in the slipstream at the moment. Not particularly working with Amy Peacock, but also not working
Collinson
against
down the inside, tried to send a move down the inside, overcooks it, and spins on his own volition out of 3rd place.
Oh, that's such a shame for Jack Collinson as well. Was doing really, really well here today.
Yeah, he saw a gap there, though, didn't he? Because House had half a move on Peacock. He backed out of it. Collinson then thought about sending the move down the inside. And this is what I was saying earlier about the senior Pro Kart, is that if you then dab the brake a little bit too much in these wet weather conditions, you become a passenger in your own spin.
Exactly. It just locked up and around it went, and that's it, unfortunately, for Jack Collinson, and that's dropped him all the way down into 12th place.
I thought he was going to be on for a podium here, Tom, because his pace in the early phase of this race, as we saw there with his overtaking attempt at House, has been really, really good. He's had a 2nd already today as Collinson in heat number 1. Potter, though, now is the one starting to come into this race in 4th place, having got past William Howard. Sam Hayes is on the back as well.
You can never count Potter out of any race here, can you?
No, certainly a wet one as well.
Yeah, these conditions where it's not fully, wet. It's not like big big deep puddles and things like that, standing water on the circuit, when it is like this, these are conditions that Potter relishes.
Yeah, just saw William Howard in the background there just go through a puddle of water and get a big cloud of steam up. House on the back of Peacock in the background. In a moment, you may well see Potter going down the inside of Sullivan in towards South Bank, and he is indeed through. Here, though, Ewan House is through down the inside of Amy Peacock for the lead with 5 minutes gone and 5 minutes remaining, half race distance, and Ewan House leads the final here, but Peacock's going to come straight back down the inside to retake the lead.
Great move from Peacock. Put the car exactly where it needed to go, went super wide on the entry into hairpin 4, got that cut back and got that drive straight out of the corner and was past Ewan House once again.
Great move by Peacock. House then has a couple of kart lengths to try and have to close back up, and then we see Sullivan and Potter going side by side. House is now back down the inside of Amy Peacock, down that back straight. It's going to be a drag race towards South Bank corner. Peacock's not going to be able to turn in here, Tom, but we know the outside from Harvey Still is certainly grippy enough, but I think Ewan House is going to have enough there, Tom, to hold on, unless Peacock's going to throw one straight back down the inside, which she duly does.
Great race in here between these two. That is exactly how it's done. Textbook from both of them. They've both done everything right there.
Yeah, gap back to the battle for third place is 1.6 seconds, but Potters took 2.5 tenths out on that previous lap with Peacock and House battling. And then there's a 4-kart train with, in the background, you'll see them flash through the screen there. It's going to take a couple more overtakes, Tom, for the leading duo, but there's no reason why they couldn't potentially back themselves into a bigger scrap here, Tom, if they start battling in this race far too early.
Yeah, exactly. We're looking at the battle here for seventh place, isn't it? Yeah, it's Robinson, then Clark, or was Clark. Now it stands more Wilson. And there goes Clark back through in hairpin 4. Gets that move back done, and there's also Holly Swan is on the back of that group as well, so this is a group of 4.
Change for the lead. Ewan House has got past Amy Peacock. That happened on the entry to hairpin 3 on that last lap, but Peacock is still very close towards Ewan House, and will consider a move down
there
the
she
inside
goes
into hairpin 1.
Great move. House is going to cut back again, but Peacock should get better drive out of hairpin 2.
Yeah, have a look.
Doesn't.
No, have a look in the background though. Sam Hayes has got a good run on Sullivan for 4th place down the back straight. He's got the cut back out of 4.
Potter was 3 tenths quicker again on that lap, so he's closing in on these two. There goes Peacock. Great move up the inside of hairpin 3. And got that done. This really is a lesson in clean overtaking, isn't it? There hasn't been any contact between either of them.
So it's Peacock, then House, then Potter, Sullivan, who's got back past Hayes on the previous lap. He's still in 4th, but the gap has opened up now to Potter in 3rd place. That final step on the podium. William Howard in 6th is right with them as well. Then there's a big gap back to Robinson, Swan, Stansmore, Wilson, Clark, Collinson and Rye, who are all migrated themselves back together. Collinson obviously coming back through into the field after that spin earlier on out of what was at the time 3rd place.
Yeah, Peacock got a bit wide going into hairpin 1, carried a bit too much speed, and that allowed House then to get the cut back through hairpin 2 and take the lead again. But then immediately Amy Peacock returns the favour. So does House.
This has been sensational between the two of them.
And so does Peacock.
They're still side by side, Tom. Over start finish between Ewan House and Amy Peacock. Peacock may have to relent here. Nope, she elects to keep her foot in, and Amy Peacock holds on to the lead from Ewan House. This, though, Tom, is really playing into the hands of those behind, because there's a flash of green in the background.
I was going to say, look who's coming.
Thomas Potter is right on the back of the leaders now. Hayes up into 4th, Sullivan and Howard. We could well, Tom, be in for a 6-kart battle here for the lead. All it's going to take is 2 drivers overtake. Down the inside goes House on Peacock once again. He's going to run her wide onto the outside, and Potter's going to come through down the inside, and Peacock's not going to have a chance to get in here, and she's down to 3rd.
Yeah, Potter coming through from essentially from nowhere today. He's not had the best of days at all. Peacock returning that overtake again, and there goes Potter for the lead. Peacock's going to follow through.
Yeah, House then down into third.
Last lap board is out, and it is Potter taking it first with the fastest lap of the race as well.
Which includes an overtake, which is fantastic. Potter then from Peacock and House. Hayes, Sullivan and Howard, your top 6. The top 3, the podium as it stands, Potter, Peacock and House. But in what order as Potter goes slightly wide, round hairpin number 2. Who's going to get the run onto the back straight this time then?
We said that Potter excels in these conditions, and he really, really does. He's come through from what hasn't been the best of days, but it is Amy Peacock with 2 more opportunities to get a move done here on Potter. Can she get those elbows out as she has done earlier in the day? She has got a move up the inside, but it isn't going to be enough, I don't think. She's got good drive, though.
Thomas Potter, Tom, hold your breath here as they come over, start, finish. House could take it. No, it's going to be Thomas Potter from Amy Peacock and Ewan House with Sam Hayes, Sullivan and Howard all crossing the line. It closed up right at the end, 1.2 between the top 6 with Robinson, Swan, Collinson, Stansmore, Wilson, Clark and Rye completing your 12 runners.
0.065 of a second separated the top 3 as they came over the line. Very, very close finish here in Honda Cadet, with the winner being Thomas Potter in the end from Amy Peacock, who'd taken all 3 heats here today. Still not quite got that final in the bag, unfortunately, for Amy Peacock, but it doesn't get much closer than that, really. 0.038 behind Potter in the end. Really, you know, it's, what, a quarter of a kart length. Here we go. So this is out of hairpin 4 now. And look at the drive that Ewan House gets as well. Right in the slipstream of Amy Peacock. Elects to then cut on the inside. And Potter's so busy looking at looking at Peacock, that House sneaks up the inside and almost takes both of them. But brilliant driving from all 3. Not a single bit of contact between all 3 of them, and they were overtaking nearly every lap.
Yeah, it was superb, wasn't it, for all of them as they make their way off the track.
I wish I could get more excited. I genuinely am. It was a brilliant race.
Oh, it was
I just can't scream because my voice will completely go. But yes, it was an absolutely brilliant race here in Honda Cadet Club. Amy Peacock, that final is still evading her, but she will get it. She's doing all the right things. Her elbows have come out this round. They've been missing for the first few rounds, well, for the previous 6 rounds of the season. But she's got them out this round, and she's almost got there. It's going to come, Amy. Anyway, we will move on to the final 4 Clubman cadets.
Here then is your grid for the final. Mason Webster starts on pole position with Mason Dinsdale alongside. Then it's Samuel Eden and Charlie Quine with Jake Walker and Sebastian Benson on row 3. Matty Prinku-Wright and Charlie Eibel are on row number 4. Then it's Ashton Carmichael and Harry McLaughlin with Riley Buckton-Young and Riley Sims-Ezard on row number 6. Toby Turner starts 13th with Morgan Cooney alongside Joey Swan and Ollie Carter, Henry Colburn and Layla Berryman. She's not here, so we're going to have 17 runners for our Honda Cadet Club final.
Already gridded up and looking ready to go. Start line marshal just heading towards the green flag. So green flag in hand, it is up, down, and we are away and racing for your Clubman Cadet Final. Good start from Webster and Dinsdale as they slot into first and second, and it is pretty much line astern with the exception of a couple who are 3 wide through the national loop. Everybody else in single file order. There we go, up the inside as well. And we've got round the 1, 2, 3.
Matty Princu Wright is facing the wrong way, Tom, unfortunately. Was in 8th place.
And it's had a good showing here today as well, Princu Wright. Probably the best of the season so far.
Yeah, he's only been with us for the last couple of rounds, hasn't
yeah.
he? Did the double
5 and 6, yeah. Wasn't it? Yeah.
So he's been with us for a few rounds, but has started to make his way forward.
So coming across the line for the first time, it is Mason Webster from Mason Dinsdale, Samuel Yeadon, Charlie Quine, Jake Walker, Ashton Carmichael taking 3 places on that lap.
Yeah, but he's had a spin, Tom, at the D chicane. The yellow flag is out, and Ashton Carmichael will drop down from 6th place all the way down to 17th.
So then it's Benson, Ibor, McLaughlin, and Riley Sims Ezard rounding out the top 10.
Fastest lap of the opening race was Charlie Quine, and that because you'd have got the run off the start line a bit further back. Dinsdale and Yeadon battling it out over 2nd place as Yeadon sends a move down the inside of Mason Dinsdale. That could have balked his own exit, and that's going to allow Charlie Quine to get alongside. Quine right there with Yeadon, obviously taking a heat victory already today in the opening race of the day. Made up 6 places on the opening lap and drove off into the distance, did Charlie Quine, in what I will say, Tom, is very similar to conditions to what we've got now.
Yes, indeed, it was. Of course, heat number 2 was tipping it down.
Yes, it was. Buckets.
Yes, hurling it down. But yeah, they've all got their rain suits on now. And we're just waiting a little bit. We've got a bit of a mid-race lull going on here at the moment. We'll wait for this one to kick off, I think. We've got a front group of 6 that is Webster, Dinsdale, Yeadon, Quine, Walker and Benson. And then we have another group behind, which is Ibor, McLaughlin, Sims Ezard. And then just a second back from that is Buckton Young. So sort of two trains forming, a 6 and a 3. Have we got championship permutations for this one, David?
Don't think we're wrapping this one up today, Tom. Yeadon, who was in 2nd place, has been taking points off Benson every round. That's your top 2. Ibel, who's 3rd in the championship, has not had his best race weekend, although he's still running in 7th place, so it's not all isn't lost. But for him, it's Mason Dinsdale, the driver behind. He's currently in 4th place in the championship going into this one, I think. So, and he's been running up inside the top 3 for most of the day.
Yes, he has indeed. Yeah, good showing from Dinsdale today, as Webster as well has taken a big step forward today in this clubman class, and that's exactly what it was created for.
I've really enjoyed this class, Tom, throughout the year. Just seeing the drivers that wouldn't have maybe got all the screen time previously, really take advantage. And it's really brought on the drivers as well, I think, this year.
Exactly, that's
club class.
I mean, you look at the progress that Webster's made. We've got contact warning for Princu Wright in 13th place.
I mean, all of them really, Tom. Like, when you're battling for the lead in a race, it's a completely different mental dynamic. And these drivers, this will mean so much to every one of these. Dinsdale yet to win a race, Quine yet to win a race, Walker as well. Looking at your top 10 there, there's only 3 of them, I think, here this season that have taken victories in Yeadon, Benson and Ibel. Though we have had a lot of others on the podium as well. I think we had 8 different drivers in the opening 3 rounds, Tom, on the podium. There's only 9 available places. And I think we had 8 different drivers on the podium, which just showed how close this Honda Cadet Club class can be. Half race distance then at 5 minutes. And onto the back straight, and Dinsdale comes to the inside to, I don't know whether that's to try and get a little bit more grip on the, not the racing line, or whether to defend off Samuel Yeadon for second place.
Yeah, I'm not sure myself, to be honest with you, but Dinsdale is holding second. Webster doing a brilliant job here, about half a second in front now, with Quine in fourth.
Dinsdale sets a personal best in second, matched almost by Yeadon behind as they take a 10th and a half out of Mason Webster at the front of this race.
So what's the mindset here for Webster? Is it just treat it like a test session while you're out there? Do it like, is it quali laps every lap?
Well, just for me, Tom, just do what he's done in Heat 2 and 3, which has been be comfortable at the front. When he got overtaken in Heat 2, in Heat 3, didn't show any nerves. Made a calculated move into the final corner to take the victory on the final lap.
Yes, he did actually. Yeah,
having
that was
dropped
a very
down.
good move.
So
I've forgotten about that one.
Even if this does see, even if Dinsdale or Yeadon does come through into to take the lead in this one, let's not discount anything as Webster puts in a personal best, although it is eclipsed by Dinsdale by a 10th and a half. There's almost half the field actually put in personal best. The track, Tom, drying.
Getting quicker, isn't it?
Yeah, getting quicker. Not drying as in anybody's bolting any slicks on, but it's drying in that, you know, there's more going on here than what there was before.
There's a lot more grip starting to appear, isn't there?
Out onto the back straight, Mason Webster, Mason Dinsdale and Samuel Yeadon, your top three with 3 minutes to go. And Dinsdale a lot closer this time, and he's going to go down the inside into South Bank. Mason Webster's going to try and hang this one out round the outside. And Dinsdale led for about 4 metres. And then Webster used the grip on the outside to drive right the way round and holds on to the lead, at the very least for now.
Yeah, that gap really is closing in now. It's going to be a front three battling it out for the win. Although don't count Charlie Quine out of this either, and also Jake Walker and Benson are not far behind either.
Well, we saw this in Pro, didn't we? We're one overtake away from inviting other people into the mix. Dinsdale goes down the inside of hairpin 2, but that's because Webster has a much wider line round that corner. If Dinsdale was a kart length closer, then I don't think Webster's going to have that opportunity to get back in. But now that bulked exit for Dinsdale could allow Yeadon an opportunity to try and have a go at the 24 of Mason Dinsdale.
Thought about it in hairpin 4 and decided to just tack along behind for now.
The place that you don't want to be, and we speak about this a lot, Tom, is in that sandwich, because you have to attack, but then you have to defend, and you know that if you go for an attack and it doesn't work out, the chances are you're losing second place as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Your attack will very, very quickly turn to defence if you don't get that move done. It's got to be swift and decisive, otherwise you're going to be in trouble from the kart behind. In this case, it's Samuel Yeadon. That could well help Webster. If Dinsdale feels the need to go defensive, even for 1 or 2 corners, that could well put Webster with enough of a gap. We're going to come across the line with just under a minute to go, so it looks like 2 laps.
2 laps, the gap on the previous 0.3 of a second. Let's see what it is this time as they come over. 2 laps to go then. The gap opens up to just to 4.5. With Dinsdale in second, Yeadon in third place, Quine in fourth, with Benson now finding a way past Jake Walker. Is there anything he can do to close in now? He's got some clear air through the chicanes as they head down. There is some lap traffic in front, Tom, but I don't think that they're going to close in on them that much, because they're already heading down towards the round South Bank, so they could close in, but not as much. Yeadon comes defensive to the, Dinsdale comes defensive to the inside to try and stop Yeadon coming through. Yeadon's then going to make a late dive down the inside of Mason Dinsdale. He's through. Dinsdale's going to chop back to the inside. Dinsdale's back up into second place. So as they chop and change and try and hold on to each other, Charlie Quine, Tom, here is getting a free invite to the podium party.
I was just going to say exactly that on when I saw him coming out of hairpin 2.
Last lap board out then here at Teesside in Honda Cadet Club. Webster's not won a final. Dinsdale's not won a final. Quine's not won one either. There's 3 drivers in the mix there. Dinsdale puts in the fastest lap of the race. Closes the gap down to 0.3 of a second as they head down to hairpin 1 for the final time.
Yeah, Webster just about managing to hold on at the moment. Has Dinsdale got any kind of answer? Webster goes wide through hairpin 2.
That's been his line throughout the race, and that's going to allow Dinsdale to come a little bit closer, but also allows Webster to put the power down in the early part of the straight, as Yeadon is going to try and move for second, is he, on Mason Dinsdale. Let's see whether Yeadon's got anything on the 24. Into the final corner. Yeadon's down the inside. Let's see who's going to get second, but out at the front, it's going to be a maiden victory for the 2 of Mason Webster. Dinsdale holds on for second. Yeadon in third. Charlie Quine in 4th place from Sebastian Benson. Jake Walker, Riley Sims, Hazard will come through in a few moments' time for 7th place. Great result for him. He's very, very happy with that. The top 10 then will be completed by Harry McLaughlin in 8th place, Ashton Carmichael and Charlie Eibel.
Yeah, fantastic action here again in Cadet Clubman. Congratulations to Mason Webster on your first ever final win. So, didn't win heat number 1, did win heat number 2, did win heat number 3, and won the final
as well.
Yeah, so really, really well done for Mason Webster. He's now gone unbeaten in 3 races.
Absolutely sensational.
Put it that way.
For the 2 of Mason Webster.
And congratulations to Mason Dinsdale as well. A fantastic weekend for Dinsdale, really stepping forward as well to take 2nd place. Samuel Yeadon a very well-earned 3rd, and Charlie Quine in 4th as well. That front group of 4 were nose to 10, and I think another lap or so, and that would have really, really kicked off. But well done once again to Mason Webster. That brings to a close our Honda Cadets, and we are going to move on to the final for Junior Rotax. So your starting grid for the Junior Rotax Final. Lizzie Mentier goes off pole position with Amelia Pennington in 2nd place. Then it's Addison Smith, Catherine Potter, Alfie Warbank and Melissa Adrian. Then it's going to be Nathan Jensen and Ben Horner, Zach Turner and Sam Stoner, and then it will be Monroe Renard going off 11th place. Karts already heading out for their first rolling up lap of 2. Lots of support coming in for Yeadon on the chat. As well as Amy Valentine saying about the Honda Cadet Pros. Putting in support for Teapot.
Yeah, Motorsport Mads asked, when are Junior Rotax out next? Now.
So this will be them coming across the line to start their 2nd rolling up lap, and Lizzie Mentier is not hanging about on this lap. She's working those tyres hard and getting everything up to temperature nice and quickly. I think she means business here. She has taken on track all 3 heats today, but by virtue of a drop-down nose penalty in heat number 3, ended up finishing 2nd, I think. Was it 2nd?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, but it's still enough points to go off of pole position here. She will set the pace as they roll up for the start of the Junior Rotax Final. started with the green flag in hand. It's up, it's down, and we are away. Good start from Mentia, not a good start from Amelia Pennington, who has gone backwards. Not as backwards as Catherine Potter is, though.
Yes, facing the wrong way, unfortunately, round the national loop.
Yes, that was very much backwards, and that was also very much backwards. That's the 38.
Sam Stoner, unfortunately, there with a spin.
Yeah, was kind of nerfed by Zach Turner, who was trying to get up the inside, and that one didn't work out very well. In fact, we have a contact warning for Zach Turner. And there's
and then an overtake from Zach Turner down the inside of Melissa Adrian, almost comes to a stop, but gets the job done for the 99. Over the line they come then for the first time. Mentia, Pennington, Jensen, the top three, with Smith and Warbank close behind. This is the tail end of the Potter incident, but then the Turner, and then Turner's just sewing around just into the rear quarter panel there into hairpin 1 on the opening lap.
So it is Mentia from Pennington, Jensen, Smith, Warbank, Horner, Turner, Adrian, Renard, Stoner and Potter. Pennington had a bit of a shocker of a start. I think she was down in 4th coming into the national loop for the first time, but has already made her way back through to 2nd place.
Smith has half a move down the inside of Jensen there, got it done, but then found that the door was closing very, very quickly by the 38, and then but gets good drive out of hairpin 4, and Addison Smith will move up into 3rd place with enough time to potentially try and close in on those in front of him as well.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, there is time as well. We've still got 10 laps to go here. You see them running right round the outside there, trying to find some grip, although I would have thought by now the track would have been gripping up a little bit more than potentially it is by the looks of the lines that they're taking. Certainly a couple more races with these wet tyres on.
Pro Karts could well be down to some decent half and half times, really, couldn't they?
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to be down to running 46s, but I think they could be down to the low end of 50s.
Well, when you look at them coming through South Bank and through the National Loop as well, there are still rooster tails coming up off the rear.
Yeah.
As you can see them there, perfect example.
The corners and the chicanes are a lot drier, aren't they? Turner down the inside of Alfie Warbank. Great move there by Zach Turner. Just down the inside, got it stopped, didn't allow Warbank to get the run back on him, and he is up and through. That's going to put him into 5th place. Horner's took advantage as well, moving himself from 7th to 6th.
Mentia clear by a full second now over Pennington.
That's
In
out
fact,
to 1.7.
it is.
A good gap, 6/10 does Lizzie Mentia open up. Confirmation on the screen there that Turner and Horner have found a way past Warbank. And Turner's actually started to pull away, Tom, at the front of this gaggle of 3 carts behind. Isn't too far off those in front either.
I was just going to say, I wonder whether he's going to start closing in on the back of Jensen. We'll see once they come through at the end of this lap. They're heading down the back straight, still with 8 laps to go here. This is Horner and Warbank and Adrian. Trying to go 3 wide through hairpin 3. That's not going to work.
Watch for the cutback.
Only it does, and they all end up coming out in the same order.
Watch for the cutback from Adrian. We've seen her try and whip all the way round the outside, and she has made it work already once today, going right the way round the outside of Warbank. 7 laps to go then in this 12-lap final, so next time round will be half race distance. Mentia opens up another almost a second this time on those behind. The gap now out to 2.6, and then everybody else is fairly steady on lap time behind, although Pennington slightly quicker than Smith, Smith slightly quicker than Jensen. although behind Nathan Jensen. Zach Turner, half a second a lap quicker than Jensen on that previous lap. Still closing in then on 4th place is Zach Turner.
Yeah, Adrian now through in front of Wallbank. Heading to the D chicane with 6 laps to go. Turner has made some inroads into Nathan Jensen and has brought that down.
Another
now
personal
to half
best,
a
Tom.
second.
Yeah, another personal best for the second time in 2 laps. Another half a second out of Nathan Jensen then for Zach Turner. He's took a second out of him in 2 laps.
The 3rd quickest car on the track that lap around. The only 2 quicker were Mencia and Pennington.
Yeah, and Potter down in 9th, the only other driver in the 51s, with the exception of Smith, but very evenly matched in time. Smith, though, in 3rd place.
Well, Potter making good progress as well after that national loop spin on the 1st lap.
Yeah, she's closing in on the back of Alfie Wallbank. So now we've got Zach Turner now right on the back of Nathan Jensen, the 34 and the 99, as they head through the D chicane and round the national loop. 4.5 laps remaining for our leader Lizzie Menti, who's already at hairpin 2.
You know, there's potentially 6th place on the cards here for Catherine Potter if she can keep this pace up.
She's had a P2 in the opening race of the day and then problems ever since, including spins and the bit that fell off her kart in Heat 3 that was slowing it down and making it not want to turn in the direction she wanted. Melissa Adrian there with a good run out of hairpin 2. The both of them, Ben Horner bounces in the seat. Melissa Adrian mimics and does the same as they head down the back straight towards South Bank.
And these conditions, I can assure you that does absolutely nothing.
Oh, Turner, Tom, is through, albeit briefly, for 4th place in front of this battle. There's Potter down the inside, as is Melissa Adrian. Zach Turner and Alfie Wallbank are side by side as they head towards the D chicane. And Wallbank holds on from Turner, who went down the inside into hairpin 4. It is, Jensen, same car.
So Turner has closed in and he's now putting another move
down the inside.
Yeah, of Jensen, and that's that done.
Steady move there from Zach Turner down the inside. Just parked the kart. Meant that Jensen couldn't turn in, and that's moved him up into 4th place.
Yeah, and we're looking here at Melissa Adrian and Ben Horner. Potter's there now, and she's caught up with Alfie Wallbank. So we've got a few pairs at the moment on track. The only one who isn't really is Lizzie Mentier. Who's now cleared to the best part of 5 seconds.
Yep, 2.5 laps remaining for our leader, who's now making their way into the South Bank corner. Barely seen her on camera all day, with the exception of taking the checkered flag, because she has really been in a class of 1 at the front of this junior Rotax class. As Catherine Potter goes down the inside of Alfie Wallbank, that's going to be for 8th place. Mentier comes over the line to start the penultimate lap. 2 to go in this 12-lap final.
That's Melissa
Adrian, unfortunately facing the wrong way. She was battling very, very closely with Ben Horner for 6th place. There's Horner coming through. That's going to promote Potter and Wallbank up a place. Adrian's going to drop down into 10th as Sam Stoner comes through into 9th. He's had that spin as well on the opening lap.
And there is your race leader, Lizzie Mentier. New plastics for this round and no stickers just yet.
That's what happens when you've got a new kart. Yeah, entirely new kart, so new stickers are on order but haven't yet come, so they've just got the 50 on there for Lizzie Mentier, who begins her final lap here at Teesside with a gap of over 5.5 seconds back to the rest of the field.
There is Amelia Pennington in 2nd place.
Turner once again, Tom, with a personal best with a 51.7. He's closing in. Took 2/10 out of Addison Smith, but needs more. He's 1.5 seconds in this final lap, which is going to be a big ask unless Smith makes a mistake. Mentia all the way around the outside of the South Bank corner and into hairpin 3 then for the final time for Lizzie Mentia.
Just looks supremely comfortable, doesn't she?
Yeah, 2 heat victories, 3 on track and then 1 with a penalty. But Lizzie Mentia comes through to take victory in junior Rotax. Second is going to be Amelia Pennington in the 21. She comes through to take the checkered flag. And in his first race in junior Rotax, Addison Smith is going to the podium in P3 in front of Zach Turner and Nathan Jensen. That's your top 5. Horner and Potter, 6th and 7th. In front of Warbank, Stoner, Melissa Adrian and Monroe Renard.
Supreme from Mentia at the front of this pack today, and then she goes showing off around South Bank corner with a full 4-wheel drift. Just having a bit of fun out there now, isn't she? Great to see. Well done, Lizzie, and congratulations on your final win. Coming up next, we're going to have Minimax and their final. So pole position here for Jared Fox-Whiteley with Charlie Vary in 2nd place, Lewis Goff in 3rd and Ben Adrian 4th. Joseph Yao in 5th and Harris Ali in 6th. Then it's James Philip Byrne in 7th, Oscar Waugh in 8th. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson 9th, Alex Lynn 10th and Sam Robson 11th. Looking busy there, David.
Well, it's championship time, isn't it,
Yeah,
Tom?
it is. So let's run our lovely viewers through it.
Got to break out the spreadsheet here. Basically, if they end up finishing in the top 2, Goff has to finish in front of Fox-Whiteley to keep the championship hopes alive. And then we'll update on the rest of it. Just having a quick look at some of the comments. We've had Delboy in with a comment that I don't think he quite understands how Teesside works, but yeah, okay. That.
I wasn't even going to mention it.
Well, I'm Bolshy, Tom. So.
Anyway,
and what I mean by that is that we're generally a very friendly and welcoming track, which is why we have drivers coming up from Dover and we have drivers over from the Isle of Man. And
which is why I wasn't going to mention
exactly.
it.
So, yeah, good times.
It wasn't needed. Anyway, let's go through this championship then, David.
We've already been through it, haven't we? Fox-Whiteley wins, he wins, and if Goff finishes in front, we go to a final round aside. Here we go. Here we go.
So Goff has to finish in front of Fox-Whiteley to keep this rolling on.
To keep it alive, basically. Yes.
Okay.
That is, of course, Tom, if they're in the top few positions. As the further they go down and the points open up, that'll put a different dynamic. But these two drivers perennially at the front of this Minimax class. 12 laps here then, and we are away and racing. Fox-Whiteley and Goff both on the inside, but it's Charlie Vary who's going to try and sweep round the outside and into the lead, and I think he's done just that. And Ben Adrian's inserted himself into the mix as well. He's up into 3rd place. Vary from Fox-Whiteley. Then it's Ben Adrian and Lewis Goff, your top 4. Joseph Yao, Alex Lynn, Sam Robson, and then Harris Ali making early inroads, getting past Isabella Stansmore-Wilson at hairpin 2. But we had a few offs, Tom, because we've got James Philip Byrne and Oscar Waugh running a little bit further away from the back of the pack.
So Harris Ali went absolutely sideways through the national loop. Not sure whether it was assisted or not, but was basically at 45 degrees to the track. And then somehow on the exit was James Philip Byrne and Oscar Waugh. they ended up on the outside of the national loop and on the grass. I'm not sure whether it was all part of it or what happened, but it was all started with Harris Ali going very, very sideways into the first corner.
Jared Fox-Whiteley there sweeps round the outside of Charlie Very and through into the lead. Got down the inside into hairpin for it, put him on the outside, but then he managed to hold the car on, went round the outside of Charlie Very to take the lead. Lewis Goff is back in front now of Ben Adrian as he was at the start, who gets through back into third place. Bit of a helmet tap, radiator flap adjustment as well, asking Ben Adrian to push him along onto the back of Charlie Very in second place.
Yeah, Ben Adrian actually did do that as well, rather than normally that means the door's going to be open and you can go through. In fact, Ben Adrian working well here with Lewis Goff.
Talking about open doors, Tom.
Yes, there was one, and it was swept through by Charlie Very, and immediately Jared Fox-Whiteley reopened the door and went through himself.
More of an open door policy than 10 Downing Street.
It was a revolving door, wasn't it? Yes. Like an Airbnb. Anyway, my voice was completely going. Fox-Whiteley then leads from Very, from Goff and Adrian, and then Joseph Yao is there in fifth, only just off the back of these four. And Lewis Goff, I think, needs to buy Ben Adrian a cup of tea at the end of this race, because he has been well helped by Adrian helping him on the previous lap.
I like how that changes the older they get, because when it was the cadets last time, you were like, oh, it's a big bag of sweets or an ice cream. And as they get into the teenage years, we're on to cups of tea.
Cups of tea, yeah. I don't think they're old enough for Smirnoff Ices yet, are they?
No, you've got to be at least a junior Rotax for one of those. Quarter of the race in then, 3 laps of the 12, and Fox-Whiteley and Very are moving away at the front. Fox-Whiteley, Tom, with the exception of Heat 3, where it didn't quite go to plan, has been very, very good in these drying conditions. Charlie Very, though, right in the slipstream of Fox-Whiteley, and he's going to pull out as they head down towards South Bank. As I have a quick update of the championship scores, which I'll have to just press the back button as Fox-Whiteley is back through on Charlie Very for the lead. Control and Z on the keyboard. Through they come then. Fox-Whiteley leads from Very and Goff. Ben Adrian, Joseph Yao and Alex Lynn, your top 6. Harris Ali up into 7th place on the previous lap. Gets past Sam Robson with Isabella Stansmore Wilson, James Philip Byrne and Oscar Waugh. Your 11 runners.
Fox-Whiteley doing a good job here in front, doing exactly what he needs to do. Very applying pressure, and has had a couple of sniffs at getting through, but hasn't been able to make anything stick as he goes right round the outside of South Bank. Not sure whether Fox-Whiteley's going overly defensive or whether that's just his line in these conditions. Doesn't seem to be doing him any harm though.
No, clouds are starting to grey up again, Tom, so I'm just going to have a quick refresh of AccuWeather and see whether we've got anything incoming. Whilst you take us through.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
That wasn't on the cards, was it? But it does say that there is potential for rain incoming shortly.
and it certainly looks like it.
We'll see how that is. But
It's like a
Fox-Whiteley
scene out of Twister above our heads at the moment.
I know.
Minus the
We're
tornado.
We're about 5 minutes away from We've Got Cows. Fox-Whiteley has opened up a bit of a gap to Charlie Very, though. It was 0.4 of a second the last time they came over the line. And as we head towards 5 laps to go, the gap is out to 0.7 of a second. Half race distance, 6 laps in the bag, 6 remaining for Jared Fox-Whiteley and the 2022 Minimax Championship here at Teesside Autodrome.
Just remind me about cows at the end of this one. Got a good joke for you. Anyway. Yeah, Fox-Whiteley leading the way here, doing exactly what he needs to do, as David said, to wrap up this title here today. Charlie Very powering along in second, has come close to taking the lead here, but Fox Whiteley is gapping again, and it seems to be different parts of the track where they're faster and slower than each other respectively. Very, very strong through South Bank and hairpin 3 and 4,
which
and then
slippier, of course.
Yes, and Fox Whiteley quicker through the shall we say, do we dare say, drier parts of the track?
Yes, I think that's...
I wouldn't go as far as dry.
No, but it's a fair assessment. I think Vary's going to be... Certainly, I think out of hairpin 2 is where Fox Whiteley gets enough of a gap to open up, Tom. We'll see whether he does the same this time round. Looking out the window visually, it doesn't seem to have quite as much this time to have that one out. The gap at one point, Tom, was nearly 7/10. It's down to 2. He doesn't need to stay. He doesn't need to finish in front of Charlie Vary. This is the thing. Second place is enough for Fox Whiteley to win this championship, as long as he finishes in front of Lewis Goff.
Yeah, so I'm just having a little look a little bit further down the order. There's some good battles between Alex Lynn, Harris Ali, Sam Robson and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Were all within about a second and a half of each other.
Yeah, still are some new faces there, of course, in Lynn Ali and Stansmore-Wilson, who have run very, very well, Tom, in their first outing in Minimax for all of them, and ones to watch for next year, and certainly for the Winter Series as well, because we barely stop racing, of course. We go on tour for that Teesside Winter Series. From here at the O Plate, we then go to Three Sisters and Wilton Mill as well, as part of the Teesside package. So 2/10 was the gap on the previous lap. Fox Whiteley, Charlie Vary and Lewis Goff. Lewis Goff actually reels in a bit more time to the leader, 1.2. Takes 0.3 of a second out in that previous lap. Could Goff be coming good at the right time here with the 3 laps to go?
Yeah, the gap down to 0.8 of a second now, so this is the closest Goff's been for, well, pretty much all race to the front of this one.
Tyres could be coming good, Tom, just as this track begins to dry.
I mean, we've talked about this many, many times before, but it could be down to as simple as having the right tyre pressures in. So, I mean, the pace of the front two is not really dropping off.
No, they've been low 52s.
Actually, it has.
No,
yeah.
The best times are on that opening rolling up lap.
Oh, that's why, yes.
Yeah, the low 52s again for them all, and actually Goff this time is 0.2 slower, because I think Vary's closed in ever so slightly on Fox Whiteley, and the both of them have benefited there. But so Goff drops back ever so slightly. 2 laps to go then for Jared Fox Whiteley, Charlie Vary and Lewis Goff at the front of this championship.
So heading down the back straight, lap and a half to go. Has Charlie Vary got anything left in the bag for Jared Fox Whiteley? Is he going absolutely flat out and this is all he's got, or is there something left for the final lap? He's very close, as we've seen before. He closes right up through 3 and 4. And the last lap board goes out for Jared Fox Whiteley, but Charlie Vary is right there, 1/10 of a second exactly behind as they come through the national loop for the final time. All Fox Whiteley has to do is stay in this position or even second place, and that will be enough for him to seal the championship. They head out of hairpin 2 for the final time.
Down the back straight, Vary in the slipstream of Jared Fox Whiteley. Fox Whiteley doesn't need to defend this and doesn't. Charlie Vary goes down the inside. Fox Whiteley then into the back. Doesn't want to get a drop down, Tom. Needs to be very, very careful here as he then gets back down the inside of Charlie Vary. There was a bit of contact there. I don't think it was enough to drop the nose, but as they come out of the final corner, Jared Fox Whiteley, he was champion in Cadet in 2021, and he's going to be champion again in Minimax in 2022. Jared Fox Whiteley takes victory from Charlie Vary and Lewis Goff, with Ben Adrian in 4th in front of Joseph Yao. Harris Ali, Alex Lynn will come through for 6th and 7th, with Sam Robson, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Then it's going to be James Philip Byrne an Oscar war to complete your runners in our Minimax class.
I tell you what, Junior Rotax next year is going to be one to watch.
Oh yeah, because Fox Whiteley's going up. I think Goff is definitely going up. He's already raced a few times already in other series in junior. So there is Jared Fox Whiteley with a celebratory opposite locks effort round the South Bank corner, and he's still going as he makes his way round hairpin number 4. Jared Fox Whiteley makes it 2 championships in 2 years, and imagine, Tom, if he gets to do it again next year and go for the junior crown as well, he could potentially win 3 championships, 3 years in 3 different classes.
Yep, absolutely immense. Well done, Jared Fox Whiteley. Congratulations on your 2022 championship. Commiserations to Lewis Goff, who finishes a brilliant second in the championship, but also congratulations to Charlie Very, finishing second today. Lewis Goff rounding out the podium.
All in all, Tom, this championship, the top 3, Charlie Very's inserted himself in at the second half of the year, but between Goff, Fox Whiteley, Addison Smith, who's done enough by not racing and other drivers not scoring well enough by virtue, he's going to secure 3rd in the championship as well in Mini. But for me, class of the season, because every single race, like that one, where it goes down pretty much to the final corner, it's been fantastic in Minimax all the way through. Goff, Fox Whiteley, Smith, Very as well, have all really acquitted themselves very, very well this season.
Yes, indeed. And I've got to tell you, the light here has gone very dark all of a sudden. The camera's not doing it justice, but it is almost lights on kind of time at the moment. How are we doing weather-wise?
Now, I'm having a quick look. According to AccuWeather, and it says that it should be raining now.
Okay.
We'll keep an eye on that. However, next up for the next class out, it's time for our final in Micromax.
I will run you through the grid very quickly, and then I'll tell you my cow joke. So, Edward Haynes taking pole position, with JJ Plowman in 2nd and Riley Morrow in 3rd. Then it's Austin Oman in 4th and Edward Rye in 5th. Leo Livings in 6th place. Caden Simpson will go off P7 with Drew Davidson in 8th. Then it's Ellis Child in 9th and Jack Hutchinson in 10th. Buddy Hugo starts P11.
Go.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
The interrupting cow.
The interrupting
Moo!
Cow. I can't believe I fell for that. Or maybe I just played my part. Who knows?
Anyways, we've got a final, David.
We've got a final. We've also got a strongly worded email to Alpha asking for a new commentary partner.
Brusque was the email.
Here we go then in Micromax. They seem to be a little bit more controlled as they come through, and we go racing at the first time of asking this time round for our Micros. Haynes then leads them round the first corner. Riley Morrow and JJ Plowman are side by side. Plowman's going to try and keep his foot in, but has to drop back into 3rd place with Austin Oman in P4. Then Edward Rye, but he gets balked halfway round the corner. And, then I'm looking here, Tom, for Caden Simpson to come through. He's had a couple of strong heats back-to-back with one not-so-strong heat, which means he's starting well down the order in this one, but can certainly battle inside the top 5.
Yeah, out of position based on form.
Qualified P2 yesterday in the dry as well. So.
Yeah, exactly. So we've got, and there is Simpson actually, having a good battle for...
with Ellis Child there, round hairpin 4. I think that's going to be for 7th place. We'll confirm that. Could well be 6th. It is for 6th because we've got Leo Livings dropping right down the order. He was up into 6th on the opening lap, but he's now in 11th place. Haynes, though, leads by 0.7 of a second from Morrow. Then it's Austin Oman now in front of JJ Plowman. In fact, Oman's going to go down the inside into hairpin 2. Morrow's going to have to get some drive here but may well, I was about to say, get hung out, but they have managed to sort themselves into single file by the time they get to get around South Bank.
Has anybody got any answer for Edward Haynes and the pace that he's had here today? Didn't have the best of opening heats, but then has got it together, and it's been situation normal as far as he's concerned in this Micromax class. Moving away at the front, Austin O'Man has taken second place on that lap, with Riley Murrow in third. Then it's Plowman, Rye, Child, Simpson, Davidson, Hugo, Hutchinson and Livings still in 11th place.
Plowman's going to have half a look down the inside there of Murrow, although wasn't quite as close as the camera angle made it appear. Still no sign of that rain yet, Tom, but it's not getting any brighter.
No, it certainly isn't. Have we got tinted windows in this commentary box? Because it is extremely dark.
I don't know.
I mean, we've got the light is fully on in here now.
All I'll say is that we've got the same windows we've had all year. It's just not we've just not commentated in here in October before.
Adam has just said it's raining.
We'll keep an eye out for that. Out the window. Through comes Edward Haynes over the line with 7 remaining, with Austin O'Man, Riley Murrow and JJ Plowman in front of Edward Rye and Ellis Child.
He said it's that Snoop Dogg rain.
Drizzle. Simpson is 7th in front of Davidson, Hugo, Hutchinson and Leo Livings.
That's why he always carries an umbrella for drizzle.
Still can't see anything, Tom, in the puddle that's just
no,
through
I'm
the
the same as well.
So.
I was looking at that, and I was looking at the one by Hairpin 1 as well, but might just be a bit in the air.
Yeah, can't see any umbrellas either, but we'll keep an eye out on Brolly Watch.
Oh, there we go.
There's a bit.
Getting heavier as well.
Keep an eye out on the times then. Haynes was 56.7. Everybody else was mid 57. So I wonder if anybody, Tom's gone for a full wet setup.
That was robust.
Haynes and Plowman side by side doing the slide job. Slot back into position as they head through that D chicane.
I think it was Rye, Edward Rye,
yeah,
wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Edward Rye. And then Plowman carried a bit too much speed in there, and that could have slowed him ever so slightly and allowed Rye to close back up through the D chicane. These two drivers have spent most of the season racing in Honda Cadet Pro. Rye has done so today as well as in the Micromax, and at 9 years old, them little arms of his, Tom, I imagine are going to be aching come tomorrow, but I think it's half term, so he should be able to rest them accordingly.
Yeah, half term next week, isn't it?
Could get a move done down the inside here as Plowman slides wide. Plowman's going to have to hold it off, and Edward Rye could well be through, though Rye is then slow in the middle part of the corner, and JJ Plowman is back through. Rye then will go down the inside, and this time doesn't need to slide wide as he's sliding through and up into 4th place.
I'll tell you how dark it is. We've got a big digiboard on the inside of the national loop with the live timing on it. And every time it changes, I think it's the digiboard right in front of our eyes here. And I keep looking up every time it changes because I think it's that lighting up.
So Rye and Plowman here, Tom, given the speed that they're carrying in these, with the drizzle coming in ever so slightly, and not too far off, maybe being in contention for a podium here. Down the back straight, it's Riley Murrow in the 22, is currently in 3rd place. And Edward Rye is going to try and move down the inside, akin to the one that he did on JJ Plowman on the previous lap. And Edward Rye is through and up into 3rd place. Who's going to get the run out of the turn 4? And Plowman's round the outside as well of Murrow. Murrow drops from 3rd down into 5th. Rye in 3rd, Plowman 4th. Davidson makes up a place as well. He's up into 7th. At the expense of Caden Simpson. 4 minutes to go.
Good move there from Plowman to make his way through. And the answer to, has anybody got any answers to the pace of Edward Haynes? And the answer is no.
It's a negative Ghost Rider. The pattern is full.
Yes, and the gap is out to 3.3 seconds. They head down the back straight with 4 minutes to go. So we're into the 57s now for Edward Haynes. Oman and Rye low 57s as well. So time's dropping off slightly, but not enough to make a massive difference so far.
No, I think Haynes has dropped off. He's back into the high 56s now, Tom. So it's back to where he was previously.
Looks a bit brighter to our right.
Yep, still no umbrellas going up, so we're still good to go. In this one, it's very dark on the far side of the track, although I don't think that's the direction in which the wind is blowing. Three minutes to go then now as Haynes continues to lead this race by some 4 seconds from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, he was 3/4 of a second quicker than Austin Oman on that previous lap. Back into the high 56s again. Oman 57.6. Rye had a good lap, a 57.2, took 4/10 out, so maybe Oman didn't have a particularly good lap that time round.
Keep an eye on the gap, Tom. It was between Rye. It's gone out a little bit more this time, hasn't it? So Oman with a much better lap. Rye, though, not with a great one. In fact, he's now in the clutches of JJ Plowman once again. Plowman could be coming good at the right time. Or is it that Edward Rye is going defensive now with 2 minutes to go? Because I'll tell you what, Tom, the rest of the field's there as well behind Rye. If we get the shot down the back straight there, you can see them all behind Edward Rye. And what previously was a fairly big field spread is now coming together. Ellis Child has moved up into 5th as well, Murrow down to 6th.
I was going to point out that Buddy Hugo's having a very, very good final. He is in 9th place, but he's only 4 seconds off of 2nd place.
Yeah, of course, there he is with the bright yellow helmet, pulling double duty out of Bambino, which is a massive step up from Bambino straight into Micromax. I know, obviously, Oman and Murrow have done it as well. Davidson up into 6th then, Riley Murrow dropping down into 7th place.
But Oman and Murrow have had, best part of a year to get used to this.
Well, they've finished Bambino in around about the start of September and have moved straight then into Micromax.
As in September this year?
Yeah.
Oh, right,
yeah,
okay, sorry, I thought they'd had a bit more.
They've raced here in Bambino this year. Murrow then went on
that.
to win the British Championship in Bambino, with Austin Oman pushing him hard on that one as well. I think 2, maybe 3 laps in here, Tom. The timer on the overhead gantry says 40 seconds, so that'll change ever so slightly when they come over the line at the top, down to 32. So they're going to get 2 laps in here, because next time round the timer will have elapsed down to 0, as we see Buddy Hugo and Jack Hutchinson on the way out of hairpin 4. 2 laps, Tom. Edward Rise took 7/10 out of Austin Oman on that last lap.
Yeah, and he's right there now.
Might not be content with 3rd place here, Edward Wright.
7/10 behind, 2 laps to go. Could be on here, just needs a couple of clean laps for Edward Wright.
He's got 1.5 remaining, so it's going to have to be...
Ellis Child moving past JJ Plowman.
Yep.
That was a nice move.
Plowman's going to come back at him.
Oh, is there a little bit of contact there? Not sure.
I think there was.
Certainly got very close.
Nothing untoward. It's the side pod to side pod for Plowman. He's through down the inside then. Child's going to try and get the run round the outside. Last lap for your race leader there. Still side by side in the background. Plowman's not wanting to give this one up, but nor is Ellis Child. And Child finds a way through on the entry to the D chicane. That moves him up into 4th place.
Took half a lap to get that move done.
And then crossed the line, Tom, at identical, side by side, identical positions, side by side for 4th and 5th.
Somehow it was deemed that Child had was indeed in front of Plowman, but it must have been microseconds.
And we only worked to three decimal points. Edward Haynes, though, Tom, is heading out of hairpin number 4 and towards the checkered flag to take victory in the Micromax Final. Edward Haynes is your race winner in Micromax. Second place is going to go to Austin Oman as he comes through. And then Edward Rye in his first ever race in a Micromax. He sat in one for the first time yesterday, and he's going to go to the podium in third place in the 66. Then it's Ellis Child who's come through for a superb fourth in front of JJ Plowman, Drew Davidson, Caden Simpson, Riley Morrow, Buddy Hugo, Jack Hutchinson and Leo Livings. There is your final winner, Edward Haynes, making his way down the back straight and towards victory lane then for Edward. Another commanding victory at Teesside for Edward Haynes, as he was at the previous round, at round number 6. We've had Micromax join us from round 6 through to 8 ahead of a full championship next year, so it is a mini series of 3 rounds. And Edward Haynes, with the 2 final victories and many heat wins as well, is certainly putting himself into contention should he attend round number 8 here at the end of November. They're making their way off. 2 more classes for you today then. We've got Senior Rotax and Senior Pro Kart to bring the day to a close. So next one up then, it's time for the penultimate final of the day in Senior Rotax. Finley Watson's 2 heat victories and a second place are going to be enough to put him on pole position, with Shane Collinson alongside. Andy Ambrose starts in 3rd with Paul Swan in 4th. Then it's Martin Fisher P5, Emma Brown, our leading Rotax 177 runner, in 6th place in front of Christopher Stoves and Daniel Kell on row 4. Lee Bell and Ashley Savage are on row 5. Arthur Louthian starts in 11th place. 2 rolling up laps then for our Senior Rotax runners. Thank you to everybody that's joined us throughout the day here at Teesside Autodrome. Don't go anywhere just yet though. We've got 2 more finals, of course, this one and then Senior Pro Kart, where we could wrap up our 3rd championship of the day. Josh Folkers will only need to bring his kart home inside the top half of the field in 14th place. That will be enough for him to be crowned the champion of 2022 in Senior Pro Kart. We'll still have the subclasses in the Senior Pro Kart class to settle at the final round of the championship, as well as Honda Cadet Club. So still plenty to play for at the end of November, in a month's time. Whereas by that time of the year, I can guarantee you it will definitely be racing to time, because as we head to 6 o'clock nearly in November, it will be incredibly dark.
Probably darker than it is now.
Got some lights on though, Tom, round the perimeter.
Okay, so heading round for the start of the Senior Rotax Final. Finley Watson with a good start. Shane Collinson around the outside. Is that going to work? Tucks in behind and accepts 2nd place for now. We've also got Paul Swan and Andy Ambrose were side by side, and it is Swan who's come out the better of that one into 3rd place. They head down the back straight for the first time. It is going to be Watson from Collinson. Then it's Swan, Ambrose, the 59 of Martin Fisher. I think that is. Yes, it is. As Paul Swan looks very racy early doors here. Had a good look on the an overtake on Shane Collinson for 2nd place. So your running order is Watson from Collinson, Swan, Ambrose, Kell, Fisher. Then it's Chris Stoves leading the 177 class. Savage, Emma Brown, Bell, and Arthur Louthian in 11th place. And Swan did, in fact, eventually get through on Andy Ambrose. And Ambrose is now fighting back. Sorry, it was Collinson he was looking at earlier. Past Ambrose on the first lap. But Ambrose now starting to pick up the pace. And he's looking to put a move on Paul Swan here for third. And there we go, Finley Watson now still bringing with him Shane Collinson as we catch them on screen now for the first time proper in this race. This is the battle for the lead, headed at the moment by Finley Watson, who has taken all 3 heats so far today and is leading this final, but under constant pressure from Collinson. They head down the back straight, still 9.5 laps to go. We've got Dan Kell showing well in 5th now. He's started to move on to the back of Andy Ambrose here in this battle for 3rd. Oh, sorry, in fact, it's actually Paul Swan now. Ambrose has got through on this lap. We missed that slightly off camera. And Martin Fisher is still going with them as well.
3 laps in then, Finley Watson leads from Shane Collinson, the gap, 1/4 of a second. Then they've got a comfortable cushion back to Andy Ambrose. The battle for the podium, though, goes 4 deep from Ambrose all the way back to Martin Fisher. And then there's a good battle going on for 177, Glory Tom, in the background, because Stoves Brown and Lee Bell have all come closely together, 8th down to 10th. They're currently battling it out with Ashley Savage as well.
Yeah, correct. All of them together on track as Collinson now puts a move on Watson. First opportunity he's got, and he's got that move done, it looks like, at the moment. Watson's going to try the cutback. Not really good. It doesn't really work too well in these senior Rotax karts, not like it does with the cadets.
They've not got as much time, have they?
No. I think the kart being a bit wider as well potentially doesn't help too much either. Although Watson there has got a nose down the inside of Collinson through the national loop, but can't get that move completed. So Collinson moving through now. The O plate has taken the lead. Andy Ambrose showing well in 3rd, with Paul Swan in 4th and Kell in 5th.
You saw when it flashed through there just how bright that the timing board is in the middle of the circuit.
Yeah.
You could see it just as they flashed through on that camera shot. So Collinson then leading now from Finley Watson. Finley Watson's going to have the opportunity to feel out where he thinks Collinson is fast and slow and where he can get out. Certainly Collinson's line, Tom, out of hairpin 4 does not open the door at all for Finley Watson. He's very, very tight and then uses the inside of the track to try and drive away. And I think it's going to be round the national loop and into hairpin 1 maybe that Watson's going to have to make something happen.
To point out just how dark it is and how much brighter the cameras make it, you can see that how lit up the lap timer is on Finley Watson's steering wheel.
Yeah, yellow flag out at the D chicane for Arthur Lowthian, who's had an excursion from 11th place.
Normally when it's bright sunshine, even, well, first of all, you wouldn't need it lit up.
Yeah, you've got the lights
and
on.
in fact,
yeah.
Collinson's now flicked his light on as well, because they're struggling to see them in the dark.
Yeah, and more so for these karts, because they're not looking for lap time, they're looking for temperature.
Correct.
You know, the lap time is largely irrelevant in a race because you're dictated by the kart in front or the kart behind in terms of how quickly you go or they go. And so they are looking solely for water temperature so that they could potentially, don't want to overheat that engine. If they do, the radiator flap will go up, which it already is on both of the karts. But even so, they're going to have to take it a little bit high. You know, they can lift it higher or lower it down if the engine starts getting too hot.
So is Finley Watson just biding his time here, or is this everything that he's got? I mean, Collinson is moving away a little bit this lap. He needs to be careful if he is biding his time, because that man's coming as well. That's Andy Ambrose in 3rd place currently, and you can almost hear the Jaws theme in the background.
Yeah, it didn't take anything out on the previous lap, and then this time 0.3 of a second. Kelly's up to 4th as well, with Swan and then Fisher
Yeah, and setting a personal best lap as well, and in fact was quicker than all of the front three as well. So with 5 laps to go, I mean, Dan Kell's going to have to pull back 2.2 seconds on Shane Collinson, which is no mean feat. But you never know. If there's a couple of overtakes, we could see a front 4 fight.
Particularly when Ambrose, and that's more of a when than if, Ambrose closes up on this duo at the front, because he was 0.3 quicker on the previous lap. 2 laps or so, that's going to put him right there, and that's going to give him at least another 2 laps to try and put something on the leading 2.
Let's have a look as they go over the line. So it was 1 second. Oh, he's lost half a second that lap.
Yeah, we cursed him. Commentators curse. As I said, it's a when, not if.
Stinking up the show.
Absolutely.
So Dan Kell is still 2.7 seconds behind as well, so he lost half a second as well. So it must have been Collinson and Watson picked up their pace, and Watson is now right there once again. Got Bolt slightly through hairpin 2 with a differing line of Shane Collinson.
Emma Brown has now moved to the head of the Rotax 177 battle with Stoves and Bell. And I think she's just actually got past Ashley Savage as well. So she's given herself a nice little buffer. There's Emma Brown. That'll move her up into 7th place when they come over the line next time round.
We're looking at Paul Swan and Martin Fisher going side by side over the line. Paul Swan, who had that great start and was up to 3rd at one point.
Collinson and Watson, the top 2. Ambrose may not be close enough, and the laps are starting to count down, Tom, for him to put anything in, but he's still going to be 3rd nonetheless, because he's got 1.4, I think, back to Daniel Kell.
Yeah, these two are just quicker at this point in the race.
Yeah, but they were quicker until they start holding each other up, and that is a problem potentially for...
Is Collinson feeling the need to go defensive?
I don't know.
What do you think?
You know that I think from what I can gather, I think that they're related somehow, Finley Watson and Shane Collinson. Hence why Watson comes all the way up for these rounds.
And they've got almost identical carts.
Yeah, it could be a frosty family tree, couldn't it? If this doesn't go right in the final 2 laps.
Well, we shall see. I mean, even if Finley Watson does finish 2nd, I mean, it's still a fantastic debut in senior Rotax.
Yeah, a good step up. Took 2 heat victories as well. Seems very, very happy down the slippy end of the track, though, Tom, to close right in. I wouldn't be surprised to see a straight line move down into 4 as he considers it.
Very much had a good think about it.
Might not get the chance, though, to do the same next time round, Tom, with it being the final lap. I wonder if Shane Collinson will be far more defensive into that corner, so that might have been Finley Watson's chance at that corner at least. We'll see how we go as they head down towards hairpin 1 for the final time. Collinson tighter on the way in. Will that mean that he's slower on the way out? And will Watson get the run down the back straight, or will Collinson put the brakes on? He's in the slipstream. Collinson's going to migrate to the inside, but not enough. Finley Watson's going to come through and wedge the 33 into the gap as they go round the South Bank corner. Collinson's going to try and bite back into hairpin number 3. Not sure he's going to be close enough, and then doesn't get enough to power down. Finley Watson has bided his time pretty much the entire race to come through on the final lap to take victory in senior Rotax from Shane Collinson. And then Andy Ambrose, Daniel Kell and Martin Fisher, your top 5.
So what did Collinson do there? Because he kind of feinted to go right. Watson went with him, and then Collinson just straightened up, and Watson kept going and powered on down the inside.
100% for me, Collinson went for the sort of psychological move to the inside. Watson decides then he's going to stay on the outside.
But why not just go all the way across?
Yeah, not quite sure, but Finley Watson nonetheless read it perfectly and goes on to add to his 2 heat victories with the final as well.
Here we go. So watch Collinson. So he comes across a little bit.
Yeah.
Watson goes with him and then just thinks, well, the door's open. I might as well come through.
Yeah, and I know exactly what you're saying there, because If Collinston had just kept that kart heading towards the inside, I think
like the Bambinos
I think he's going to have held on to that one.
Yeah, I do too.
Let's not take anything away from Finley Watson,
No,
who's driven superbly
he has
all day. This camera angle, Tom, shows you much more how dark it is,
yeah.
because above our camera over the start line is a big floodlight that lights that part of the track up. But yeah, we're starting to get very, very dark. The lights on the far side of the track and in the middle, they're not on yet, so it's just the ones over the start-finish straight. But it looks very, very dark out there. The lights.
There is a cost of living crisis, David.
Well, there is that.
Need to keep the energy bills low. I can already hear the rumble of senior pro karts heading out, so they're wasting absolutely no time getting this race underway.
Senior Pro Kart then making their way round for the final race of the day. Here's your grid then. The top two in the championship start 1 and 2 on the grid for this final. Josh Focus on pole with Jessica Alexander alongside. Asher Blythe, great day for him, sees him up into third place with Jack Morris alongside on row number 2. Then it's Scott Tate and Harry Nottage, 5th and 6th, with Mark Tate, the Heat 1 winner, starting alongside Simon Dougherty, with David Brown and Connor Lucas completing the top 10. Thomas Braid starts 11th with Callum Booth alongside in 12th. Then it's Brandon Truman, Redditch and Gracie Mitchell in front of Connor White and Lennon French, with David Brewis and David Thompson-Mack in 17th and 18th respectively. Gareth Blackett starts 19th with Caitlin Frame 20th. Steve Nichols and Jack Hewland are on row number 11. Then it's Harry Roddis and Alban Dowell on row 12. And then Liam Gallup and Thomas Hewland and Alfie King complete your 27 runners. Just a reminder here, Jess Alexander needs to win. Josh Focus needs to be no lower than 14th to win the championship here, with a round to spare at Teesside Autodrome. The top two in the championship, somewhat fittingly, the top two on the grid here. So they will go off P1 and 2. We're fully gridded up, Tom, in Senior Pro Kart. The final race of the day here as the light draws in here at Teesside Autodrome. We've got 12 laps of Senior Pro Kart action for you here today. Green flag in the hand of the start line marshal. Focus leaning forward in the seat, ready to bounce. Alexander, though, gets the rocket ship start as they head down towards the D chicane, and she is through into the lead with Focus behind in second. Then it's going to be having a quick look out the window. Tom trying to have a quick look who's up into it. I think it's Scott Tate up into third, Asher Blythe in fourth in front of Jack Morris, and then Mark Tate, Harry Nottage, and then Simon Dougherty. So head towards hairpin 2, and down
Focus,
the inside goes Focus.
Lined.
Yeah, and then Jess Alexander back down. Gracie Mitchell facing the wrong way at hairpin 1, which brings out the yellow flag.
Yeah, Alexander saw that one coming, didn't she? And
everybody sliding wide, but let's sort of want to stay with the leading two, Tom, because I don't think they're going to be too far apart in the certainly early phase of this race. Focus, of course, doesn't need to take the victory, although I'm sure he would like to. But yeah, just needs to be patient and needs to be sensible in this one to be crowned the 2022 Senior Pro Kart champion as they make their way through the D chicane and then take this huge chunk of curb. The cones on the inside, they've gone now, as the puddle on the inside is no longer there. Bouncing up and over the curbs, Jess Alexander then leads from Josh Focus. We'll await the timing stacker on down the left side, but your top 10 as it stands: Alexander, Focus and Morris in front of Scott Tate, Asher Blythe, Mark Tate, Connor Lucas, Simon Dougherty, Harry Nottage and Thomas Braid. That's your top 10.
Morris has had a good second half of the season, hasn't he?
He's come very, very strong, hasn't he, Tom? I don't know what the plans are for next year, whether he's going to focus on endurance rather than sprints, but his sprint form has come on no end in the second part of the year.
Scott Tate coming out of hairpin 4, having a look behind, and the back end nearly went with him. Came right round as he turned his head. the whole kart shifted with his head. Yeah. So Alexander doing absolutely everything that she needs to do currently. She's just got to hope that something happens to Folkus here, because Folkus is doing everything he needs to do. Or, as David said, all he needs to do is finish inside the top 14, and currently just looking very comfortable in second place at the moment, and that is all he needs. 1.4 seconds clear of Jack Morris, then it's Asher Blythe, Scott Tate and Mark Tate, then Connor Lucas, Simon Doughty, Thomas Braid and Harry Nottage. Mark Tate leading your 40s, Asher Blythe leading your club class, and then we have your novices that are being led by Jack Hewland at the moment.
Yeah, with Harry Roddis and Liam Gallop who are top 3. Gallop is first outing here at Teesside, currently running in 24th, but in 3rd place in the novice class, which means he's going to take a trophy home at the first time of asking.
Lucas has just overtaken Mark Tate for 6th place. A lot of curb being used there by Harry Nottage in 10th. Going to work on Thomas Braid. And that's Simon Doughty just in front of them as well. Thomas Braid, very ambitious move there down the inside and trying to overtake Simon Doughty, and then backed out of it. I think
different lines, of course, isn't it? There, Doughty was much wider. Braid taking the inside line, which is shorter, but I think you have to be a little bit more tentative. As is everybody else making their way round.
Yeah, that's Lennon French sawing at the wheel there with the 151 of Brandon Truman Reddish. We're still looking at Braid and Nottage. This is the battle for 9th. They head through the wiggles. 7.5 laps to go. The gap has gone out from Alexander to Folkus by 0.7 of a second now. Morris is dropping back from the front 2. 3.8 behind.
We've had a change for the lead, Tom, I think, in our novice class. Harry
Roddis
is now leading from Jack Hewland.
Yeah, Hewland dropped 3 places that lap. Gracie Mitchell made up 4. So that was recovering from a first lap spin, wasn't it?
Yeah, fastest lap of the race from Jessica Alexander goes sub 1 minute, as does Josh Folkus. Very little between them, 200ths of a second.
That gap still 0.8 of a second, and in fact, it doesn't look like that as they come through hairpin 1 for this lap. Folkus looks like he's got a bit between his teeth on this particular lap, and he's starting to close back in. Of course, doesn't need to overtake Jess Alexander, doesn't need to risk anything.
Doesn't need to risk penalties either or anything like that, does he?
Correct.
At this point in the season, where just coming home in 2nd place, in fact coming home anywhere really inside the top half of this field will be enough to secure the championship. There's a contact warning for David Brown. He's currently running in 12th place in a very tight battle with French and Booth.
Fastest lap for Josh Folkus on that lap of 59.4 was a full quarter of a second quicker than Jess Alexander on that lap. So just doing enough to keep in contact. Using that slipstream, taking a lot of the puddle on the inside of hairpin 1.
It's cheaper than brake pads.
It's one way of doing it. Of course, you've got to be really careful, because then you might get water in the spark plugs and in the filters and in the switches.
Yeah, down the inside he tries to go on Alexander. Alexander with the wider line, she gets on the power a lot earlier and is able to drive away and hold on to the lead. There'll be 5 laps remaining when they come over the line, which is pretty much 5 minutes, because we are almost 1 minute a lap, just under, as the lap times continue to come down. The top 2, though, the only 2 under the 1 minute mark thus far in this race. They are again as they come through. Alexander opening the gap by another 10th to Josh Folkus. The rest of the field, though, coming through still in the 1 minute. Folkus bouncing it over the curbs there, Tom.
Yeah, that's been his style for the last couple of laps, actually. In fact, probably most of the day.
There is grip there on the curbs. We know there is. That's why they generally
It's not a lot of grip in the air, though.
No, there isn't.
When all four wheels are off the ground.
It's not slippy, though. Neither.
That's true. Jess Alexander, we can see working that wheel to perfection. This brand new Apollo kart that she's got here for this weekend, switching from the MS. And it's obviously doing her very well.
Let's be honest, if you're a good driver, you'll be able to drive anything. But she's certainly not doing any harm.
Driver.
Yeah, very good.
Yes. So the gap has gone out to 0.8 of a second now. Morris still holding third place comfortably from Asher Blythe, although it looks like Blythe might be closing in, and in fact is closing in on the back of Jack Morris. Whether he'll get there in time, 4 laps to go. Who have we got at the back who's currently, is it Alfie King, potentially going a lap down here? Yes, it is. Needs to be made aware. Oh, look at that drift from Alexander. Such beautiful kart control. I genuinely, I look at that and I like. How do they do that?
I look at that and think I can't do that.
No, I can't do that. Exactly, I can't do that. And that's when you're in the car and you're behind somebody and they overtake you and then they do that. It's just the most soul-destroying thing you can ever see. You're like, I can't do that.
Folkus there, smashing the curb once again on the inside. So. We know that there's grip to be found. Alfie King comes actually into the pit lane there, Tom, with from 26th place.
Okay, we're looking at Doughty and Braid, and Nottage has dropped off the back of this this pair now, who was putting Thomas Braid under quite a bit of pressure earlier on in this race, but now it is just Doughty and Braid left, and Doughty doesn't look like he's catching up to Mark Tate either. Different classes, of course, so Doughty is in the 40s class, Braid in the club class.
2 laps remaining then this
time. This
has
probably been the most sedate senior pro kart final I think I've ever seen, and we've been commentating for what, 3 years?
Yeah,
4 years?
4 years now, 4 for myself, but yeah, it's been very serene.
It's fairly stretched out, isn't it? Which is unusual.
Yeah, Alexander and Folkus still 0.8 between them.
Asher Blythe's going to need to find 1.1 seconds to catch up to the back of Jack Morris, which in 2 laps is going to be very tricky. Connor Lucas has been surprisingly off today as well. Not had the best of grid slots, with the exception of, I think, Heat 2, he had a decent run, but
yeah, we know he can do it in the wet, because him and Josh Folkus went toe to toe in 2020,
and that was in all conditions. So there's been a bit of a surprise. Steve Nichols as well, down in 21st.
Last lap then for senior pro kart, and there is some lap traffic just as they come into the D chicane. Not really where you want to find it, because it's single file through there. Alexander trying to get down the inside, and she is through, but that's allowed Josh Folkus to close up. Maybe not close enough, but it's certainly then he bounces over the curbs and takes a shorter route through the D chicane, through the chicanes.
Took the most painful route as well through the chicane by the looks of things as well. That was a pretty savage bounce, and I think Josh Folkus has just given her the old don't worry about it, I'm not coming through kind of.
Don't need to.
Yeah, just keep your eyes forward. We'll call this one a result, shall we?
Well, as they come round hairpin 3 then for the final time. Alexander then into 4 as well. Folkus closes up. Jessica Alexander will come through to take her second final victory of 2022 in her first race for Apollo, but Josh Folkus in second place is your 2022 Senior Pro Kart champion here at Teesside Autodrome. It's been a stellar season for Folkus. He's barely been outside the top 5 or 6, Tom, all year. And when you're on random grids, that really is a feat that can't be ignored. Josh Folkus is your 2022 champion.
So it was Alexander from Folkus. Morris Asher Blythe did close into 3/10 behind Jack Morris in the end, but couldn't get enough to get past. Then it was Connor Lucas, Scott Tate, Mark Tate, Simon Doughty, Thomas Braid and Harry Nottage. There is your final winner, Jessica Alexander.
I think I've just seen Josh Folkus trying to do donuts down the back straight. There they are then, Folkus and Alexander. Fist pump between the two of them.
Oh, here we go, look. Now they're having a bit of fun, both of them.
Yeah.
Synchronised drifting.
This is kart control when there's nothing at stake, which means you can
have a bit of a play. There we go. Look at that from Jess as well.
Folkus then in the 43. Without doubt the most famous number in pro karting. He adds his name, and that, Tom, means that Josh Folkus is a 3-time Senior Pro Kart champion here at Teesside Autodrome. Not bad for a lad that's only in his early 20s.
Yeah, well done there to congratulations to Josh Folkus. Congratulations to Jess Alexander as well. Also to Asher Blythe, who took the clubman class, Mark Tate, who won the 40s class, and to Jack Hewland, who got back in front of Harry Roddis for the novice class. So congratulations to all our winners and all our podium sitters here today. Been another fantastic weekend, hasn't it, David? It's the weather's been really mixed, so that's made it quite exciting for us throughout the heats. Once again, as always, thank you to our marshals, our organisers here of the event at Teesside, running extremely smoothly here today, as always. And thank you to the Alpha Live production team.
Most of all, thank you to everybody watching at home, and also everybody here at the tracks. I'm sure there was a fair few, Tom, watching from their awnings earlier on when the rain was coming down. Thank you to everybody that has spent the day with us here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. We look forward to welcoming you back in November for the final round of the 2022 NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. Until then, from Tom, myself and everybody at Alpha Live, have a very, very good evening. A safe journey home if you're at the track, and we will see you again in November.